Chapter 0, My Today's and Hopefully Timeless Summary. I call it, Legend of the Romagna. Release was on December 24, 2018. It was a total conversion mod from Gothic Mod License version 1.0, April 2004, copyright Pluto 13 GmbH, Piranha Bytes. This game is suitable for a remastered, that means, for a remake with a new engine. Also see gameplay assets of, The Chronicles of Myrtana Arch-Olos Game 2021. The following assets are specifically interesting. Torch Quick Button. Experience joining the City Watch. Become a Butcher Apprentice. Simplifying everything when making things, cooking all dishes, handing everything over to the Master Craftsman and Fine Dealer. Telekinesis Spell Scroll, and use it to search the landscape for items that can be picked up. When buying armor and clothing you can view pictures and protection values of it. Exchange animal trophies with hunters. Corpses like chests on the game world. Bow making gameplay and weapon making gameplay with user interface. But also see the death traps and toxic positivity for a remastered version of Arch-Olos Game 2021, in my review video. Remastered means Story Reboot. Gameplay remake with the same retro assets, but in a different engine. Re-release is impossible, the technical problems are forever long loading times when saving and loading. Crashes. Extreme lagging when running, several times. Extreme lagging when turning, several times. The game just stuck, several times. There was a wild tracking shot out of nowhere, several times. Sound bugs of the worst quality category, several times. Loss of control over the protagonist, several times on edges. Animation was reset to beginner animation, and more, and so forth. Briefly the reboot story. I celebrate the artisans. The best writer of all is Wikipedia or ChatGPT. That's why I praise Legend of Asin above all else, because this is simply what Wikipedia or objective life experience has written. Setting: Bologna Romagna in Italy approximately in the year 1500. The protagonist is an official of the Papal State, who on behalf of the Borgia Pope, is supposed to find out diplomatically, why the Italians in Romagna, especially in Bologna, refuse to pay taxes and do not want to support the Papal States waging war in Italy against Italians. Main story point is, the end of the Renaissance period. So the question can be answered, why does the Roman Empire no longer exist? First, Romagna is explored in the open world. Then the exploration is discussed in a friendly manner with other NPCs and narrative design. Then the book Levite is found, the beginning of art history in Europe. Decoupling of European cultures from each other. The protagonist is reaped, harvested. So the story genre is Gothic fiction, Gothic horror. That means the horror I embrace it. Mischievous and quarrelsome at the same time, so this special mixture of roguelike and beat them up and Metroidvania. Dramatic and cozy at the same time, especially the music, which has to be selective and modern, that means no continuous sonication. These games also have this genre. Days Gone 2019. Legacy of Kain series 1997 to 2004. Shadow Man 1999. Oblivion 2006. Skyrim 2011. Fallout 3 2008. Fallout 4 2015. So the story genre is Aztec game, so the protagonist is just waiting for the feast day, when he will be harvested as a human sacrifice. That means a specific race exploit pornography reaped. Rabbit cry. Psychological operation, learn from each other. Psychological operation, maneuver into the respect dead end, should, shouldn't. Low fantasy metaphorical narrative of today's life experience. Suicide jumping. These games also have this genre. Days Gone 2019. Legacy of Kain Series 1997 to 2004. Shadow Man 1999. GTA San Andreas 2004. GTA 4 2009. Red Dead Redemption 2 2018. The Last of Us 2013. The gameplay genre is Advanced Shadow Man Remastered 2021 gameplay, with Quake engine assets from Gothic2 Game 2002, and Legend of Ascen Game 2018, and Arch Olos Game 2021. Open World. Adventure, so mainly exploration and dialogues, and action. Action was actually completely optional if you think about it again at the end. Male-defined protagonist with defined ending, and remnant Roman ethnicity look. Note: Gothic 1 Game 2001 was not programmed by two dubious students who do not want to be named, but it was obviously always a pirated copy and modding of Shadow Man 1999. Note: just like with Shadow Man Remastered 2021, what you don't want here is an Unreal Engine 5 photorealism implementation, and what you don't want here is some random inferior reinterpretation of gameplay. Dodge. Block sword, block unarmed, step back monsters, side step run, side jump. Weaponless. Fist fight, jump drop kicks. Weapons. Sword 3 animations, one-handed, two-handed, pike 1 animation. Ranged combat. Bow 3 animations, crossbow 3 animations. Magic. Numerous spells that do damage that do enchantment. Protagonist action. Draw weapon, weapon wheel, climbing, jumping, swimming, diving, hopping, switches and levers, sprinting, sneaking, pickpocketing, lock-picking, blacksmithing, alchemy, cooking, sawing, hammering, sitting, sleeping, worshipping, looting, opening chests, smoking, eating, drinking. Dialogues. Direct conversation with mandatory and optional things to say, passively observe several participants in a conversation. Monster action. Custom animations for animals, deer, badger, cat, scavenger, orc, wolf, bloodfly, snapper, troll, etc. NPC action. Own NPC animations, greeting, threatening, scaring, bathing, dancing, fanning, male-female posing, and so forth. About the RPG elements. Perhaps you may be able to choose look, within the ethnic group. About the RPG elements. It would be better to completely delete the experience system from Gothic 2 Game 2002. That means, no longer give experience points for killing monsters and NPCs. This makes the game world feel more like GTA San Andreas 2004, and like an adventure. And a lot of the Eurojank is eliminated, namely being a mass murderer, like in Bethesda games, just because of the experience grinding. Reminder, the Retro Championship can only be an adventure. Logic, an RPG will always be unfinished and broken. Do the following. Learning by doing up to 30%. Practiced animation with teacher up to 60%. Mastered animation with books up to 100%, and over 100%. Do the following. At the beginning of each chapter, you get 50 learning points, which you can exchange with teachers or books. There are 6 chapters, so a total of 300 learning points. This corresponds to level 30 in Gothic 2 Game 2002. Because if you have 50 learning points right from the start, you can play everything right from the start and try out everything that the gameplay offers, melee, ranged, magic, instead of just playing what you exclusively only want to play with the beginner animation. But as a small irritation, you can achieve practiced animation by learning by doing, so you can save on learning points with that. So you can find a book, or go to a trainer with money, and bring 2 talents, out of 5, one-handed, two-handed, bow, crossbow, magic, to the practiced animation, right at the beginning, instead of spending hours getting used to just 1 talent. How cool would it be to experience this retro in a new way? New with autosave. New with new crossbow animations, maybe like in Fallout 3 2008. New with halberd weapon melee or spear pike gameplay, that means what Arch Olo's game 2021 has done, then in an improved way. New with improved drop kicks jump kicks, maybe like in Party Animals 2023. And of course, this video is backstep dodge on a loop, so you never forget this retro flow emotion generating gameplay. This is one of those few games that you can and want to play for 16 hours at a time all day long. Chapter 0, Intro Tutorial. This is the game, Legend of Ascen Game 2018. It's a game that really impressed me, which I think is absolutely great. And of course I have a very, very strong and big opinion, especially when it comes to remastered. For the most part, I turn my microphone away, so that I just record the game, so to speak. And of course what I also like to do, of course, is definitely discussing Gothic, also of course how to somehow get someone to make a remastered. And I definitely have a lot of strong opinions. And so I thought, okay, I'm going to do a walkthrough. Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is not this perfect work either, but I wish, and I clearly demand a remastered here. And because I really want to have this remastered, I will also play this game completely with English subtitles. So I have now extra Legend of Ascen Game 2018 installed so that the game has English subtitles and English texts. So that I can link my walkthrough to English-speaking developers, so that they might finally become aware of the game. Okay, here we go. I have here Legend of Ascen Game 2018 in English. Then I put my microphone away and just play the game in a kind of walkthrough. So I'll show you my settings. So first of all, normal difficulty. I also have dynamic respawn on. Free aiming I have off. I turned it on for a very, very long time when I played the game for the first time. And it irritated me so blatantly. So that's definitely what I'm going to do. For me, for example, the ranged combat is also in Gothic 2 Game 2002 in such a way that I can only recognize distant enemies through the ranged combat. Because ranged combat then targets and marks the distant enemies recognizable. And when I have free aim, it was so that the distant enemies were not displayed at all. And that was always so very irritating to me. And then I saw, okay, you can turn it off at any time. So my controls, as I always play, Gothic 2 Game 2002. So of course here the graphics and visibility, everything on maximum. But my controls, the way I play this, the way I love that's this. Namely, I prefer to play with arrow keys. And then this is very important. That's what I have, def and pick down. Then I jump to space. And action I have on number 0 and A. And exactly, and draw weapon, I have on number 1 and S. And then I can choose whether I play with only one hand, that means, with the right hand only, with the right hand alone, or whether I play with both hands. Namely, and then I use A for action. And if I'm only playing with one hand, action is on number 0. And so I can then play with a single hand. Of course, you can also use WASD. And then play with only a single hand. So, that you can just play Gothic 2 Game 2002 with a single hand, that's just for me to enjoy this absolute retro flow, that I love so much about this game. Exactly, I always have inventory on number 2 or on Y. So that's definitely the controls. Then I'll show you a little bit of the controls, and a little bit of the combat system. So I have here now I'm in the starting area right now. I don't have any other save cards now. So let's start before we start. The game is like this, you block. So they were targeted. And then you block. Then you can beat to the rhythm. Or, of course, with monsters, there's the backstep dodge. So the monster jumps at me. And then I can take such a step back. And yes, I will definitely play this game with one-handed melee. Instead of two-handed, bow, crossbow, mage. If I want to play Legend of Ascen Game 2018 in a different way. For example, with a bow, or as a magician. I guess I don't know 100%, but I believe in Legend of Ascen Game 2018 there is also no magic regeneration. And accordingly I don't really think it makes sense to play mages now. And then off you go on this adventure. Eternally long loading times. Bouncers are Eurojank, and need to be massively reduced in the remastered. The UI is divided into 3 things: 1. Inventory, 2. Travel diary, 3. RPG values. I wanted to tell you about the story. And it is, that the story of Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is absolutely great, and absolutely relevant. And it just so happens, that many especially in Germany, have not understood the story of Legend of Ascen Game 2018. But that's always the case with Gothic, or with Gothic, that the Germans didn't understand the story. But in the US, there are already people who are thinking about the story of Legend of Ascen Game 2018 right now. And just today, right now, so today, a video has come out here of this most important internet guru in the US, in California, San Francisco, who is thinking about the internet, and what it is, and politics in general, and so on. And with him, what he's telling here in the video, it's exactly what the story is about, Legend of Ascen Game 2018. Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is all about. It is about Italy. Italy is a country. So if you visit it here now, so largely Italy, then you will notice, that Italy also stood still a lot, in the 16th century. So in the 16th century there was the Renaissance in Italy. And Italy, so if you visit Italy, at all now, if you look at Italy on Google, that means, just central Italy, then you will notice, or it is obvious that Italy has also come to a standstill. So Italy is largely a museum, and a museum from the 16th century, from the Renaissance period. And Legend of Ascen Game 2018 tells exactly this story of why Italy largely stood still in the 16th century, especially in terms of architecture. And the reason for this is, that all the Protestant Romans emigrated. And, of course, they emigrated to Germany. So the main story, at least that's my opinion, the main story of Gothic, takes place in Germany. And what is the main story of Gothic? The main story Gothic revolves around the elder god, that means, a woman who benefits from Gothic. And in Italy in the 16th century it was established, that the people there have no use, that is, in Italy, no use, and, that the Gothic cannot really be lived out in Italy. And that's why all the Protestant Romans left Italy in the 16th century, and then emigrated. For example, mainly to Germany, and then also to the USA. And, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 tells exactly this story, how it came about to the Protestant Romans. So, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is, so to speak, the prequel of the Gothic, And so, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 has such a big story, especially for culture and art as a whole. And of course, in Germany it is the case, that many, or actually most, especially now with this Eurojank community, did not understand the story at all, or rather said the story, that way. It's boring, or I don't feel it. But in the US, there is definitely a reflection on history. And now let's take a look at the video of what he says here. And so in summary, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is retro, it's Gothic. And, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is Gothic and retro. So absolutely the best ever. So what I've ever seen at all, so from this community. And also a game where I just think to myself, this has to be done now, there has to be a remastered of it now. And who's going to do the remastered? Yes, only the Americans can do that. Because they are thinking about these topics, that are covered in Legend of Ascen Game 2018. Now let's take a look at what he says here. Let's take a look here. This is not traditional power seeking. And it doesn't have traditional power goals. It's more just this kind of nerd supremacy without a particular direction or sensibility. It's truly different, I think, than precious concentrations of power. I mean, like, you go to Silicon Valley. And every other power in history has made itself beautiful and impressive. And Silicon Valley has not. It's just kind of another shitty suburb, you know. And that's strange. but it reflects this kind of incredible nerdiness. And so, if you talk to Zuckerberg, it's just this kind of very formulaic first-order approximation of what an idea would be like. The world should be more connected. So we'll make it more connected. And that's to the good. But there's nothing more. There's nothing there. I mean, of course the individuals like getting rich, but they don't necessarily have anything to do with that, you know. Same thing at Google. It's kind of an odd thing. It's like we will organize the world's information. Which I think, by the way, is a misnomer. But that we don't need to go to the philosophy of that. But the thing is, it's a weirdly neutered thing. And so the main problem. Okay, so let's listen to that again. Wait, I'll turn off my microphone. And because that has been a very, very important place. So, that was at minute 28:48. So I'm going to turn off my microphone again. There's this kind of dryness to it, that in a way it's not exactly traditional power seeking. And it doesn't have traditional power goals. It's more just this kind of nerd supremacy without a particular direction or sensibility. It's truly different, I think, than precious concentrations of power. I mean, like, you go to Silicon Valley. And every other power in history has made itself beautiful and impressive. And Silicon Valley has not. It's just kind of another shitty suburb, you know. And that's strange. But it reflects this kind of incredible nerdiness. And so, if you talk to Zuckerberg, it's just this kind of very formulaic first-order approximation of what an idea would be like. The world should be more connected. So we'll make it more connected. And that's to the good. But there's nothing more. There's nothing there. I mean, of course the individuals like getting rich, but they don't necessarily have anything to do with that, you know. Same thing at Google. It's kind of an odd thing. It's like we will organize the world's information. Which I think, by the way, is a misnomer. But that we don't need to go to the philosophy of that. But the thing is, it's a weirdly neutered thing. And so the main problem with it is different from the problem of, oh, I don't know, a Putin-like figure, who wants to conquer a neighbor, or Xi Jinping-like figure in China, who wants to create this sort of. So okay, so, what did he say? He said that all the internet tech giants are just trying it out. And that's exactly the story of Legend of Ascen Game 2018. Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is the Gothic prequel. And in Italy, in central Italy, they simply try out Gothic. And it's exactly this trying out of Gothic in Italy that's what the story is about. This is the story of Legend of Ascen Game 2018. That is, the story of Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is such a big story that I think to myself, there has to be a remastered or something. Well, it can't be that they're telling such a big, gigantic story, which is also so relevant, especially here, moving all the Americans so straight, and then there's no remastered, no patch happening. And the story is just thrown away into nothingness, or it's just dismissed. Yes, that's this Gothic mod. No, is not this Gothic mod, that has nothing to do with this Urokjong franchise at all. It's a very, very, very big relevant story. And that's why I'm really trying to go into it again. I'm going to tell you spoilers every time I play every chapter here. I spoiler here again what the story is, so what this chapter is about. Each chapter. Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is an 80 hours finished computer game, with a completely consistent story, divided into 6 chapters, where each chapter tells a very important relevant story, and where each chapter is also very important. Now, of course, chapter 1 is not that interesting. It's just a matter of exploring the region and the game world. And it is obvious, or I interpret that Ascen is a metaphorical representation of central Italy. From the Romagna region. And what is Romagna? Romagna is a region in Italy, a historical region, not a political, social, ethnic region. In the end, Romagna is something like the Allgäu in Germany. So the Allgäu is a region in Germany, that was invented, or defined, by the elder god. So the elder god invented Romagna. And so, for the elder god, This region, like the Olga, is an important region. And if you think about it now, okay, what is the Olga? So the Olga is not a political region. It is not a folkish region. You can't say that the people of the Olga live there now or something like that. But the Olga is a pure region, that is only invented by the Elder God, or because for the Elder God this region has a meaning. And that's exactly what we have with Romagna. So I interpret, Assen so to speak, that means, the region as the Romagna. And of course it also makes sense, that Romagna is told in a low fantasy, metaphorically. That's actually the game time now, I think about 25 hours or more, where it's just about exploring Romagna in a metaphorical representation. In Romagna are as interesting places the city of Bologna. The city of Bologna is metaphorically represented by the city, Assen. And the city of Bologna is therefore a very important city, because the city of Bologna is famous for the fact that there are families there. So in the city of Bologna there are no large groups. So there are no clubs living there. No tribes. So no big groups. But there are families living there. Every family has built its own tower, its clan tower. And, so to speak, the city of Bologna is also a model Italian city where families live. And, that the Italians also live in families, and not in such huge hordes, and in such cattle, that is also very, very important to tell. And that's exactly what it's all about. So it's about this city of Bologna. Then we have where we are now exploring at the beginning of the game, the slum of Bologna. Then the port. So the port, I think it has to be built differently in a remastered. And it should definitely be built like the port of Ravenna. The city of Ravenna. At all here in the story in the here, Legend of Assen game 2018 takes place in the Renaissance, plays a big role. Ravenna played a very, very important role at the beginning of the 16th century. And exactly, Ravenna is definitely also very important to the story, so even then has a very dramatic story in Legend of Assen game 2018, but should be built a little better. I mean, sure, Legend of Assen game 2018 was built by I think 7 people. So if you make a remastered, you should definitely build the harbor even better, and more reminiscent of Ravenna. Then we have the factions that compete with Catholicism. So it's not the case, as some may have felt, that here again, as in Eurojank, we have simply arbitrarily been given 3 factions. No, we have very important groups here, that absolutely need to be told. So, we have the faction that competes with Catholicism. On the one hand, there is the Enlightenment and secularization. So we have here, it's called here that, free warehouses. So these are people who are thinking about secularization and about the Enlightenment. And then we have a faction that competes with Catholicism, and that is the Jewish monastery, or the academy. And then, of course, there's the wasteland, where there's just nothing special right now. And that's where we'll find the bandits. And in the remastered it's definitely the case, that we should be told very clearly, a low fantasy setting, and a low fantasy protagonist. And we are playing someone from the faction of Catholicism who wants to inquire why the city of Bologna, or the city of Romagna in general, refuses to pay taxes to the Pope, or to the Papal Army. And first of all, of course, we don't find Gothic, but first of all we deal with the trivial competitors of Catholicism. Chapter 1. Exactly, that's just the beginning. We are now here in this slum, so of Assen. And now it's already getting dark. But let's explore the brothel here from Assen. At the beginning the player is beamed into this low fantasy like from real life, so it's completely weak. All RPG values are at 0. Anyone here can instantly beat or kill the player unconscious. The gameplay is always this mixture of mischievous and bickering, so the horror I embrace it. He makes 2 quick strokes in a row, and I can't really beat him yet. So as you can see, I can't do anything here yet. I have 1% one-handed, unlike in the original game, that means, in Gothic2 game 2002. There you have 5%. But here you have 0% or 1% at the beginning. And here at the beginning, learning by doing. We have 1% melee improvement, as you can see here. Now we have 2% one-handed. So in the beginning you don't have the real animations of the combat system. The animation, that you get then, where you can fight a bit more sensibly, and also make nice sideways shots, is then only from 30%. So of course I always play without quick loot, so quick loot is for me right now, Gothic 2 game 2002, in the gameplay, is an absolute sin for me. At least when I play Gothic. Because I also find this looting. For example, Days Gone game 2019, yes, play Days Gone game 2019 with quickhood or something like that, but this scavenge, and this looting, that's just so much part of the fun for me. Well, these are the scavenger monsters, and I can say very clearly, so we were not playing here, Eurojank, but we were playing here, Legend of Ascen game 2018, or Legend of the Romagna. And to what extent scavenger monsters have to appear in the game, I would discuss that now. And, I think, large birds should be left in the game, but they should be changed to quail, or to pheasant. Yes, that would make sense, that you have birds that graze peacefully in the meadow and then attack when you get too close, but they look like quails or pheasant birds. So, that the scavenger monster is changed here, so to speak, to simply more low fantasy. Animals where you can easily that you simply recognize better. Ah, okay, that's supposed to be a quail. Ah, okay, that's supposed to be a pheasant. And, that you can't just look at this. So just the monsters, so what's in Legend of Ascen game 2018, so everything, Eurojank? So, Eurojank, for example, are above all the monsters. So why? Well, Minecrawler monsters don't belong in this game at all. Then also something like, yes, all kinds of critters, where I think to myself, why should they now appear in the metaphorical representation of Romagna? And with the scavenger monster it's rather trivial to just change that a little bit, to a quail or to a pheasant design. And then everything is performed so forth, so you just lure them out of here. Here is the bird, it jumps at me, with its attack. Then I do, back step dodge. Such a back offer tutorial in the main menu, because at the beginning, even if I now possibly, maybe not quite so perfectly mastered the combat system, so I don't master the back step dodge so perfectly. For example, I think the combat system is absolutely great, it's one of the best and coolest combat systems I've ever seen, that means, especially in the area of hand-to-hand combat. I like this one too, and I love this bulky one too. So this. That you can't just. For example, that you don't look around and move at the same time, but, that you look around and move that it's at the same time, that's what I love too. Use music explicitly in a modern way, instead of continuous sound. I've also set the music here to extra quiet, here, so, that it doesn't bother me so much. Because I have to say, I love the retro sounds. I love the retro sounds. Just this bird chirping, and this cracking here. Crackling fire. And in general this bird chirping and stuff. I love that. For me it's just such a great atmosphere. But also partly how the people here talk and shout so loudly, and stand in the area and stuff. That, for example, I love too. That's retro to me. That's retro to me. And that's where the music actually bothers me. That's why I always turn off the music, especially in the original game. So now you can pay special attention to this NPC here. Because you should remember it now. Because that's the best friend of ours, the protagonist. So here with him, what's his name anyway? I'll take a look at his name. So take care. So here, Kelvin. This is our best friend here. Wait a minute, that means, the one of the protagonist. So the best friend here of our protagonist. We have to remember this one. So now, for example, he's helping us here quite a bit by helping us here to finally have clothes. And no longer have to run around naked all the time. And, through him we now have a home of our own, so a chest, to store all the loot, and our own bed. You can sleep in any other person's bed, but metaphorically we have our own bed here, where we come back regularly to sleep. So, here we have the package. And, that is now being plundered. And now I finally have clothes. And I think the clothes, the clothes I actually think are really cool now. It's kind of like a new outfit. And of course the Polish mod, which... Oh yes, maybe that's what That's the only thing I want to praise in the Polish mod, these are clothing designs. And how clothing is displayed in the user interface. And, that you have a quick key for the torch. Because as you can already see, the game is really very dark at times, and you often use a torch even then. In any case, it's very exciting to listen to what people are talking about. So they're talking about the wasteland. The speeches about the ships, that no longer sail here. They are talking about the towers, about the gender towers of the city of Bologna in Italy. Also here, of course, Roperi, which of course also sounds super Italian. So I just like that, this Italian vibe and stuff. Here's also this angular design of the towers and stuff. And now we've finally made it, now we can go to the city. And there we will definitely see, that this is a very Italian city. So exactly, they're always talking about the towers. Do you think the towers do what? And, that refers to Bologna, where the towers of the family are located, where every family, therefore every family. So the Italians don't live in herds of cattle like many Germans. But Italians live in families. And this is also reflected in the architecture. So here, for example, in the gender towers, which they talk about all the time. So we have a market there. So definitely, it's an Italian city. There's a pillory place. There are also markets here. Here are bourgeois attached houses with garden, definitely very Italian. Really nicely laid out here. And of course what's really great about Assen? It's not a maze. The city is just small enough, that you can remember everything, so you have an overview. Now we are here in the craftsman's quarter, where the great important craftsmen are. Here is the forge. And here's the arena. And here we have the temple square. Although I might also wish for a church in the remastered. I'd better report directly to the castle and the prince. Okay, let's go. First of all, let's go to the prince. And yes, of course you have to and want to talk to everyone. But we'll ignore them for now. We want to deliver our message first. Because we are not here to talk about Assen and so forth, to talk to all the people here. We want to know about taxes. We want to know, why does the principality here, Assen, or rather Romagna, not pay taxes? And who's the best person to tell us now? The prince, of course. That's why we were going to see him first. So here we have his fortress. Here is his castle, his keep. Stop, turn around at once, turn around immediately. I shall not be admitted to the prince without proof. It's best to look for another way in. I should ask around here at the important military. Exactly, then, apparently. Okay, we can't go to the prince yet, because we look like a beggar too. But the military chief. Can we go to the barracks? We're not allowed in the barracks either? Wait, you can't get through here. Wait, you can't get through here. Okay, so we're not allowed to talk to the garrison here either. Then we're like, okay, who's the most important person in the military here, that we can talk to here? And we've already experienced that. And the first thing we want to know, of course, what about taxes? What about taxes here in Assen? That's what we want to know. That's why we're here. Now we finally have the most important information we wanted, and that is the taxes. What are the taxes like here in Assen? So then we read that. So our task now here is to be accepted by the recruits. Of course, we can also be admitted to the monastery or to the free camp. So, that I can finally get to the prince. Because I want to ask the prince why he simply refuses to pay taxes. And, this is ours here. And now we come to a very important issue here, a very important detail. Right here on the market square. Namely, there were some people who were really in this disgusting, Eurojank, Piranha Bytes community, who just criticized at this point, that they are screaming so loudly on the marketplace here, and then you sometimes don't understand the dialogues at all, because they are shouting in between. And I have to say, and this is one of the things, that makes me totally aggressive, and where I think, you just didn't understand this game at all, so really not at all. Because we are here in Assen, that is, in the metaphorical representation of the city of Bologna, or a central Italian city, that is, the metaphorical representation of a central Italian city. And what kind of people are the Italians? That's right, no cattle, that is, when I stand in the market square in an Italian city, I understand every sentence, every word, what the people there are saying. Because the Italians live in families, and not in cattle hordes, as many Germans or in the USA do. And when I stand on a marketplace in Germany, or, for example, one also remembers my school days. For example, if I look at myself now. When I think back, in my school days, where I stood there, for example, there in the playground. And then I stood next to it, between and next to some people. They talked to each other like that. And what was the usual experience when I listened to Germans, when I listened to a German group? What is the usual experience? It's true, that I don't understand a word. The cattle are babbling wildly. I don't understand a word of what is being said. But that's different here in this setting. When the people here are talking in the marketplace, when the people are talking here. Or for example in Germany, sometimes even when you're sitting in the garden, and you're listening, okay, what are the neighbors talking about? You don't understand a word. The cattle are chattering, mumbling something incomprehensible. But here in Italy, you understand every sentence and every word that people say. Because they are just the kind of people where I just understand every word. And that's why it's not bugged, or somehow poorly implemented here, or whatever. So now, before I do the tour through the city, I have to emphasize this detail really clearly. Sure, people are screaming wildly here. But that's exactly how it has to be. That's exactly how it has to be, even in the remastered. It has to be that way 100%. This is very important. We are not in a beastly land with hordes. We are here in a city with families, where you understand everything that people express with dignity. And of course, you can be annoyed by the fact that you understand everything and that everyone is talking at the same time. But that's exactly that. That's such an important detail. And that's why I say that, okay, that's Central Italy. And these are Italians here. These are real Italians. You may seem a bit weak on the chest, but surely you in particular need a good weapon. I have only the best piece here. Here, too, the depiction of women. These are real Italian women, with temperament. I also find that so authentic, that means, the depiction of women with Italian women. The way they talk here. That's the Italians, in the end. The Italians are also similar, even the people, like Lithuanians. So, Kierinas is Lithuania, so a metaphorical representation of the city of Klaipėda, Memel. And when you go to the marketplace, and the Lithuanians who are talking talk like that in the marketplace, you understand every word they say. And it's the same here in the Italian setting. And this is a very important detail. And that alone made me so aggressive again, where people commented on it, that they said they were screaming so wildly. Now let's take a look at the setting of Legend of Assen Game 2018. Namely, I said yes. So the setting theme is Romagna. What is Romagna? So Romagna, this is Romagna, this region. So let's call this region more likely. Let's put it this way. Ferrara, Bologna, Ferrara, Bologna. You can already see the towers here. Ravenna. Here is the harbour. And Forli. So this is Romagna, that is, north of Tuscany. So here quasi really central Italy. And that's the setting. So let's take a look. So here we have the city of Bologna. Here a real medieval town. And then we have Ravenna. Here is this ancient Roman city. And here the port. This is the setting of Legend of Assen Game 2018. And, let's take another look, so here at Wikipedia. Here, of course, the history of Romagna is interesting. Here modern times. So the 16th century. Here the city of Bologna. Here we see the towers. Here there are still these gender towers. Here it is called Artistic Impression of Medieval Bologna, with around 180 gender towers. Here we have this city wall, with these angular towers. And here are also these towers of gender. And we also have. Last time we saw Legend of Assen game 2018. We've been to the city. And yes, you can clearly see, that this is the story. So, Assen is the metaphorical representation of this city. And here again to Romagna. So here, these are the provinces of Romagna. And Romagna is simply a region like the Alga. There is not a single concrete here, not a single concrete region, that is really called Romagna. So that's always so subjective. So I would say the real Romagna is simply Bologna and Ravenna. And then maybe Forli, Cesena, Rimini, Ferrara. Well, then we have the harbour here. This is the port of Ravenna. Then we have here, at Ravenna we have the history. And here we have the foundation of the League of Cambrai. That's definitely still very relevant. So this is also metaphorically represented in Legend of Assen game 2018, then still in the story. But it is only in chapter 4, exactly in chapter 4, that means, rather later that we experience here, League of Cambrai and the Pope then conquers Ravenna. That's exactly what we're experiencing. Or also in chapter 5. Then comes the army with the commander, Kronstedt, exactly General, Kronstedt. That's when the Pope then, Julius II, when he conquers Ravenna, 1509. And then, of course, also important, or very interesting, is also the work here, The Prince, by Niccolò Machiavelli. We learn about this when we explore the city, so here we learn about this political philosophy. And then I understood it like this. Who are we playing anyway? What or who is the protagonist anyway? So if you now think away the Eurojank, if you think it away now or move away, then we play. Then we play as protagonists a scout, of him that is, Cesare Borgia, who is supposed to find out why the region of Romagna, with the capital Bologna, and the port of Ravenna, refuses to pay taxes, to the Pope. So the Pope is the father of Cesare Borgia, that means, to the Pope, Borgia, or then to his successor, Julius II. And exactly, we play as the protagonist a man, of Roman ethnicity, and now we act on behalf of Cesare Borgia, or on behalf of the Papal States. And now I want to show you this. Is it gone again now? Oh damn! I'll have to look for it again now. Namely, there was a series, Borgia. And it was about the conquest of Romagna. And I'm going to show you some scenes from the series. Here, the series, Borgia, from 2014, FSK 16, Season 3, Episode 1. Let's take a look at it here. 2 scenes. So let's get started. I'll do it all over again. So first the beginning, and then a middle scene. 1495 Rodrigo Borgia, Pope Alexander VI, is still in spiritual retreat. As his deputy, Lucrezia Borgia, as regent of the one true church. Her brother, the Duke, Cesare Borgia, is waging war in Romagna. However, there are rumors circulating about the Borgia family. I wanted to sleep with my daughter. Benevolent, Jesus. And it's still the case. Part with, de Calabria. I'm carrying his child. My child. I will go. You don't want that. You shattered my prospect of marriage, and now you're destroying my family as well. We're done. But the fate of Italy remains in the hands of the Borgia. None of our provinces has paid the Peter's pence for a year. These dukes abuse our virtue. We have to punish them, severely. Tomorrow I'm going to attack. I defeat Caterina Sforzaraio. So, what have we learned here? So we have learned that the dukes in Italy refuse to pay taxes to the Papal States, that the Papal States run armies, that is, the Papal States are waging war in Romagna. Where do we have the scene? I think it. And here, you can also see a very interesting object and so forth. Wait now, I think, right here. Namely, this helmet. Here this helmet, we will also see it in Legend of Assen game 2018, very haunting. Now let's look at the next scene, which definitely. It is very relevant to take another look. But instead of Vitelli, di Lorca, we have been besieging Forli for 3 months now. The city is surrounded, and all supplies and escape routes are cut off. But instead of going into battle with the armored bitch, Caterina Sforza, we do nothing. And just look at Cesare Borgia as he plays with this box full of vipers. My Spaniards are so fond of the Duke's serpents. So we're kind of playing one of those people. So the protagonist is one of those people who act on behalf of the Papal States here in Italy. And at that time, Italy is also very dominated by foreign forces. So there are Germans. There are French, Spaniards, Normans. So it's definitely a very interesting time. And now let's take a look at the last scene, the battle scene against the city of Forli. Forli is here. That's Forli, that is, here in Romagna. That's Forli. This. Okay, and now we're going to see here how a battle against this city is depicted. Fire. Ready. So we now see here a real medieval battle in the 16th century. Here we have the cannons, which can't really do anything except shoot up a city wall here. We have here this typical Italian city, just as it is also depicted in Legend of Ascen Game 2018. Here with these angular towers. And here we see the knights fighting simply in the Middle Ages. And this is the setting of Legend of Ascen Game 2018, now again in detail. And what kind of setting theme is from Legend of Ascen Game 2018? Because if I wanted to discuss Legend of Ascen Game 2018 more often, for example, then it was like this: many people didn't know Italy, didn't know the setting. I, for example, have been to Italy so many times now. And just here something like here Rimini. I think here for example Rimini, I've already been there. I've been there so many times. And I think it's Gisolo or something like that. Or Gisolo I think is somewhere else. But here, for example in Rimini, I've already been. And you have all the beaches here, for example. And here, where you are here on the Adriatic Sea. Here is one hotel after the other. That's exactly where I've been in Rimini before. Here one hotel after the other. And here the beach. And apparently. So I, for example, I know Italy so well. So I've been to Italy so many times. And I immediately thought that Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is Italy. And that's right, the Gothic Prequel. The Gothic Prequel is set in Italy. And where should the Gothic Prequel be set if not in Romagna? So right in the heart of Italy. And Romagna is a region. I explained that last time, which is based solely on the elder god. Romagna, that is, here, is not a people's region, not a linguistic region, not a cultural region, not a political region. It is a pure region, that we all know because the elder god was in this region in the 16th century. Because, that was the region of the heart of the elder god. And now is exploring the city, what the city has to offer. And the city definitely has a lot to offer, dolce vita, that means, Italian lifestyle. I'm just exploring the city now, and I'm just spontaneously talking to people, and asking them who they are, and what they're doing, here in the city, Ascen, which is obviously a metaphorical representation of the Italian city of Bologna. About taxes, why this is such an important detail now. And of course I also explained, last time, why it is such an important detail, that the people here at the market, all talk so wildly and so loudly, and you understand every word they say. NPCs can be asked about directions, employers, rumors, instead of looking at the map. Hey you! Have you heard the latest? What is it? Depiction of women. Here the longing is hinted at, that there should be the USA centuries later, with the affluent neglect warrior women, and the unhinged raiderism women. What do you actually do all day? There is always a lot to do. Get up early. Cooking, cleaning. Do the shopping at the market. Then boil again, wash. Just working? Surely there will be something else? Just let me make excuses. Of course, we women don't just work here. You can always have a chat at the market. There is so much to tell. Luckily, we all meet once a week at Dora. We're rid of the men, at least for a few hours. You always hear these scary stories. What should I know? If you have a problem, take it into your own hands. The recruits are good at fighting, but if something has been stolen somewhere, they just stand around stupidly and don't know what to do. In the hour of need, you are better off with Father Sakaros. During the day he preaches in front of the arena. Is there anything else you can tell me? Yes, get weatherproof clothing. I'm sure it's about to start raining again. I have never experienced such bad weather as this year. But let's not talk about it. At least it's dry at the moment, and you shouldn't get upset. How do I get money? Nobody asks me. If you were feminine and beautiful, I'd say find a rich man. But you are neither rich nor beautiful. You will probably only be left with the simple work. But if you can still get something somewhere, I don't know, just ask the craftsmen, they are certainly still looking for apprentices. That's all you can tell me? Do I look like a monk? If you want to become something, you have to move yourself. Has anything interesting happened lately? You mean except the closure of the arena? Exactly. The dealer, Dandarius, has beautiful bangles, an excellent addition to every woman's jewelry box. Of course, only if your husband can afford it. Anything else? Cats as pets are enjoying new popularity. Anything important? Gregorius has been facing more and more competition from an up-and-coming small business owner lately. Let's see how long his business of selling houses will last. Hey you! Did you know that a male specimen of the genus goose is called goose? Not yet. You don't have to ask me that. Any news? Not just any fantastic ones. Vestito the tailor has now finally taken over the business of Thenes. Rumor has it that he is working on a brand new collection. Grand. You just scoff, decent clothes would do you good. I could have told you that before. You just have to be careful what you say. So definitely really cool, and really well done here. Just the atmosphere here in this place, and here to listen to the middle-class women here, about what they are saying. Just in that moment, when I played this game for the first time, I was actually already completely into it. I thought, wow. And then also hear the people who all pass by. So that's where all the people pass by, and that's what their daily routines are. And just then I thought, wow. They did a really good job, how people have their daily routines, and what they say. It all has a really great atmosphere, that I feel really nice. This is definitely the first thing you want to buy if you play Legend of Ascen Game 2018 blindly, that means, if you have never played it before. That's the map. And the first time I played Legend of Ascen Game 2018, I sold all my junk, and then I bought the card right away. Then she still has the belts here. Here they have such geese. So now it's night. And what can you do now at night? So I would say, I'm not going to the pub where everyone is gathering now, but I want to get to know them all first, at their workplace, so that I also know, okay, where is everyone? And that's why I'm going to go to sleep now. And we'll be back here tomorrow. So let's sleep until the next morning. What do you think about taxes? Steer? They're pretty high here. The crown is just way too greedy. Without the gold, Ascen, the people here in Lauvania would not be able to live so royally, I can promise you that. But I still have enough to pay the taxes. Otherwise I wouldn't be here, but with the name swallowers in the lower quarter. Where can I get work? Try it with the craftsmen. You can try it with the farmers in the countryside. There is always work there. Only the payment is a bit meager. Unfortunately, you won't find anything in the harbor at the moment. It is teeming with unemployed sailors. We're going to turn now, so I'm going to turn to the craftsman for now, and take the quest from the craftsman, and do these quests. I find them really amusing. But see also the crafting quests in Arch Olo's Game 2021. So here you can look at the maps, the two maps of the city and the region for free. You can also go into first-person perspective. Then you can take a look at the city here for free. And this is the region, Ascen. And here in the middle, here, there is the city, south of it is the slum where we were. Then it goes down here to the harbor. At the top left is Oren's farm. Then in the middle is Karl's farm. Here to the left of the city is the free camps. And here is the monastery. And this whole area here, that's the wasteland. And there is no map of the wasteland. But this region, it's very, very big. This is actually the largest region here of the whole region, so of Assen. This is the largest region. So what is Gothic? What is the Gothic main story? The Gothic main story is one thing above all, mangy. Yes, mangy. And it's the case, that you can make a very, very much money with authentic mangy, For example, currently, Squid Game Series 2021. Yes, Squid Game Series 2021. $1 billion success. $1 billion success. And I think, so if I were to do Gothic now, then I would aim exactly for doing something like Squid Game Series 2021, which is really authentic, and where I then think to myself, okay, just like they made billions with Squid Game Series 2021, just as I want to make billions. On the Wikipedia page of the city of Bologna, or on Google Earth, we have seen that the city of Bologna also borders on such a mountainous area, that means, on such an area with such mountains. And that's exactly what we have here. So here we have here to the coast, since we have rather flat land. And here we really have mountains on one side of the city. And then earlier, where I died all the time and stuff, that's all right with me. I mean, it's just this game, that you get hacked away at the beginning, with 2 or 3 hits, and then later on, you can kill all the monsters yourself with 1 or 2 hits. Then a very important idea, especially with the remastered, is that you make a tutorial of the game, especially regarding the combat system. So it's really best that you either do it like in Half-Life 1 game 1998, that you do a tutorial, which is then completely external to the game. Or you can even do a story tutorial, so that you kind of play the protagonist before he's kind of on Assen, and that the protagonist maybe. That is that at the beginning you somehow show that he is at least practiced in one-handed fighting. And then you can do a bit of dodge in such a tutorial. And a little bit, backstep dodge, that see how that works. So I think it's definitely fatal if you wouldn't do a tutorial at all when remastered. Because as you have seen, so now with the last episode, I can do fights, I can't do anything yet. Well, I can't defeat almost any human NPC, actually none at all. I can't defeat an animal or a monster at all. So the only thing I could somehow defeat was maybe a young, scavenger monster, with a lot of effort. Or any rats. Or, meat bugs or something. And every gamer, who maybe doesn't know Gothic 2 Game 2002, that well, and maybe doesn't know it yet, will then also think, what is that? That's unplayable. So definitely make a tutorial where at the beginning you just play a character who simply has more to offer. Or maybe even omit this topic of role-playing altogether. Although this thing that you are weak at the beginning, and then get stronger and stronger, I actually find so insanely good. That's not really a role-playing game for me, but that's what we have in action-adventure. For example, I recently played A Plague Tale Innocence Game 2019, which is now also the sequel, A Plague Tale Requiem Game 2022. And it's also the case that the character can't do anything at the beginning, and then learns more and more, and only then becomes much stronger. Well, we also have that very, very much an action-adventure, for example, that you can't really do anything at the beginning, and then only learn new skills in the course of the game. That's actually not a. So that's definitely what action-adventure has as well. And Legend of Assen Game 2018 is an action-adventure. Well, so I would definitely at the beginning, or at the beginning maybe as, or exactly as a tutorial maybe the arena. Although no, the arena doesn't. Because the arena is then also like that. I think then you are too blatantly spoiled when you play the arena with the story. So definitely do some kind of tutorial. I don't know exactly how I want that to be. So, that you definitely play a piece that is already practiced in backstep dodge, in blocking, and maybe even has the master stance and bows. So, that you just realize at the very beginning of the game, okay, the game can do that. The game can be ranged combat. The game can be magical. The game can melee. And of course it's the same with world design, that not everything shines the way it is now. And there's one thing. Wait for that. I'll repeat again, I think it's from episode 2, so we're in chapter 1 now, we're exploring the Romagna region. And in Romagna you get to know places that compete with Catholicism. We are playing a faction on the side of Catholicism, and we are now exploring the Romagna region for factions that compete with Catholicism. And of course there is a lot to discover. But of course at the end, or this is the main story of Legend of Ascen Game 2018, we will be the Gothic prequel. Because what really competes with Catholicism is, of course, Gothic, from which the Protestant Romans emerge. And, of course, the Protestant Church, or the Evangels in general, are of course the important competitor against Catholicism. And exactly, so of course the most important competitor is then Gothic. But of course before we even get to know Gothic. So from the beginning, of course, Gothic is not yet there. Gothic is only then to come. This is the Gothic prequel. Gothic only comes in the course of the story, in the course of the main story, actually only then from the end of chapter 2, only then does Gothic come at all. Or from chapter 2 onwards comes Gothic at all. Or do we get to know Gothic in this game world for the first time? And that's where we're learning, so we explore Romagna, and all the factions that compete with Catholicism. And there is, for example, a competition, for example, the Enlightenment and secularization. And let's take a quick look at them. So here, Wikipedia, the Enlightenment. What is this, Enlightenment? Okay, the Enlightenment is not yet such a blatant topic in the 14th or in the 15th or in the 16th century. But here it also stands for example, the one that was gained in the course of the scientific revolution in the 16th century. Okay, so the Enlightenment actually begins in the 16th century. So that's the time when Legend of the Romagna takes place. And we also get to know people here who tell us a lot of ideas from the Enlightenment. So at least that's what I expect from the faction that is called Free Camp here in the game. And that we also learn something about secularization in the Free Camp, that means that it is fundamentally to be rejected, that the Papal States have armies, lead armies, wage wars, levy taxes on armed forces. But, that here is this idea, that the Papal States must have no army at all, no armed forces at all. And yes, this is the idea of secularization. So these are actually the two topics that this faction, the Free Camps, has to tell about in the remastered. So now Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is of course also built by 7 people, or I think even less. Of course, it's not the perfect finished masterpiece, that you can now just do a remastered right away, like with Shadow Man Remastered 2021. It just made me a remastered. It's a remastered, of course. So what does remastered mean? In the end, remastered means remake. Yes, a complete remake, but this graphics, combat system, and gameplay are kept completely the same. That's what I expect from the remastered. And a very important change in content now compared to the original, is that the free camps are used to tell this story of secularization and the Enlightenment. In the original, we will see now, the free warehouse is complete, Eurojank. So everything we are told now in the free camp, all that we hear now in the free camp, what people are telling us, is Eurojank. For example, women are also an issue. In the free camp there are, as far as I remember, as we can see, there are no women. It's basically a pure 100% male camp. So it's kind of like the bandit camp, where I think there are only 1 or 2 women. But in the free camp there is no woman at all. So here we have 100% no woman at all, so to speak. And, also in general from the design and such, I don't like that, free bearings either. So that, free warehouses is definitely the one, that definitely needs to be completely rethought, completely redesigned. And anyway, in the whole main story, the free camps doesn't really have any meaning at all. It could even have been omitted entirely. So okay, you might need the army from the free camp a little bit, where you can fight the orcs somehow, or where you can somehow reconquer the harbor. But other than that, free camps is actually 100% superfluous. Of course, exactly, of course the witch is also still in the free camp. But I didn't think that was so well implemented. I didn't understand why it's right there now. It could have been somewhere else. And but in the remastered the witch must be in the free camp. Because then she has the freedom to think about Gothic, and how to fight Gothic in Italy. And, so the free warehouses is, as it is presented in the original, complete, Eurojank. It is, so to speak, the weakest place, the weakest storytelling of, Legend of Ascen Game 2018. And of course I'm not surprised, that those who, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 Let's Played on YouTube, decided exactly that, namely chose exactly that, Eurojank. That is, have decided to join the free camp. Use ChatGPT or artificial intelligence tools for new stories of the free camp instead of embarrassing yourself again by writing nonsensical dialogues. And yes, that, free stocks, that definitely needs to be done very differently than in the remastered. Because I also have to say, I didn't quite understand that, free camps either. And I have to say quite clearly, I have actually largely forgotten about the free camp. So 2 years ago, I played Legend of Ascen Game 2018. I can still remember the monastery very well. I can also remember very well, also partly well remember the harbor. And the wasteland and all that. But what was in the free camp, what we were doing there and so on. Wow, there really wasn't anything memorable about it. And yes, you really have to say most of it, you really have to throw away most of it completely. And, not this, Piranha Bytes, Eurojank formula of these 3 camps, but think, okay, this is the faction, that competes with Catholicism, and, that you then tell it like this. That's just very important. Personally, I have to be honest and say, that last time I also criticized the fact, that people refuse to acquire general knowledge, and, yes because they just stay stupid for life, and are stupid, and then are real creatures. But now, for example, I have to say quite honestly, on the subject of enlightenment I unfortunately don't have that much general knowledge either. Of course, I learned this in German lessons at high school. But as it is, it's proven that 99% of everything you learned in high school, during high school, or in these 13 or 12 years of schooling, what you learned and what you were confronted with, you forget it, and you forget it in a way that you have never been confronted with in your life. And that's exactly how I feel about it now with the topic, enlightenment. So my specialty is Gothic. So, what is Gothic? Gothic is a paganism, the Aztec religion is paganism, translated into European aesthetics. That's Gothic. And I am completely familiar with Aztec religion, with the Huitzilopochtli perspective, with the Nahuatl language. So I'm very familiar with Aztec religion. So I can really tell you a lot, but on the subject of enlightenment, I'm not so strong. So I don't know exactly what exactly has to be told then. Perhaps, well, it's about Thomas Hobbes. That's what I know for sure. Leviathan and so on. So in any case, we'll be told a lot about things like this, Leviathan and stuff like that in the remastered, so we definitely have to get told a lot in the remastered than in the free camp. Well, now I have warned in detail about the Eurojank who is now waiting for us here in this episode of the free camp. Exactly, this was definitely important to me to warn in detail about what kind of Eurojank we are now confronted with here. And that's also the worst, Eurojank. So in the monastery or in the academy, there we encounter really interesting dialogues. But here in the free camp we are now only confronted with Eurojank. And possibly, maybe you can now completely skip everything that I play now in the free camp, which you can actually also watch at the walkthrough now. So I think next time, it will be really interesting again when we go to the monastery or go to the harbor. But now we're dealing with the Eurojank brain farts. By some developer, who probably didn't understand what Ascen is, or what Ascent should have been. I think that free camps has been developed without regard to the overall vision of the entire work, of the overall main story, as a miss of the theme, as a singularity. As a singularity. As a singularity, Eurojank storytelling, and singularity, Eurojank setting. Why pimp trainer? Make meaningful, learning by doing, teachers and books. So I think now the time has come when I can skill one-handed, practiced. That means, change to the better animation from 30%. And yes, I'm actually already satisfied with 7%. That's actually fine. With what I've achieved so far, with only learning by doing. Because I can't find weak opponents anymore. So no weak ones, scavenger monsters, no weak ones, wolf monsters, or whatever. So I think one-handed 7% is actually already the highest. Although maybe I can kill a few rats here, and maybe level up a bit. I do not know. So what do I need? I need 27 for 29, I need 22 for 29 and then plus 5. So I need 27. And then I have 12. Then I have 25 strength. Yes, that's actually okay. So let's do that. So teach me something. How to fight with one-handed weapons. Now I have 9. Then I need 20th now, so 5th, 10th, 15th, 20th, and now I have 29th, and now I can do it again for 5th, so now I have 16 learning points. Teach me how to fight with one-handed weapons. So now it costs twice as much. 16, now I have 11. 11 learning points. Exactly, and the 11 I do in strength. Teach me something. Come back when you have more experience. Very good, now I have to go up a level, then I also have 34 strength. Okay, perfect, 34. Now I'm practiced. Now I can beat fast. Well, with 24 strength I can't do anything with it yet. So okay, I have to level up one more, and then I can carry a rusty sword, or even the self-forged weapon here. So now I have decided to go to the monastery. So as I said, I interpret the monastery as a Jewish monastery, and with the god, Adonis. So, here I'm using the weapon wheel. And I hold down the gun draw. And then forward. Or to the rear. And you can change here. So the last time we played, we explored the city, that is, we can now become apprentices. And actually explored everything in the city, so we talked to everyone. Then we were in the free camp, where we also explored everything. We also accepted all the quests there and talked to everyone. And then we were still in the monastery, and there we accepted all the quests, and talked to everyone. And in this episode one will mainly explore the farms. And then go to the port. Well, now I can think about who I want to be an apprentice with. Namely, if I become an apprentice to Garrote, then I can, as far as I remember, make arrows. So, that might be quite interesting if you play with bows. Joachim is exactly the same. So you can also learn to make arrows and bolts, and somehow. And then I can just get the strongest one-handed weapon when I become an apprentice with him. Then I'll learn how to forge the weakest sword, and the second weakest sword. I think, that costs 5 learning points. And then grind. Then I can still sharpen the 2 weapons, or the weapon, that I can still equip. And then I'm actually quite well equipped. Now I have the guns. Now I can finally go monster hunting. And now I'm going to get some decent armor. And there are the shoes. And the leather armor, the standard leather armor. Okay, so now I've had enough, Roperai, to buy the best armor, and to buy the cards, and to buy just everything I like to buy. And, for example, to buy the first scrolls, which of course I like. Since as in, Arch Olo's game 2021 the telekinesis spell scroll, with which you want to search the landscape for pick-up items to loot. Then I'll buy another belt. And maybe I can buy the amulet as well. And buy another ring. Amulet and ring improve talents, but this can also be reconsidered for the remastered. And then I'm really well prepared. So I have a good gun. I have good armor. And now I can really go into the woods and kill monsters and gain experience points. In the remastered that, delete EXP system, that means that you don't get any more experience for killing animals and NPCs, then do it like in GTA San Andreas game 2004, because this is set in Italy, and only being mass murderers because of it. EXP grinding disturbs the immersion and Eurojank alike. Let's have a look at the map first. So here is the map of the city. You always hear these scary stories. And here is the map of Assen, that means of the whole area. Huge, with lots of dangerous critters. So I was busy exploring the farms, and the surrounding countryside, and the in-between, between the monastery, the free camp, and the city. And I also joined the guild, the Craftsman's Guild. And I've really armed myself sensibly now, that is, with a sword, and with armor. And now I can finally defeat Lurker Monster. So I can, Snapper Monster, Wolves Monster, Lurker Monster, all defeat super well and comfortably with the backstep dodge. Which can be said in any case. Now about the gameplay as a new insight, or you can emphasize again, that this gameplay is very meditative, and very chill, and also very calming. So I'm really in such a meditative trance when I play this game. Or so when I'm playing this gameplay, and yes, this gameplay and this combat system. So I'm really in a kind of trance, flow, meditation, trance. So for me it also has something of vacation, of relaxation. I was at the lake the other day. And then I was lying on the water, on my back, and I was really stretching out, and really relaxing. And that's how I would describe the feeling of Gothic2 game 2002, that means, Legend of Assen game 2018. So today's games, for example the other day I played, A Plague Tale Innocence game 2019. And this, for example, was a game, that is very challenging. So or for example, Red Dead Redemption 2 game 2018 which I played with controller. This is also very demanding. So you always have to click, and then hold the controller in your hand, and then click like that and like that, also be physically present. And here, there's something really meditative, calming, chill about it. And that's just the strength of this gameplay and this combat system. Also here, I have shown, now you can finally see the combat system, the backstep dodge dot, that worked great too. So I hardly had to heal myself because I was actually really good, actually fighting. And, that just. Once you understand that, the combat system, it just has something chilly, meditative. Exactly, that's what I would like to have said in any case, and also to have emphasized again how the gameplay and the combat system feels, namely really like vacation, like meditation, like enjoying flow. And first of all, I would like to repeat once again that Legend of Assen game 2018, that means, a remastered of Legend of Assen game 2018 especially on the USA market, has very good chances, or has very good chances to be really very successful there, much better than in Germany. Because the topics, that means, the content-related topics that are addressed or touched upon in Legend of Assen game 2018, or, that are the topics of Legend of Assen game 2018, are discussed and thematized very vividly in the USA. And in Germany it is the case, that the topics are actually not addressed at all, are actually not discussed at all. And that's just what we've seen and experienced, that even in the German community, Legend of Assen game 2018 was and is completely ignored. So especially the US, is the market for these themes, and for a remastered. And now I would like to take a look at this video again, or show this video again. Because here in this video, there is also a topic from Legend of Assen game 2018 discussed. And then you can also think, okay, when have I ever heard people talk or discuss such a topic on a talk show in Germany? So we have video 2, I think it was there, we looked into the video here. And there we were, there was talk about the topic that it was going to try this topic, and unnecessarily, that is that you have an instrument of power, and this instrument is now being tried for the first time. And that's exactly what we have with Gothic Prequel. So we have Gothic, which is something completely new, and then we try it out for the first time. And also in a very unnecessary way, in the 16th century in Italy. And here social media, is also something new, so to speak. And that's just what we're trying out here. So that's kind of a theme from Legend of Ascen Game 2018. Now let's take another look here. There are actually many opportunities where I don't take the bait. Sometimes I am just in that mood. Okay. But you know, sometimes I do it, because I do. I am going to something that might get me into up here. Okay. I think sometimes when people, and this is a very understandable. I don't fault someone for doing it. Okay. But when like suddenly the horde comes upon you. And you're like, ah, the horde. Like you kind of publicly say, I can't believe what they're doing. And you almost kind of admit the harm, the distress that they're causing you. Okay. That's what they want. Yes. Like he from the Atlantic, his famous quote about Trump. The cruelty is the point. That's it. Ah, the horde. When like suddenly the horde comes upon you. And you're like, ah, the horde. When like suddenly the horde comes upon you. And you're like, ah, the horde. Okay, so this is the discussion, what if the horde suddenly goes after you? And that's exactly one of the themes of Legend of Ascen Game 2018. Because here. So because Gothic is like this, it's about the techniques of how to create hordes, how to cause hordes, and how to take control of hordes. And then train and hound hordes on someone, so to speak. And exactly, this is a topic in, so to speak, Legend of Ascen Game 2018. Then especially in Chapter 3. So especially in Chapter 3, that's what it's about. Or in Chapter 4, in Chapter 4 of Legend of Ascen Game 2018, it's about trying out how you can take control of hordes and then direct hordes. But here in Legend of Ascen Game 2018 it's like this, it's just about trying it out, creating a horde at all, and letting a horde loose on someone at all. So in the US, the themes that are used in Gothic. The themes that appear in Legend of Ascen Game 2018 are very vivid themes. And that's why a remastered will of course also be very successful economically, especially in the USA. But in Legend of Ascen Game 2018, it's just about hordes in a rather primitive way. And as I said, these are topics that are very relevant in the US market, or will be very well received, So hordes are absolutely essential for Gothic. I told you that the biggest Eurojank is that free camps from Legend of Ascen Game 2018. So that free warehouses must to be told in a better way with the help of ChatGPT. As I said, I have explained this in detail. And now I would like to talk about the monastery, or the academy. Because it has already turned out better, definitely, in any case much better. But of course, in the end, the port is. So the harbor and the monastery are about as bad as mediocre. So the monastery and the harbor definitely have to be optimized, let's say, even have to be rebuilt more appropriately. So that free warehouse needs to be completely rebuilt. So to speak, what is here in the original, that means, what the 7 people have built there that has to be completely thrown away in the free camp. That doesn't fit at all. And at the monastery and the harbor, there has to be an optimization again. The monastery is supposed to represent a faction that competes with Catholicism. And here I say quite clearly, this is Jewish history in Italy in the 16th century. This is the so-called Jewish monastery, or one could also say the Jewish ghetto. Now let's take a look at the TV series, Borgia Series 2014. I showed an excerpt there. And in the television series, Borgia. Here from 2011 to 2014, the topic of Jews in Italy in the 16th century was also discussed, but not in such a way that I would have remembered what was being told in concrete terms. In any case, it was simply a matter of common knowledge that all Jews were expelled in Spain. And many Jews fled from Spain to Italy. And that was actually depicted. So as the Pope and Italy, so to speak, are now dealing with the Jews from Spain, that is, how they have the hand. Exactly, you might be able to take a look at that again. But I don't think there was anything special about it. And now let's take a look here, and that's the history of the Jews in Italy. And of course one thing is immediately very clear, and that is, that most of the Jewish communities, or most of the Jewish life in Italy, takes place here in Romagna, that is, here in central Italy in Romagna. There are the most important Jewish communities in Italy. And then here in Italy, we also have, I'll call it kindly, academy or monastery. And you just have to tell it as casually as these topics of secularization and enlightenment. So that's not a major topic in the game. But it should be mentioned, or it definitely needs to be. And then also more or less half-baked the narration, as it was told here in the series Borer. So what does the monastery have to be? What does the monastery have to tell better in the remastered? Again consult ChatGPT as a help. That we explored the regions around Karl's farm, that means, the intermediate area between the monastery and the free camp. And that's where we're going to go now. And now the next thing we do is go to the pub. And which is located here in the forest next to Karl's farm. And we explore the pub. And then we go to the quarry. And then I just explore the area. Fight against monsters. And then we actually explored the whole region here, so here is this whole region between, free camp, monastery and, Oren's farm. Okay, I've now discovered a camp of bandits, and they killed me here with their bows immediately. So I don't think I need to go there anymore for now. No chance against these badass archers here. Maybe exchange this monster for the bear from, Arch Olos Mod 2021, or change it in some other way, just ask, Photoshop AI. Of course, I shouldn't play against a Shadowrunner monster just yet. Besides, I can't take out the horn yet. Rethink animal trophies. So the most important thing to explore in Chapter 1 is now the port. And then the surroundings of the port. And then maybe a little bit more towards the gold mine. And then, of course, Oren's farm. Across regions. So I told and explained, that Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is a metaphorical representation of Romagna. And Romagna is a region, that is only defined, by the Elder God. So it is by the Elder God, that Romagna is defined. Now we have a region, that is defined by the Elder God, which is Romagna, but in the Gothic, in the Gothic main story, in the main history, because we have several regions, that are defined by the Elder God. And Prussia, the most important population of Prussia, were the Protestant Romans. And as we learn in Legend of Ascen Game 2018. In Legend of Ascen Game 2018 it is also about the story, how all the Protestant Romans, how they came to be. And so first of all the Protestant Romans arise in Romagna. And then all the Protestant Romans here from this region, and also from Romagna, all decide to emigrate to East Prussia in order to mix with the Lithuanians as well. And this is how the people of Prussia come into being. Now we see the harbor. So as I said, I think it's so mediocre successful, as well as the monastery. This definitely needs to be improved again. So to be rebuilt again. With the help of Google Earth. So this is a port, a real industrial port. Such a bigger port. I find the harbor exciting, with the amount of houses. Okay, yes, I was just talking, so I told you, that for me the port is also a metaphorical representation of the city of Romagna, of the port of Ravenna. So here is the port. So I interpret the port here, as a metaphorical representation of the city of Ravenna. And, that the port here is so moderately successful, so I think so especially in such a remastered or so in the remastered the port definitely has to be made better again. So quite. Also here, for example, how tightly squeezed it all is. So here, for example, how tight it all is and stuff. I don't think that's so well done. I would say, that the port is not as bad now as, for example, the free warehouses. I find the free camps quite boring, and also very junk. But the port is actually so mediocre. Exactly, that's actually all you want to sum up about the port. Exactly, the port doesn't make any sense at all, exactly, that's the way it is. So on the one hand, we've got these super awesome docks here. So the harbor is actually really geared here to receive really big ships here. That's exactly what we have in Ravenna. So in Ravenna it's the same way. That's a very, very big important port. But then you ask yourself here, okay, how are the goods going to be loaded here? So here, for example, there can't even be any car or something like that. I mean, there's the tunnel here. There is the tunnel here. And then they kind of drive through the tunnel here, or what? So it doesn't make any sense at all. So the port somehow doesn't make sense. It definitely has to be built differently in the remastered. And yes, that's why I say a remastered game, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 has no copyright. Yes, there is no copyright for this game. There is no copyright for this game. Because you just have to do so much differently in the remastered. In the remastered you have to rebuild so much. Just such places as the port, or the free camps, or even the monastery. It all has to be rebuilt so blatantly, that you can definitely only speak of an inspiration at the end. Here, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is a metaphorical representation, of Romagna, is a metaphorical representation of Romagna. So we have here the city of Bologna. And then the city of Bologna is connected here with the port. So here you can see the port of Ravenna. This is a real industrial port. And that's what the remastered just has to tell. So here we have the real industrial port of Ravenna. And then Ravenna is connected with Bologna, and in general with the whole of Romagna. So here is the port here, is the most important port for the economy in Romagna. So and as you can see here, the harbor is definitely very wide, and is definitely not such a blatantly squeezed harbor. But you can really imagine how the goods arrive here, when they arrive here, that is, when such a ship arrives here, and then the goods arrive here. So here to Bologna. And that's what we have, and it's different with Ravenna. So Ravenna serves to supply the whole of Romagna. So Romagna is not only Ravenna, and here the villages. But Romagna is mainly inland here. So here we have the mountains, which we also see in Legend of Ascen Game 2018. Here we see the mountains. And on the other side here the plains. And the port must then be shown in the remastered, that the port is oriented towards the entire region. That means that the port serves to supply the region. And so on the one hand, they've made a very very crass harbor dock. Just like here in Ravenna. There are really blatant docks here. So that's exactly what we have in Legend of Ascen Game 2018 in the harbor. Or where really huge ships can sail here. But how tightly squeezed it all is, and how all the goods from this dock, let's say now from such a place, then here to the city, so, that has definitely not succeeded, that definitely needs to be rebuilt again. And that's why, in the end, of course, Legend of Ascen Game 2018, as it is just a demo, a playable teaser. And has no copyright. Because someone who really does a remastered of has to rebuild so much, and has to do so much differently. With the help of Google Earth and ChatGPT. And that's, so like I said, that's the important difference. Ravenna is simply not just for itself. Port and then Ravenna. But Ravenna is there for the entire Romagna region. But that's exactly the difference, that is that the port is by itself, and the other port is not. Exactly, that's actually the least trivial. But how to build the port here, that shouldn't be such a difficult task for the one who does the remastered. So that's what I'm criticizing about the port. Which definitely still needs to be rebuilt. And that's when you can just tell, that the remastered will definitely. So the one who does the remastered doesn't need to ask anyone's permission, for example, regarding the issue of copyright. Because, as I said, you have to change and rebuild the harbor and so much again, so, that it all just makes more sense. So of course there are computer games, that are complete, Eurojank, and here this game is partly, Eurojank. Just like Gothic 1 and 2. So, for example that here the harbor, so here makes no sense at all, so here these narrow streets and so on. It doesn't make any sense at all. I can't drive a car here and so on. Exactly, so, that definitely has to be built differently. Here at the harbor, a very, very tragic event happens. In Chapter 4, a very, very tragic event happens in the harbor. And yes, and I think that's why the port is a bit boring from the quests, and especially from the quests. But the harbor can get on your nerves a bit. So now here this design also here everything. How everything is so cramped, and so winding. Then you get lost, you get attacked. So that's a bit of a struggle. So I'd say I'm learning it all. See how to learn animal trophies and give them to hunters at Arch Olo's Game 2021. Especially the game also has something meditative. Yes, the game has something meditative about it. And then those stutters. And next time we'll go here, Oran Farm. Where to get there, the signposts on the streets show us. Here, Oran's farm is definitely also a very very successful and sympathetic place. And this time I'm going to a place that's a bit like a foreign body, or a bit off the beaten track, so I didn't really need to go there so far. But it turned out very, very well. Namely, we go on, Oran's farm. And, what's supposed to represent Oran's farm anyway? And that's when I just took a look, here on Google, namely at the topic of the estate in Romagna. And if you look at the pictures, here for example, or this, or here, then you will recognize, well, you will recognize Oran's farm. So this is a typical country estate in Romagna. Here, for example, or here. So there are 3 or 4 houses, and then we have such a field here, and rather such round paths, and that's exactly what we're going to experience now in Legend of Ascen Game 2018 with Oran's farm. And so, what's special is, I think for a country estate, or for a Roman country estate, that no servants and maids really live here. Well, there are, for example, I told you last time, in East Prussia, for example, there were the large land-holding farms, where there were very, very many servants and maidservants, and or even serfs. And here in the Roman estate, we actually have. So that's what it typically looks like. So now it's about the farm, which simply supplies the city of Bologna, or here also the region with food. Now we are experiencing the estate. I think it has a lot of charm too. Well, Oran's farm has a lot of charm, is also very successful, so it's definitely very very much fun for me, but feels, you have to be honest. So I've explored just about everything so far, actually more or less, except Oran's farm, and the wasteland. And so far there hasn't really been any motivation to go to Oran's farm, except maybe 2 quests. Bring nails to anyone. Or pick up wheat flour for anyone. And so, for me as a player, it feels a little bit like that now, like something like that, what's it called? Like a foreign body. So like an expedition to such a foreign place, which doesn't really belong to the heart now. And here I am, I don't know if it has to be that way. So whether Oran's farm should be made a bit more attractive, that one should perhaps go there sooner, or whether that actually fits now. I don't really know, I have to say. But in any case, we will experience a lot of interesting things, and have a lot of fun, here on the farm, here on the Roman estate. Here you can see bandits. So here, bandits have got themselves here, are here. I'm curious to see if they attack me. So these are very easy bandits to defeat. Because they are not even practiced in sword fighting, so they don't even make 2 blows in a row, but only 1 blow. This means that you can block them out completely. So I have to be honest, when I played the game for the very first time 2 years ago. So now I'm playing it for the second time. I didn't have the time to explore everything here and picked up all the plants. But when I played this game for the first time, I really wanted to know, okay, what does the game actually have to offer? What does the game have to offer? And what is the main story about? And I've actually rushed through this game more than that. And now, that I know the game, and love it, now it's the case, that of course I play it much more with leisure than I did before. Because now I know, okay, the game is very good. The game is worth it. The game is not a waste of time. So I also want to, me as an adult, so I as an adult also don't want to waste my time with any crap. And that's why I rushed through it so much. And now really explore everything at leisure, collect all the plants, just like you play Gothic 2 Game 2002. Gothic 2 Game 2002 was the same. When I played Gothic 2 Game 2002 for the very first time, I didn't know, is the game any good now? What is it all about? And that's when I rushed through, I can remember. And when I saw, okay, the game is really good, it's really a good game, then you develop the inner attitude, that you give yourself this leisure. And there's also a mechanic, that takes damage from heat or cold. That's why I'm not going there for the time being. But definitely. And of course, it must be emphasized again, walking paths make the ice area the same as with the desert, that means, as an external region with loading time interruption, and no longer directly connected to the main map. The first time I played through it, I went straight to the ice area. And I walked these paths for almost ages. And it wasn't worth it in the end, because there was just nothing. So there was nothing to loot, there was nothing to defeat. So there were no monsters for me to defeat. And in the end, it was just, that I looked at what was there. And later in chapter 5 I was annoyed by the walkways. Because I've been there before. Managed. Now I've completed all the quests except this one from chapter 1. How long have I been playing now? 24 hours. Exactly, but it took me 26 hours on my first playthrough. The Retro Championship. So retro gaming from the years, let's say from 1999 to 2009. So in 2009 the last big retro game was released, which is, Minecraft Game 2009. And, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is supposed to be the retro championship of all those great retro games we had. So he makes me go with 2 hits. And I'm going to do him a little bit of damage. Of course, there are now the absolute pro gamers, who can now master all this here with this, backstep dodge, and can already defeat a warg monster. As I said, I can try a bit with, backstep dodge. But look! Now there are already 2 of them. So you mean the bow animation is something very special? So I don't know now. So for me, the animation is like in, Days Gone Game 2019. Well, Days Gone Game 2019 is also one of those games where you're looting all the time, and then you're picking things up all the time. Or also in, The Last of Us Game 2013, where you also do loot all the time, and scavenge, so scavenge. And that's exactly what you have here in, Gothic 2 Game 2002. But I also have to say I really hate this, automatic loot mod. I think it's just a standard animation. But in any case, like all animations, it definitely has a lot of charm. It's hand-built without motion capture, and it definitely has a lot of charm. And that's also very important to me. So me for example, I really hate it when someone uses this auto-loot mod for example. So I think, that just destroys the whole game for me. A game like Gothic, or even like, Days Gone Game 2019, is simply scavenge. So a very, very important gameplay is this scavenge. So this looting that you just stand there, and then loot the stuff. If I throw anything away now. Or this animation when he throws something or something. The way he bends over like that, and then takes it this way and that. I think it just has a lot of charm. When it comes to remastered, a remastered doesn't make any sense to me with Gothic 2 Game 2002. Or Gothic 1 Game 2001. It makes 100% no sense to me. The only thing that makes sense to me with Gothic 1 and 2 is reboot, that means, reboot. So reboot is kind of a remake, but more than that. So exactly, more than a remake. And the only game where I say it needs to get a remastered is, Legend of Ascen Game 2018. And that's why, yes, that's why I'm doing this now, so, that I can simply record my thoughts on the remastered in detail for myself. Oh, you mean, that animation they just added? These welcome animation? Yes, they have too. That's exactly what you can say. So there are new animations. But they are not, over the top. Exactly, for example, Arch Olo's Game 2021, so in the Polish mod, they made so many new animations, that I find so terrible that I find so embarrassing, and, that are so, over the top. And here they have made a few new animations, which simply fit the setting theme, that is, this bowing from the priest. Or in the free camp, that you do such a buddy pose or something. Such a Roman greeting. Such a Roman greeting. Such a Roman greeting, it somehow fits here to the setting theme. So I'm just doing this now to make a reminder for myself, so to speak. Everything I have to say about the remastered of Legend of Ascend game 2018, that means, remastered of Gothic 2 game 2002. And so from this retro gameplay. So everything I think has to be like a retro, this is how retro championship has to be, and this is how the remastered of Legend of Ascend game 2018 has to be. What it's all about, where I would like to express my thoughts and my opinions. And, that also involves, Gothic 2 game 2002. So exactly, so all the opinions I have about the remastered 2, Gothic 2 game 2002, I also express here, exactly. But I'll get to that, I'll get to that. Exactly, at the beginning of chapter 4, I will explain in detail, that not all people live in families. And then I'll go back to the news, that we're getting a lot of information at the moment. For example, a mother threw her 2 children out of the window. And so. As I said, there is such news, for example, currently, mother throws her children out of the window, where you can just see very clearly, as I said, that certain ethnicities, or, that not all people can live in families. So simply from their race, from their genetics. But why Minecrawler monsters should now appear here, in Legend of Ascend game 2018, is not at all clear to me. And so if there are Germanic peoples. In any case, there are also Germanic peoples in Italy, but they are not represented metaphorically here. They are then, Gothic 1 game 2001 metaphorically depicted. Udis is Gothic. So Gothic is low fantasy, that's not high fantasy. So in high fantasy, that would be like no idea, like in Warcraft game series. So now, for example, if we are now in the high fantasy franchise, Warcraft game series. And now you ask, where do they, orc monsters come from? Or where do they come from, where do these monsters come from? Where do the goblin monsters come from? Where do the naga monsters come from? These fish monster beings, and such. So in Warcraft game series, it is explained exactly by which god some monsters were created. And then the one, Shadow Lord, did something, then created the orc monsters, and so. But we don't have that in Gothic. So in Gothic, there isn't just any deity or anything that would have created the Minecrawler monsters now. But in Gothic, the Minecrawler monsters are a metaphorical representation. Because Gothic is low fantasy. So in low fantasy, certain people or certain groups of people are represented metaphorically. And places are also represented metaphorically. I'll explain that in the next episode, where we go into swamp, what the swamp. So Romagna, with Bologna, Ravenna, and so on, that is not represented too metaphorically. So already metaphorically, so this is represented metaphorically, namely as retro graphics and so on. But regions in Italy, other regions in Italy are represented completely metaphorically, that is, as a swamp, as a snowy area, as a desert. And so regions are represented more metaphorically than other regions. So that, Legend of Ascend game 2018 remastered needs to be clearly aligned, like The Last of Us Part 2 game 2020. Namely, dodge, one-handed, and possibly two-handed. Yes, maybe two-handed, like the weapon now that you have such an okay weapon on your back. But not such a completely unrealistic, much too big two-handed weapon, that you carry on your back all the time. Or how is a two-hander supposed to hang on a belt, backpack, bag? One-handed sword is carried on one's belt. Gothic is low fantasy. And in low fantasy there aren't any such weird weapons. So that's why I play just like the action-adventure is just polished. How to play it then, namely one-handed dodge. And maybe even as realistically pleasant two-handers. Or you then rush with bow. Or you can play magician. And I would say that's all that we're exploring here in the mine. It doesn't make any sense at all. This wind makes it unbearable for me to stay here. And in chapter 3, or chapter 4, we'll come back to this. And that's another reason why I think it's completely superfluous and completely unnecessary to explore here, as we'll do that again in detail later. And all the quests we can do here are just superfluous. So the one with the lightning and with these effects in the wasteland that also irritated me a bit the first time I played through it, or confused me. So that's the way it is in the wasteland. So here in this area, there's such an effect, which is, that you get struck by lightning here, and that you have such effects. And exactly such effects are also present in the ice area and in the desert. I've now completely completed chapter 1. I've done all the story missions in chapter 1, I've talked to every NPC in chapter 1, and I've explored all the places I can go in chapter 1. And so, I've now completely explored the map. We've already been to the wasteland, and we've explored most of it. But these are, of course, dragon snapper monsters, and monitor lizards, and skeleton monsters and such. And warg monster. I can't defeat all of this yet. And now I've been everywhere, exploring everything, now in chapter 1, doing all the missions. Now I could even dare to defeat a skeleton, with 70 strength, and with a weapon that does 90 damage. Okay, I now have a playtime of 29 hours. Now in the following, the walkthrough is really only about the main story. And besides, there are definitely side stories, and things to explore. But I think most of the playtime now in the following, will definitely be the main story and explore then. So everywhere I can go with my weak protagonist now, that means, where there are not so strong enemies yet, I have now explored everything. Chapter 2. And now we continue with chapter 2. Okay, so the story of chapter 2. So now in chapter 1. So the story of Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is Gothic. So and we have a true and genuine Aztec game just waiting protagonist like in the games of Rockstar Games. And just as the Florentine Codex is structured, it is also the case, that if you don't really know anything about Gothic, or about Aztec religion, then it was just like in the Florentine Codex in Book 1, or now also in Chapter 1, Legend of Ascen Game 2018, that you definitely think you have understood very, very much. And everything there is to criticize about Chapter 1, I have criticized. So in the remastered there is definitely still a lot of improvement to be made, so that you definitely get the monastery, the free camps, and the harbor, told much better. And in Chapter 1 we have now explored the Romagna region, which is a metaphorical representation of the Elder God region of Romagna. And now at the end of Chapter 1, we are now joining a faction. So we can now join the city guard, the monastery, or the free camp. And in this way we hope, that we will finally get to the prince. And I'm going now, at the beginning I'm going to explore the upper quarter, and then we'll find, that we won't be allowed to go through to the prince. And so our chance, that we finally get to the prince is an expedition, or, that we take part in an expedition. All the important people of Romagna have decided to go on an expedition or to take part in an expedition to Florence or Tuscany. So here we have, so this is Tuscany. So this is what it looks like. And here is Tuscany. So here we have Romagna. And right next to it is Tuscany. And we have the mountains here. I'll go back to the presentation. So we have the mountains here now. And on the other side of this mountain, then is Tuscany, with Florence. Here is Florence. And that's where the most important people from this region go. Now we have found, that there is actually not really exciting competition in Romagna. But also, we will also find, that there is actually not really an exciting competition in Tuscany or in Florence. So in the Renaissance, Florence was the most important region for art and culture. And here we come to a decisive event, and, that is to this work. By Giorgio Vasari. Giorgio Vasari is a Florentine. And he is writing a work here, namely this one, Le Vite. And with this work, Le Vite, he founded art history. The foundation of art history. And in this book, of course, it is also mentioned, here pictures of the Italian Renaissance and the ideas. And in this work, of course, it is also mentioned, namely in art history, and, that is, or, that is the great theme, namely Gothic. Or the Gothic. The Gothic is then mentioned here. And let's take a look at that now. So we're going there with the other important people from Romagna. Let's go on an expedition to Tuscany, and now we want to find out whether this is heresy, levite, or whether it's some kind of competition for Catholicism. In the end, everything is quite boring. There is only one important thing, and that is the history of art, and that is Gothic. The whole of Tuscany is depicted as a swamp, because here Tenochtitlan, this is my desktop picture, Tenochtitlan, has been built in the swamp, that means, on a swampy island in Lake Texcoco. And in Tuscany in Florence is preserved the Florentine Codex, that means, Florentine, means Florence, that means, codex located in Florence. And this is the most important Aztec codex. And that's exactly the reference to why this is now being portrayed as a swamp. So, that means concretely, in Florence, in the Renaissance, there are many artistic things. So there are a lot of artistic works, a lot of artistic discussions. The invention of art history. But the only thing really important is Gothic, that is, Gothic, and that the Florentine Codex is kept here. And that's exactly what I'm thinking now. So if I think about it now, today, if I think about Florence today, what's worth seeing about Florence? So why do you have to have been to Tuscany or the city of Florence at all? Why should you have been to Florence now? Or why should you have been to Tuscany now? And everything is completely uninteresting. Only one thing is interesting, and that is, that the Florentine Codex is kept there. And it is also quite interesting, for example, that the Florentine Codex has now apparently been transferred, namely to the Library of Congress in Washington. Of course, I find that astonishing at first. But in any case is the website where you can look at it. So before here was the World Atlas of Language Structures. No, here, World Digital Library. And then you were linked to the website of the library in Florence, Italy. And then you could look at the Florentine Codex, digitally. And now they've moved it to Washington, to the United States. Now if you want to look at the Florentina Code digitally, then it is now possible, that you now have in the website in the USA, that means, the US government. So here the US government is now administering the Florentine Code digitally. And so I think it's good too, so now objectively. Because now you can finally download. Before it was just like that, you had the codex here. And then you could go through the pictures here. And then you could only save the photo in very poor quality. So here you can right-click, and then save image, and the quality was then very poor. And here you can download now. Namely, you can download the entire codex as a PDF. And the pictures are so moderately good. And you can download every single image in absolutely great quality. So the quality is really good. So I have a picture here, I downloaded it here. Here I downloaded a picture. And when I zoom in now, nothing is washed out, but it's really sharp when I zoom in like that now. And before it was like this, if I saved a picture now, at the library in Florence, then here alone at this zoom, everything was washed out. So maybe you could still see something, but when I zoomed in closer, I couldn't read anything anymore because the image quality was just so bad. And here you can now save the whole codex as individual images in really great image quality. Okay, so let's go here now, exactly. And then the following happens. So we'll explore the swamp then. So there's not really much interesting going on in the swamp right now, except dangerous monsters. It's very much about this community in the expedition. So in the expedition we have different characters. And it's just about these characters just reassuring each other, that they're friends, that they're just here now, as friends, as buddies, as a community, right now here in this expedition. All the characters in the expedition, I think that's absolutely great, namely, all the characters tell each other all the details. So there is no secrecy here. There is no concealment of any information here. Or, that one somehow keeps the other down, and by concealing some information. But all the information, that is somehow obtained in this expedition will also be communicated. And so, of course, they also explore the swamp in different places, and or set different emphases in their investigation. And then they meet again and again for a meeting. And everyone tells what he has discovered, or what his thoughts are. So it is discussed here quite openly and seriously about all thoughts and all topics, what you experience here. But now it is the case, that Gothic, or Gothic, is of course an art or also a culture, which of course, and this is also the core definition of Gothic, that it is a paganism culture, or a paganism art, a paganism religion. So Gothic is the art of a paganism religion. And what does this mean? That means, that this art divides the consumers, and this art divides the people into the people who understand this art, and it divides the people who don't understand this art. That's what we have today. So the Gothic community is clearly divided in Eurojank, and in not Eurojank community. And or so people who think Gothic is Eurojank, and that is fine, and in the people who say that this is Gothic. And exactly, so we have. So Gothic is a paganism art. And this paganism art will, of course, completely blow up this community of this expedition. And I think it's in Legend of Ascen Game 2018, I think it's so well done in Chapter 2, I think it's so insanely well done, and so insanely well done, how it was told. How really in Chapter 2 there was just this friendship, and this healthy atmosphere, between all these characters, that they just tell each other everything, that they share everything. And then they are confronted with Gothic, and then this community is completely destroyed, completely blown up, and completely torn apart. And exactly, and our protagonist has now seen and experienced some things in Chapter 1, that question Catholicism, but he didn't expect something like Gothic. And that ultimately leads to, in other words, the hero, the protagonist. Not the hero, the protagonist then reads Gothic, and then he faints. So he falls, so he knocks it out completely. It will be complete. So that's a real blow, that sets him off. So he first becomes, he faints first, and even almost dies, and he suffers from the fact, that he has now simply confronted himself with Gothic without being prepared. He also suffers mental or psychological damage. Irreversible mental illnesses, which also torture him, in the course of the rest of the story. So the protagonist will also experience nightmares again and again. And so, that he can't sleep, that he doesn't recover by sleeping. And so, he will definitely, the protagonist will also. So the mental health of the protagonist is really blatantly shaken. And of course we understand that. Of course, we understand that. So we play as protagonists, we play a Roman man, on behalf of Catholicism, that is, on behalf of the military of the Papal States. And in Gothic, what is Gothic about? So in Gothic, an important theme in Gothic is... Okay, so wait, I'm just reading the book of Werner Heisenberg. One part in the whole. And Werner Heisenberg also begins in his book, in Chapter 1, with a theme, namely, it is the basic need of man, or the basic philosophical need of man is to be able to recognize an order in the world. And the tricky thing about Gothic is, that one can only feel an order in Gothic, that is, in Gothic, that you just. So in the most German art, Gothic, one can only feel an order, and above all also feel the advantages of this culture and this religion, the Aztec religion, and the Aztec way of life, so one can only experience the advantages in everyday life, namely if one is one. Namely, the race. The race of the Gothic, that is, the Gothic race. But here in this main story, it's about humanity in general, it's not about Japan, China, and whatever. But here it is only about the German race for the time being, the Gothic is only about the German race. So not exclusively only. So we're going to leave Japanese, Koreans out of the equation. Let's say in Europe, in Eurasia, Western Asia, and let's say Middle East, Africa. In Western Eurasia, one has only one advantage in everyday life, and recognizes an order in the Gothic, that is, if one is the German race, or if one has the German race. And the protagonist is not the German race. Who the race Germans are, I can also go into, that in Chapter 4. Exactly, so if you have, that is, if you have the German race, then you can recognize an order in the Gothic, and you can feel that you have an advantage through Gothic, or have advantages in everyday life. However, the protagonist is not a race of Germans, but is a Roman, that means, a purebred Roman. And he can now feel no order in this, that is, in the Gothic, in the most German art of the Gothic. But just the opposite. So it does completely disrupt him. So he's completely shaken. So he is completely shaken and shattered when he is confronted with Gothic there. So he has now just without preparation, he has now just Gothic confronted himself with it, and it has completely knocked his socks off. And very important is this, it's a soul reaver. So, reapers. To soul reaver. So the verb, soul reaver for example, is also a word, that is, for example, lost in translation, for example in English. I don't even know how to translate this into English. Well, cutting is also a very important topic in Gothic, for example, and it is the case, that all people can be soul revered, and, that is a hobby. To make poeple mentally unhinged as a hobby. All men can be soul revered as a hobby, except the race of Gothic. So just can't be soul revered breed Germans. Well, such an ethnicity, which does not exist in the USA, see the discussion about the Fallout game series. And then certain Japanese and Koreans and things like that. Otherwise, all of them can be soul revered. And what is soul reaver? To soul reaver. Well, soul reaver is such a phenomenon here. This is a German phenomenon. So, soul reaver is, for me, cutting, so if I'm talking about it personally, that means, for me, cutting is an everyday hobby. It's a very clear everyday hobby. And so, reaping is also something, that I am also of the opinion, which can also be understood and explained scientifically by now. Above all, because now also with transactional analysis, including psychology, certain models have been developed where this can simply be clearly understood empirically. So what is soul reaver? So, soul reaver is essentially killing. So you do it by killing the mental health of a person surgically precisely, in the face, so, that only works in the face, so it doesn't work digitally. So, cutting is not bullying, or bullying on the internet or anything like that. Rather, soul reaver is in the face. Soul reaver also has something to do with the theme, the evil eye. So, the evil eye is also a humanity culture theme. So in the face you can take away a person's mental health, so, that the person then dies. And that's why they can just be killed and thrown away. Exactly. And, cutting is, so first of all, cutting is a hobby. That's the first thing. And then, and this is also a very important topic, but wait. Soul reaver, that means, who can be soul revered? So, everything that does not have the normal self-discovery effort can be soul revered. In Legend of Ascen Game 2018 it is like this, we play a Roman as the protagonist. And the Germans, as I have said, are also the half-breeds of the Romans. And then there's a crucial issue. Namely, why do the Protestant Romans leave, why do they leave Italy? And this is not the soul reaver, but this is another phenomenon, that I have personally experienced several times. And, that is the natural phenomenon, and indeed this refers only very specifically to the rest of the Roman ethnicity, that means, from the purebred remnant of the Roman ethnicity. And that's the rabbit's cry. And the rabbit cry, that means that you trigger a remnant of Roman man to the rabbit cry that leads to the fact, that you then also decide to emigrate from Italy. And, that has to do with the rabbit cry. And what the rabbit cry is, I would like to show you briefly, on YouTube. If you type rabbit cry here, on YouTube, then you will find very many results on the rabbit cry. So there seem to be people. And exactly, I have to say that, so to me as a breed of Germans, the rabbit cry is really a hobby. So once you've really experienced that you trigger a man to the rabbit cry, it's so addictive. So in the end it's the same as if you now watch the YouTube videos of rabbit cry. So you find so many videos because the people who somehow manage to do it. So that's a kind of psychological technique to trigger a man to the rabbit cry. And also to trigger a rabbit to the rabbit cry. A rabbit won't cry if you just treat it badly, or if you treat it badly, or if you do it. For example, if you go to a rabbit and you grab it, and you shake it, or torture it somehow, then the rabbit won't scream. But the rabbit that a rabbit screams, so that's just a technique. That's a technique. So when a rabbit screams, it's just like when a Roman man screams, rabbit screams. Then he'll survive it. So this is a. So that's a psychological technique. It's not too disturbing. So you will definitely feel that. So you really feel Gothic now. So you can see really well here, it's a psychological technique. So he's using a psychological technique to trigger the rabbit to scream. And it's the same with the rest of Romans. So you do it, so you don't hold out any weapon to it. So, for example, if I hold out a knife to a remnant of Roman men, or a pistol or something, or threaten to blow them, he won't scream. It's a pure psychological technique. Okay, then let's take a look at the next other video. So, that you can see, this has nothing to do with this one single rabbit. Okay, so now here to trigger rabbit cry. As we have now seen well, Gothic, that means, Gothic is a paganism art, which can only be filled by the race, for example the German race, as an order in the world in general. And only those who have the breed. Those who have the breed, for example the German race, can also feel and experience the advantages in everyday life through the Gothic, that means, suffering, there is suffering, with the culture, that causes suffering for the cattle. Then we know today as Gothic, the translation of the Aztec Huitzilopochtli perspective. So we know them today as part of the Aztec theocracy, translated into European. Then of course we know this from the Aztec theocracy today. Here, the Protestant ethic and the spirit of capitalism. Or tomatoes in the greenhouse and stuff like that. The 16th century is a time in which there is still no hint that there will ever be Germany, the USA, or Russia for anyone. And there is a crucial thought from the linguists, that is, from the people who dealt with the Aztecs and Nahuatls in the Renaissance. And, that is, if we look at the world, and it is the case, that the vast majority of people in the world live in hordes of cattle, that is, this is not the cattle hordes region, that can now defend us against all these cattle hordes here. Or how we can somehow hold our own against these hordes of cattle. But there is now a consideration, namely the linguists who conceived the World Atlas of Language Structures in the 18th century, who considered that a herd of cattle must also be bred out of Europeans, a herd of cattle must be bred, with which we can then assert ourselves against all these other hordes of cattle in the world. So that's also trivial. So, for example, if you look at American culture, you'll find that in American culture, it's never about, for example, the topic of family, or the topic of household. So in American culture, it's always about lone wolves. So it's about individuals, about individualism. Or it's about those hordes. So American culture is not about households. It's not about the Cal Poly. But it's about lone wolves, and about hordes of cattle. And with this horde of cattle, we can then face all these hordes. This was, so to speak, the thinking of the linguists who designed the World Atlas of Language Structures in the 18th century. I would also like to show you very briefly about this, namely which countries are growing and which countries are shrinking. And it is the case, that all countries, that live in families, or in households, that are shrinking. And all the countries, that live in huge hordes, they are growing exponentially. And the reason why all these cattle are growing hordes, and that's just my opinion, or my analysis, that's because of the US. So this human experiment, has had exactly the opposite effect to what it was supposed to do. Namely, he has made all the hordes of the world even greater. While the demographics are particularly catastrophic, so now in all countries where families live. And that's why we urgently need Nahuatl, so, that we can completely end this human experiment here, this human experiment of US human rights, instead of the Gothic German dignity, yes, end it completely. Because this idea, that this horde is here. That may still be the case today. But there's a key point as to why I think it absolutely doesn't work. So you can just see, that the English language, especially among the whites, the Europeans, causes drug epidemics, and, that such people are enlivened by English, that is that such people also attain superiority. And this worldview, people are hordes. And this worldview, that's what we were confronted with in Legend of Ascen Game 2018, in Chapter 4. Okay, I'll talk about the hordes when it starts with Chapter 4, but now in Chapter 2 we were confronted with Gothic. And like I said, now we are really in it. Now we are really in the discussion about the Aztec theocracy. And that's right, that's where we start with Chapter 2. So now Chapter 1 was just banter a little bit. But now it's time to get down to the main story. Here we go. Now in Chapter 2 it really starts. Or is it only now, that Gothic is really getting started? So now I'm inquiring about the upper quarter. Then I'll join a political group. But I can definitely say, that we don't get any special quests from the city guard now. So we are just city guard, and then we can explore in the barracks. Compare become a city guard in, Arch Olo's Game 2021. So here we have something very typical Roman, namely or something quite typical for the setting theme, namely a thermal bath. And I think the thermal baths are really Gelungen.in, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 Chapter 5, because that's how it is. We also get told, namely to advance Gothic, namely to advance the Aztec theocracy, namely the rest Romans, have to become dragons. So the Roman woman must become a dragon. Otherwise you don't get to the Aztec theocracy. And if you block the Roman woman from becoming a dragon, then the Romans will remain the snakes, or the Romans will remain or be vampires. So it is then the parasitic ant species, of the non-parasitic colonies. So they are the vampires. But they are not the dragon who then becomes the elder god. So the next stage, so first the Romans become the dragon, and then the elder god. Okay, so now I've explored the whole swamp, defeated all the monsters and all the critters in the swamp. So, warg monster and skeleton monster is still hard. And that's exactly where I'm going to take my two companions with me. So, as you have seen now, we have a very, very open and honest atmosphere. And everyone is talking to each other. And the goal now is to find this book, a book. And that's of course in the remastered, it's then of course Gothic, so the translation of the Aztec religion, of Aztec paganism, into European aesthetics. And here the most important people from Ascen, or from Romagna, want to retrieve this book now, and have a very open and honest atmosphere with each other. Well, I think it's very very well done, the way it's told here. And the protagonist has now said, there are so many exotic critters, or exotic monsters. And they're not. And I said earlier, that in the remastered the monsters in the swamp have to be replaced by monsters, that fit the setting better. So ideally by Mexico swamp animals, or by the metaphorical representation of Mexican animals living in the swamp, instead of using something like, swamp shark monster or, monitor lizard monster here. Because, swamp shark monster and, dragon monster are really, yes, over the top, high fantasy critters, and which are best replaced by monsters, which simply fit better to the setting theme here. And once you've swapped out the monsters, it's true, that there are exotic critters here. But so are no exotic critters, just these standard, Eurojank high fantasy critters, so no special exotic critters, but just stuff. But it's definitely cool, that you have 3 different options for what you want to do here as support. So that's what the game gives you, that's how the game really gives you the feeling, that you're really in a community here, that can't really shake anything. Exactly, or who don't shake anything until they haven't found the book yet. What do you do here in the swamp? So explore the swamp. Plumb everything. Eliminate all monsters. All experience points. All side quests. I don't have a single quest left, that I have to do here in the swamp, that means you're ready to go. But all in all, what we have now experienced here has definitely been a very, very well-rounded affair. And now it's really getting started with the Gothic. And so I feel really right in the story now. And the charm, the retro charm just comes across really really well. And now it's off to the place where it was found, to the place where the Book of Gothic, that is, the Book of Gothic, is kept, that is, the book in which is written, the translation of Aztec paganism, into European aesthetics. And how is it depicted? So how is the location depicted in Legend of Ascen Game 2018? So the place of discovery is already shown quite okay. But of course in the remastered you can and must of course improve a lot, and you have to keep in mind, now at the location that this dungeon, that we are going to explore now, that it is a very, very strong recycling, of building elements from Gothic 1 and Gothic 2. So very many statues, very many design from Gothic 1 and 2, are recycled there. And there's no way you can just take that over one-to-one, of course. How does the site have to be designed? What is the place where it was found? What is the specific place where Gothic was found? And there is, of course, the location is of course only one, namely the own script. So Gothic is written in the script. Or the main story, the Gothic main story is a family story. So the Gothic main story is a family story, where it is also about the grandmother, who lives to be over 100 years old without needing care. And all relatives, all blood relatives, who experience the advantages, feel the order, and also enjoy the prosperity of Gothic. Of Gothic. And yes, Gothic is, of course, a family story. And accordingly Gothic is always a script of its own. If you Google self-script now, that means, Google the word self-script, then you don't actually find anything at all, that means, nothing at all, which is now supposed to be a self-script at all. If I type in English now, I can't find anything either. I could Google self-script right now. It says here, a great way to turn unhelpful thinking into helpful thinking is to use a self-script, that means, self-script and self-script, by which I mean the identical. Self-scripting. How do you know when you use a self-script? So important now for Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is of course only that, of course, as I said, Gothic is a family story. And it's my own personal story, of course. So Gothic is always a personal family story of its own. Where is the place where it was found? Where is the location of a personal family history? Of a family history, that doesn't even exist yet, that doesn't even exist yet, that doesn't even exist at the beginning of the 16th century, at the end of the 15th century. At the beginning of the 16th century, this family history of the Gothic period actually exists, it doesn't even exist yet, so at least not yet, so at least not yet. And where do you find them? So where do you find them? Where, then, is the specific place where the Gothic was found? And of course there is no absolute concrete model solution, but depending on who does the remastered, I have to think for myself what is the best metaphorical representation of my own script. Here at Legend of Ascen Game 2018 it is more the case, that this site is depicted as a dark cave rather than the dark cave of the human soul. The dark cave of the human soul. That's what we are going to explore now. Maybe a little bit like in Shadow Man Game 1999. Yes, as in Shadow Man Game 1999, that asylum, or like dark places in Shadow Man Game 1999. That's more or less how the own script has now been metaphorically depicted here, Legend of Ascen Game 2018. Now it's time to explore the metaphorical representation of the script. And now, so to speak, we've explored Tuscany, and a metaphorical representation of Florence and Tuscany. And now it's off to the place where Gothic art was found, of the book. Now we go to the place where the book Gothic was found, that means, Gothic. The remastered must never be technically inferior to current, Unreal Engine 4 games. So now it's like I'm playing Days Gone Game 2019. In Days Gone Game 2019 there are also 0 loading times when saving or loading. And that's exactly how it always has to be in the remastered. So that's priority number 1 for me in the remastered, no more loading times. See in the main menu under Controls, Arch Olos Game 2021, a quick button for the torch. And as you can clearly see here, right now, even now, you really need the torch in the game, or even at certain points. Because otherwise it's pitch dark, you can't see anything. But in the remastered there has to be a button for the torch. Because it can't be that I absolutely need a torch here, and then always have to search here in the inventory all the time. So the inventory, I would like to say this again clearly, the inventory is sacred. I adore love this inventory. This inventory is not confusing. It's exactly what I love, and that's this crumb, yes this rum crumb here. A little bit of searching around and stuff. That's 100% part of the fun for me. So taking that away is not possible at all, is completely illegal. The only thing I find annoying about it is looking for the torch. Because you need the torch regularly. And search for unread letters. And I don't necessarily need the other stuff on a regular basis. So for example, I don't necessarily need regularly, for example here the papers. A quick button for potions, for example, is forbidden here. Or what I also love, for example, is when I rummage around here, looking for what I choose best, for example to heal myself. Do I choose the potion now? Do I choose the one? Or do I prefer this? Or do I prefer to use this for healing? So that's what I absolutely love. And especially if you are in the inventory, then you are not in any external image. But you are still in the game. I see my protagonist, I don't lose sight of my protagonist. So the inventory is for me one of the most sacred things ever, Gothic 2 game 2002. And as I said, the only thing that bothers me here is that there is no quick button for the torch. And this is a teleportation artifact. So I can use it to teleport around. This means that the walking routes are now no longer necessary. From now on I can finally teleport around, finally teleport to the monastery quickly, for example, or to the free camp. That is, the Book of Adulthood. Where am I? What kind of place is this? After all, comprehension and cognitive abilities are still intact. You seem to have had more luck than brains. What happened? How did I get here? Apparently, you ignored any warnings and simply took the book in the swamp temple. Two experienced magicians, both of them have repeatedly emphasized that this book is dangerous. However, these words do not seem relevant to you. I just wanted to. Don't even keep talking. I don't want to hear justifications and excuses. The remaining energy of the artifact had put you in a mentally unstable state that you could no longer cope with on your own. Chapter 3. I found an artifact in the swamp temple. Here. That's extraordinary. Have you been able to use it for something before? I'm looking for a book. Let's take a look. Which one is it? Have you seen Harlot? Whom? Harlot, my husband. I've been looking for him for quite a while. He didn't come home one evening. I'm starting to really worry about him. Have you already reported this to the recruits? Yes, but they told me not to act like that, and that he would show up again. Where have you looked for him? I searched almost the entire middle and upper quarter, but found nothing. And I don't dare to go to the lower quarter. You always hear these stories about these places. Any other clues? No, he said he wanted to go to the market, and then didn't come back. But I didn't see him there, and neither did any of the merchants there. So on my first playthrough, I used to let Patrizia weeks when I spent months looking for her husband. So I thought, that was really funny, Patrizia really asked for months, where is my husband? Where is my husband? And yes, and where's the man, of course? And then the flash of inspiration came to me. Ah, where is he supposed to be? He hides from her, or because she is limping or paralyzed. He can only be here. So I'd say I'll do that again at the front. Compare Arch-Olo's game 2021, where a third of the playing time is only replayed, that means, does not reach 40 hours, because of the over-the-top narrative design. 50 minutes now achieved virtually nothing. And now I've been playing for almost an hour for free. And so the Chapter 3 here of Legend of Ascen game 2018 definitely needs to be improved significantly. So there are so many missions, some missions, that are quite exhausting. But exhausting because they are not so polished, let's put it that way. In other words, because they are not polished at all. Now it's your turn. So you naive sausage. Now show what you can do. What? Grab him, you guys. You mangy bastard. The first thing I do is slit open. This asshole got what he deserved. It's just a shame that you can't seem to trust anyone out here anymore. Alchemy potions and cooking food with recipes that give permanent bonuses. It can be thought about to what extent adulteration is at all appropriate in Italy. See Arch-Olo's Game 2021. And then it fits. Then I'll have 94. And then I can actually start, then I can already start drinking potions. Or what I can try again now is baking cakes. So I still need 40 strength. How do I get 40 more strength? And that's where I'll go through. So in any case I have potions here. And then I have apple pie. So I'm so blatantly annoyed by it, how it freezes, and how it bugs down and stuff. Because you have to say that the game is a meditative game, a flow meditative game. And then when it freezes like that and stuff, it pulls you out like that. I'm still in the intermediate area between Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, namely meditative retro gaming. So I'm going to do all the side quests that have been added to Chapter 3, and this time I'm going to definitely go to the upper quarter now. But before I go to the upper quarter, I have two things to finish briefly, namely, I have now calculated that I have to deal with all my things. So if I go up 2 levels again and learn how to make strength potions, then I come with all the cakes, and with all the things that give me strength somehow, I get to exactly strength 150, and then I can already equip the very strongest melee weapon. And I come with all my stuff in the inventory, so with all the strength potions, and with all the cakes, I get to 150. I think I will also be able to find or buy one or the other dragon root plant. That means I have a strength above 150, and that's actually enough. That is, I'm going to skill now, so next I'm only going to skill melee, that means one-handed, so that I can at least one-handed, so that I can get over 60%, so that I can then take on the master stance animation. And now I already have the second best melee weapon. Okay, so I'm a one-hit, as you saw here. I'm a one-hit. And that's why I'm now using the spell scroll, that the troll monster doesn't stand a chance against, and that's the fear scroll. Here is the fear scroll. Now I'm really scaring the troll monster. And then I can easily defeat them. That's all the side quests. From pacing it is so, we have now found the book Gothic. And now we've got 15 hours or so, we've done side quests now. I think that's actually relatively important. Because it should also show that Gothic is exactly what it is, namely, that many people don't understand Gothic at all. Or ignore it. And that's actually what this pacing, and all these side stories here, is supposed to demonstrate a little bit. In any case, I think that's very well done, so very well done. And the side missions are really a meditative gameplay flow. So it's just so much fun to just explore the upper quarter, and even now all the side stories. Especially on the farm, that means, on Oren's farm, I also liked very much, hear all the side stories. I really liked the ones in the upper quarter. So it's really about this setting topic. So this Italy, Romagna, here, Oren's farm, the villa. So these are now the focal points here, so, Oren's farm, the villa, and here the upper quarter. So really such a great computer game, from the stories, what I just feel, and which is also meditative, and always something new. You go to the harbor and then you have experienced something new again. So it's really great. Also because of this pacing that we have now experienced such big enormous side stories, also with such a large expenditure of time, the game of course also gives us the feeling that Gothic is not really a family and everyday topic for many people. Gothic has a lot to do with prosperity. And now we have learned, so to speak, a great deal about the subject of prosperity, or about prosperity without Gothic. And of course we were very deep in that. I also found that so insanely good and insanely successful. Namely, we are very deep in crime. So we now had to deal with crime, in the big farm, so on, Oren's farm. On Oren's farm, we have now witnessed crime. And we've also experienced crime in the upper quarter. In other words, prosperity through crime. So the very rich people get wealth through crime. And now we continue with the topic of crime, now especially in Chapter 3. And now it finally starts with Chapter 3. And now I tell you everything that awaits us in Chapter 3. So the starting point is this: we were now in this expedition in the swamp, so in the metaphorical representation of Tuscany and the city of Florence, and there we found a book that is, in the game, Book of Awakening. And that, of course, is Gothic. In other words, the translation of Aztec paganism into European aesthetics. And we started reading this book. It completely shook us up. So we were now completely at the limit of our psychological resilience. So the hero has completely fainted, not the hero. The protagonist has completely fainted. Well, he was completely blown away when he read this book Gothic unprepared. And we're going to find out now. So exactly, so the hero has now been told, that the book Gothic, now from the swamp, it is now to be transported to Romagna. So they now want to transport the book of Gothic to Romagna. And that's where we've stopped now. And there seem to be difficulties now. Actually, the book should have been out by now. But, and we're supposed to look now, we're supposed to look up why it's taking so long, why the book hasn't arrived yet. Well, so, that was the starting point, what we have achieved so far. Now in Chapter 3, if we follow the main story now, then we will experience the following. The protagonist learns that the sorcerers of the swamp expedition have betrayed the other members of this expedition and have stolen the Book of Gothic by hiring the local bandits. So we're going to go to a crime scene now, and there we're going to see, that is that the people, especially the city guard, which is supposed to transport the Book of Knowledge, or the Book of Gothic, that they were all killed, and by bandits. And then we will also learn, that the two magicians, namely those who are called here, Magnus and Adrian, that they betray all of them, and that. Exactly, so we're going to find out, the two mages or clerics are gone. So they ran away. And we're going to see this crime scene. The protagonist now asks all over Romagna where these bandits could have their camp. That slightly overwhelmed me the first time I played through it, or, that challenged me very much to think, okay, where could they now, where could the bandits have their camp now? And I definitely came up with it myself, without spoiling myself. Of course, it's obvious. Of course we ask for crepes. This is this bandit pub. We're putting a lot of pressure on that. And then you will also experience, that the protagonist, by confronting himself unprepared with Gothic, that the protagonist was really shaken in his mental health, and also in his empathy, and, that will definitely be a very drastic cut scene. And then we go to the camp of the bandits. That's natural in the wasteland. So the protagonist then goes to the wasteland, where the protagonist becomes a full-fledged member of the bandits, and even really founds this gang for the first time. So basically we're experiencing the prequel of Red Dead Redemption 2 game 2018. So that's definitely what I expect in the remastered, that these bandits will also be improved again. Namely that we get a real prequel of Red Dead Redemption 2 game 2018. So, Red Dead Redemption 2 game 2018 is here, that game. And there are Roman-looking persons. And that, above all, is natural, Dutch. So, Dutch is the most interesting person here, Red Dead Redemption 2 game 2018. Here is one, well, Dutch is this remnant Roman ethnicity. So that's exactly what the Roman ethnicity looks like. Legend of Assen game 2018 then tells the story of how Dutch founded his gang, or how this gang came about. Among other things, the gang commits elaborate robberies. Innocent girls are forced into prostitution. But now we come to the crucial point of why this is in the game at all, that means, why the prequel of Red Dead Redemption 2 game 2018 has to be in the Gothic prequel at all. Specifically, the bandits are really animated and teased by the protagonist for the first time, that is, the protagonist founds, only really establishes this gang. We have here with these people, as for example here, Dutch and so on, we have individual persons who actually represent nothing, and therefore do not represent anything in their criminality. And that's really just. I don't know if you can really call them bandits. They're just some people, they're just sitting there in the wasteland. But it's only when we, as the protagonist, go there to these people that they really become a gang. So before it was some lone wolves. Or any, I don't know, some weirdos, or whatever. We're really turning them into a gang. So we're really grooming them into a gang. Nurse up is a very big topic of Gothic, and completely lost in translation in English. And then it comes to a blatant turning point. Namely, when we really founded this gang, and really talked to everyone about the gang, and really know the gang, as soon as we know this gang completely, all the knowledge about the gang, then we dare to ask now, namely, what do the Romagna bandits, that means, with whom we have had to deal all the time, what to do with these mages from the swamp expedition. So what's the connection here? Namely, Ced. Ced is the boss of the gang, or so the boss here of these bandits. What is the connection between Ced and Magnus and Adrian, these mages from the swamp expedition? And then we learn that the bandits have no connection at all, that is, apart from an anonymous one-time paid robbery. Which is also nothing special, from the point of view of this gang. So, that was just such a standard job. They have 100% nothing to do with these two mages from the swamp expedition. And then there is this realization, that all, that we have invested here, all the time, that we have invested here, was completely unnecessary. It was completely unnecessary to spend our time here with all these bandits. It was completely unnecessary, all the crimes we committed, that we prostituted a woman here, that we did blatant robberies here, even murdered people from the city guard, and so on. It was all unnecessary. We didn't have any at the end. These are the facts again. In the end, there was simply no information because the bandits simply had nothing to do with these two mages. And so, here we have the first feeling, that the game really gives us with force, of unnecessary. So we spent our time here with people unnecessarily. And this feeling, that we have wasted our time with other people. Waste of time by other people, that is that we spend time with other people, and feel, that deeply as a senseless waste of time. Legend of Ascen Game 2018 brought this feeling across very, very well in Chapter 3, absolutely great. And overall, I have to be honest, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is a better game and a better experience than this because of Chapter 3. There are a lot of people who have praised Red Dead Redemption 2 Game 2018 and such. I criticized Red Dead Redemption 2 Game 2018 very very strongly because of the controls. I couldn't get along with the controls at all. So I then played it with controller. And it definitely wasn't like that for me, it wasn't an experience in the form of fun for me. It was just for me to pre-click the movie, here with controller. I then got along with controller. But like I said, I didn't have any fun. It's not like Days Gone Game 2019. So in Days Gone Game 2019 is an insane flow to enjoy, and the controls are just so awesome and divine in Days Gone Game 2019. And in Red Dead Redemption 2 Game 2018. It was definitely an experience here with the controller to click the movie ahead. As I said, I definitely gave a dislike review of the game because of the controls, so the clunkiness, I'm 100% behind it. But I also want to say overall, also about the story. So I have the story in Red Dead Redemption 2 Game 2018 I have completely filled, super well done, absolutely state of the art. However, Chapter 3 in Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is the better experience, and is the better story, than overall, Red Dead Redemption 2 Game 2018. So to convey this feeling of having wasted time with people here. That's also a feeling, for example, what I have with the Eurojank community, for example. For example, when I read in their Discord servers what they write and such, I always have the feeling, that these people have wasted my time. And to convey exactly this feeling, this Gothic feeling, someone has wasted my time. Simply because it exists. So not selectively, not for this punctual reason he wasted my time. But simply overall. The fact that you exist has wasted my time. Legend of Ascen Game 2018 has brought this Gothic feeling across really, really well. And just because of this feeling, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is the much better computer game, and the much more powerful and better experience. So especially in the area of story, especially in the area of pacing, especially in the area of storytelling, as now, for example, this praised Red Dead Redemption 2 Game 2018. So as I said, especially with Chapter 3, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is a very similar game to Red Dead Redemption 2 Game 2018. It's about this criminal gang. It's about that gang. It's about these things, what the gang does. So the gang does some robberies and so on. So Chapter 3 feels very similar to Red Dead Redemption 2 Game 2018, but overall it's the better experience, the better story than Red Dead Redemption 2 Game 2018. And so, that's how I felt it clearly, and also because of this aesthetic, I also compared it so immediately. Because here in Legend of Ascen Game 2018 we are also with the bandits, also a bit in a Wild West and desert setting and such, and there you can actually compare it quite well. So overall, as I said, the better experience. Okay, that's what we're experiencing in Chapter 3. This is Chapter 3. And now you can ask yourself, okay, what's the point? So why is this even in the game now? Why is this even in Legend of Ascen Game 2018? Why does this have to be told here at all? And the first reason, that means, the important reason, is then Chapter 4. And it is so, I will tell you this very briefly in Chapter 4, and it is like this: the magicians have stolen the book of Gothic. And the magicians are now studying this book. So the magicians read this book of Gothic, study it. And this study requires a certain amount of time. Of course, the magicians need their time, they need their days, weeks, months, maybe years to read through this book. Exactly, and while the magicians are reading Gothic, that means, reading and studying the book, we are now experiencing this story, the prequel of Red Dead Redemption 2 Game 2018. That's sort of. It's about Chapter 3, it's just about bridging the time. So you don't make one here. How do you say that? Leap in time. So you don't stop the game here now and say, 5 months later. Okay, now at this point, and then later 5 years later. It's such a continuum what the game chooses here. In the end, as well as God of War Game 2018. With God of War Game 2018 we don't have any kind of game that suddenly cancels now. And then somehow it jumps somewhere else entirely. We have a single continuum that tells the game. And the fact that the continuum tells it like that, that's also insanely successful, that's insanely good in Legend of Ascen Game 2018. And this time, which the magicians need to read Gothic at all, to study it at all, what is written there at all, and what the themes are in general, this time is then bridged in the game by being on the road with the bandits here. And now the question, why does the prequel of Red Dead Redemption 2 Game 2018 have to be in the game at all? Why does it even have to be in here in the Gothic prequel? So the Gothic prequel tells more than just something like the creation of the mafia. This is about nurturing criminals. The fact is, the imitation behavior of the Gothic race is especially popular with criminals. On the other hand, no one can be an important politician if he or she has no imitation behavior at all from the family of Elder God. On the subject of synthesis, that means, what imitation behavior politicians have, see the philosopher Hegel. Hegel is then used to end the state of Poland, and so, that in the USA everything is an epidemic instead of just individual occurrences. This is very important. Because in our time it is the case that, as I said, no politician can really become important if he has no imitation behavior at all from the clan of the Elder God. So that's the first thing. And then we have the second one, that of imitation behavior by the family of Elder God, that is very popular with criminals. And so on the one hand it goes into Legend of Ascen Game 2018, so, Legend of Assan Game 2018 has the setting theme Romagna. And Romagna is in Italy. And then in Chapter 6 of Legend of Assan Game 2018 we are then led to southern Italy, and there you can ask yourself the question, here the topic Italian Mafia. So how did the Italian Mafia come about? So, Legend of Assan Game 2018 tells the story of how the Italian Mafia came about, namely by the protagonist nurturing all these people, all these bandits into a gang, into a mafia. So all these bandits here in Romagna, they were just lone wolves, some people, and they have now really been nursed up to the mafia. And the place where they find their home, of course, is of course southern Italy. And southern Italy is also the setting theme in Chapter 6. So Chapter 6 also tells why especially southern Italy is the place where the mafia, the Italian mafia, is located. So this is what the Italian mafia looks like. So the Italian mafia, who look out of rest Roman ethnicity, remnant Roman ethnicity, and Catholic. So very, very many people, or the people here from southern Italy. Here you can see another map. Main regions of the mafia, that means, southern Italy. That's where we are at the end of Legend of Assan Game 2018, namely in southern Italy. And that's where the mafia will settle. And, of course, these are precisely those bandits from Romagna, that we had to deal with. So we also learn in the story of Legend of Assan Game 2018 that then also here these bandits, who are here in Romagna that they then lose their refuge here. And where do they go? Of course, and this is also the story of Chapter 6, to southern Italy. And if you look at them, the southern Italian mafia, or the Italian mafia, you see, that they have been nurtured by the faction of the Catholic Church. And that's the person we're playing. We play the protagonist on behalf of the military of the Papal States. So we are from the military of the Papal States. And we, as the military of the Papal States, have nursed all these people back to health. But the Gothic prequel is about more than just the Italian mafia. Overall, it is also possible, it is quite important to tell, that at all the imitation behavior of Gothic. This is a very popular one among criminals. And currently, we have three important people in politics who have imitation behavior, from the family of Elder God. And since the crucial difference is, or at all the Russians, have stolen the imitation behavior. And they have the imitation behavior of the Elder God, or the family of the Elder God, or their superficial charisma, because we want it, that way. That's the imitation behavior of ours. And these two politicians have our imitation behavior because we want it, that way. And, that has to do with family history. Because we have an interest in taking a look at the United States, or France, or North Rhine-Westphalia, and about them. We are busy, we are dealing with these regions for family reasons. Out of family motivation. So we as a family don't really have any real interest in Russia right now. And that's not the topic in the family now. And yes, the Russians stole. So these people here, they don't have our imitation behavior because they've stolen, that now. But they have the imitation behavior of us, because they are supposed to have this imitation behavior. They are supposed to have our imitation behavior. And only people who have our imitation behavior can only somehow get attention in politics. The Russians stole, they stole our imitation behavior. And, that Putin steals imitation behavior here that can be seen quite trivially when you look at the younger Putin. What charisma does the young Putin have, and what charisma, what superficial charisma, what imitation behavior does he, Putin of the last 10, 15, 20 years have? There's a huge difference, a huge difference. So the young Putin, he looks more like, so he looks like an Eastern European, like a slave or something. And the current one, Putin, who has our imitation behavior. And how does Putin come up with it? How does Putin come up with stealing our imitation behavior? And how do these people, that means, the Russians, come up with the idea, that they are now adopting imitation behavior? And there I have at CNN TV channel, there was someone here who told something very, very interesting. And here it is, a fragile monster. The author explains Putin's character. And here it is precisely about this question, how does Putin come to this at all and to this imitation behavior, that he has been demonstrating to us here for the last 10, 20 years? Why do you think Russia continues to make such dangerous steps that could not only impact Ukraine obviously, but Europe at large? Putin has been, as a teenager, something like when he was 12, he found a mentor, who changed his life. And this mentor was a gangster. When he ran a mixed martial arts club, which Putin went to in St. Petersburg. And when this mentor died, on his gravestone the phrase was, "I am dead, but the matter is immortal." When dealing with the crime boss of the Gambino family, or somebody like this, and what he likes to do. And this is absolutely part of his playbook, is to threaten terrifying violence. As a teenager, something like when he was 12, he found a mentor, who changed his life. And this mentor was a gangster. When he ran a mixed martial arts club, which Putin went to in St. Petersburg. And when this mentor died, on his gravestone the phrase was, "I am dead, but the matter is immortal." So he says Putin has this imitation behavior by the mafia. So this imitation behavior, or our imitation behavior, is just very popular with criminals. Our imitation behavior is very popular with the mafia. And then, of course, the Russian government also takes, in the end, of course, also our imitation behavior. So our imitation behavior is then also stolen by the Russian government, because our imitation behavior is so popular with the criminals, that means, with organized crime or the mafia. And, that the imitation behavior of the Gothic race, especially popular with the mafia, is simply a fact. And that's also the reason why the Elder God is also anonymous, more or less. I'll show you a meme picture. That's what I really want to show. I found that incredibly interesting. He also thought here, why is the Elder God anonymous? Why is the Elder God not a public figure? And that's where they did something like that. That's what it says here. Do not shine, do not illuminate the face of the Elder God. The Elder God is shaded for a reason. So here's the creepy Elder God who's kind of in the shadows. And then when you light it up, you've got some weird, funny, mentally disturbed creature. No, so the Elder God is not a strange creature, but, what does the Elder God look like? So if you want to know what the Elder God really looks like, just Google beautiful 100-year-old woman. We can do that, we can do that. So if I just type that in here now. And maybe I'll find such a photo here. That's kind of what you can imagine, that's what the Elder God looks like. The Elder God is simply anonymous, because as I said, the mafia just very likes to help themselves. And that, of course, is something we don't want, and we don't have any advantage of. We don't get any advantage from it. So these people have 100% no idea about Gothic. However, Legend of Ascen Game 2018, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 tells this very relevant story here with Chapter 3 of why the Elder God is anonymous, or always tries to be anonymous, not to be a public figure. And that's what Chapter 3 tells us now, Legend of Ascen Game 2018. And this is of course something that is absolutely essential in the reboot and in the remastered of the Gothic prequel, Legend of Ascen Game 2018, and then also has to be told exactly as it is told in Chapter 3 and what can be improved, and in which direction you can improve it. But overall, as I said, Chapter 3 is already a better experience than now, Red Dead Redemption 2 Game 2018. And to what extent Chapter 3 still needs to be improved and can be improved. So the overall atmosphere is told in Chapter 3 completely successfully. Okay, maybe you can still say in small details, okay, you can still improve, that and so on. But overall, wow, Chapter 3 is here now, so important for the Gothic prequel. So I'm going to do the following, I'm going to Carl's farm. And then I go to the place where this raid of the bandits took place, and where the Book of Gothic, or as it is called here, the Book of Awakening, where this book was stolen by the bandits, in this dramatic raid. But there I am of the opinion, so now at the Temple of Free Camp, so here is the temple, and that, Free Camps is really large, Eurojank. In general, the free camps here, the temple and so on, everything has to be done completely differently, because it is perfect, Eurojank. So if we think about the remastered now, and then the question arises, why is it designed this way now? Why does it look like this now? Why does it have this design now? And there's free warehouse, you just have to say it, it looks like that, it's like that, because it's simply, Eurojank. It's just this recycling, the recycling of stuff, Gothic 1 Game 2001 and Gothic 2 Game 2002, without thinking much about it. You have to think about the design in a completely different way. So everything that we are going to experience here now, here Temple of Free Camp, I will not defend that. So now tell us, Wolfgar, who he is. So as I said, in the remastered, I expect that Wolfgar will tell us something about the topic, enlightenment. So, that we are really told something about enlightenment. So here, leave everything out here, so in the remastered. Omit this disgusting sound here. And anyway, here in the mine we don't need to do any quests at all, in my opinion, totally unnecessary. It's about the Gothic prequel, it's not about mines, and so on. That's not the theme of the Gothic prequel. Accordingly, I find it totally superfluous and totally unnecessary. Here is the one to explore the mine. I don't want to explore the gold mine here at all, because as I said, this topic of mines and exploring mines, just doesn't belong to Gothic at all. That's not Gothic. Gothic is not exploring any mines. That's why I say, even in Legend of Assen Game 2018 I leave the mine unexplored. So as I said, also here the gold mine, which you would actually have. How would you have those? How do you have to do them in the remastered? I would do it in the remastered so that until chapter 4, so in chapter 4 we will get into the gold mine again, and until chapter 4 I would do it in such a way that you can't go into the gold mine at all, that the Baron, that this one is just standing in front of the mine here, that this one somehow has his tent, and that the mine is locked. So, that you can't get into the mine at all. That's how I'd do the remastered. See the salt mine in Arch Olo's Game 2021. Because why? Why should I spend hours exploring this gold mine here? It doesn't make any sense at all. So as I said, this topic mine and so in general in computer games. It must also be said clearly. Oh, so exactly, also in Arch Olo's Game 2021. It always depends on which mine. So if the mine is done like in Days Gone Game 2019, as in Oblivion Game 2006, as in Skyrim Game 2011, then it's okay. This is such a reasonably realistic open pit mine. Or as in Gothic 2 Game 2002. In Gothic 2 Game 2002 we also have mines, and they are so smaller places, smaller dungeons, absolutely awesome. But these mines like now, Gothic 1 Game 2001, or like this gold mine, I don't feel like exploring them at all. So I just don't feel that. So as I said in the remastered, until chapter 3, and until chapter 4 you shouldn't be able to go into the gold mine here at all. Now the second one, Snapper Monster, has unfortunately become aware of me as well. But as you can see, with the backstep dodge, I can also defeat a dragon Snapper Monster very well without taking damage. To explain, so this yellow indicator at the bottom right, that's heat, so heat. We are now here in a desert region. And here our protagonist suffers a heat stroke. And when I drink water, the yellow indicator fills up again. So I always have to make sure that I drink water in between. That's some extra gameplay here. So this is actually also a gameplay addition to the standard Gothic 2 Game 2002 gameplay. Of course, orc monsters have to be remastered as well, that's very important. I'll get to that in chapter 4, so in the next chapter. Then I'll explicitly go into the orc monster again. But of course they have to be orc monsters in the remastered. Orc monsters are such standard retro enemies. And it's even the case, that even this sound, this one, oocha cha cha, that is not copyrighted. So that's even a sound from such a public library. Okay, then I've explored everything in the wasteland already. It had been the wasteland already. Now we've pretty much explored everything, defeated all the monsters in the wasteland. You won't know. You will have no choice but to talk. You have no way out. Damn. I'm as good as dead anyway. What's that supposed to be now? That's where the guy lies. He has killed himself by jumping by suicide. I actually think this is a very cool and sublime quest here, so I played through it the first time. It surprised me really blatantly, and looked at me really blatantly, so emotionally took me along. So I thought, that was really crass, so right. I really thought, wow, they really understood the gameplay of Gothic. This suicide jumping, that's so important in a Gothic game. And that's what they have here again explicitly here, explicitly they did, that here. I thought, that was really good, or I think that's really good. So, that has to be in the remastered in any case, and in the remastered in any case even better and also more vividly emphasized. So it needs to be emphasized more. Or it should stay the same, it should stay the same. It definitely has to be in the remastered, definitely very important. So like I said, I love the inventory, I love it. And it's my job as a player to create order and clarity by selling, or by putting things in a chest. So I love it, I love the inventory, that you just get kept in the game. Okay, then I'll look for the letter he had there. Okay, so that's kind of an overly difficult chest to open. I have to write down the combination. Well, that's too blatant, I can't remember that. Okay, at such a point you do the following, you write down the combination. So you save beforehand, write down the combination, and then without lockpick loss you do then. See, Arch Olo's game 2021, where the fixed combination was changed to random combinations, was unrealistic, and the game only stops senselessly, and in my opinion, seriously removed an experience from the gameplay flow. Then, without losing the lockpick, you open the chest. So then I'll get a pen and paper. This was definitely a really blatant chest, with a lot of combinations. But I also have to say, I love it, I love this lockpicking system. So this lockpicking system, for example, now currently at LX2 Game 2021 or also at Skyrim Game 2011, I have to say, I find really right growths. I love this lockpicking system from Gothic2 Game 2002. Because I think it's really cool, that you take a piece of paper and a pen and then write it down, always left right, that's really cool. Exactly, and now loading. So I have now on the note, I have now written down the combination of the chest. And then I load. And then I can do that without losing lockpick. So I have to say, I think it's really great. I love this lockpicking gameplay here. That's just that. That's just that. That's just the best lockpicking system ever. It's simple. It's just not annoying. I find this mini-game, so especially in Oblivion Game 2006, especially in Oblivion Game 2006, this mini-game in Oblivion Game 2006, me off. It's even the case if I'm now in Oblivion Game 2006, so in The Elder Scrolls 4, if I hadn't discovered this, that you can open very heavy locks with a spell, that you create yourself, that you make yourself, if I hadn't discovered that by chance, then I think I would have abandoned the game. Because this lock opening in Oblivion Game 2006 annoyed me so much. That's what I found so annoying about this mini-game. Then I also find the locks opening very bad in LX2 Game 2021, or also in Risen 2 Game 2012. This minigame is very disgusting. In Skyrim Game 2011 I find the locks opening also completely gross. And here's this system with left-right, and then just write down on the piece of paper the combination, that's just the perfect locks opening gameplay, that I can enjoy. Still all finished. Finished all the quests I can still finish before I go to the bandit camp here now. And now I'm finally playing the bandit camp. I need some information from you. Why should I tell you anything? I've been tasked with selling you. As a slave or what? Something similar, more precisely as a prostitute. You can't do that. You won't hear anything about me, I'd rather die. Should I, said, do that? I would rather die with dignity than besmirch my honor. Dying is fine without dignity, but I can help you right here. That? You? Your boss wants money for me, you'd get in trouble. That's what makes it interesting. Has anyone ever told you that you look lovely? Leave me alone. Go away. So in this quest with Corel you now have 4 or 5 choices. They can be released. You can put them in the poof. You can give it to the stranger. You can put them in the bathhouse. Or you can hand them over to Argos. And then I also get the follow-up quest. Even though I don't really like the idea that we're supposed to eradicate the bandit camp. But yes, actually I like it. Well, I have already explained that the bandits will then move from Romagna to southern Italy. And what is their reason? Because of course the city guard is hunting down the bandits here. And from that point of view, it makes sense. So I think this quest is really cool, so it's mangy. Now I have for chapter 5, that means, for the next chapter, I have already got these amulets, that is, the amulet against heat, the amulet against cold, and the amulet against fire. Chapter 4. This time I'm going to explain chapter 4. So the starting point was, that we were now in this bandit camp, and we learned, that the 2 mages, that means, mages clerics from this expedition into the swamp, had betrayed the group. And these magicians are gone now. And we are now in the process of informing the prince, or, that we are now being admitted to the prince. So, that was the starting point now. In chapter 4, meanwhile, the former mages of the swamp expedition read the book of Gothic. And it's about what they've read, about the fact. It is about 2 facts, that are now important for chapter 4 in Gothic, namely that not all people can live in families. So being able to live in a family is a matter of race and genetics. And if you don't have the race of the Gothic, that means, not the Gothic race, or if you are not the German race, for example, then you can't, so you can't live in families at all. So it's about the fact, that not all people can live in families, but, that in order to live out power, you can raise herds of cattle, especially by causing people to speak a non-conservative planned language as their sole language and mother tongue. And the main non-conservative human trial planned language, is, of course, English. Yesterday, for example, there was a documentary on TV about the topic, Woodstock Festival 1969. And in the 68 generation, for example at this Woodstock Festival 1969 it's about the fact, that the Americans have recognized, that means, young Americans that the USA is a horde of cattle, and, that all this chatter, one should not live sexuality openly, one should not organize. One is supposed to live in families that all this is completely incompatible, with the instincts, with the motivations, with the wings, that the continuum of the non-conservative human experiment of the planned language English spans. Well, that's what this 68 generation recognized. And then they gathered at the Woodstock Festival 1969 to form a gigantic horde of cattle, and just enjoyed this cattle horde experience. That's what yesterday's documentary was about, it happened to run yesterday. So English is the most important cattle hordes language ever. So if you are a so-called accident of birth roulette, then you will definitely be mortally sorted out in normal peaceful life, that means, in peacetime. So German is a family language. Germany has been a country of emigration for 500 years. And English is a cattle hordes language. And that's right, Legend of Assen Game 2018 is set in the 16th century, and it is precisely around this time, that the non-conservative human experiment planned language English is invented. English is a mixture of French and Germanic, and somehow Greek and so on, so above all Greek, and that's where linguists begin to invent English as a cattle horde language, so to speak. Then the second fact read in the Book of Gothic is, that cattle hordes can be taken control, and can be incorporated into any continuum. Of course, we see this very, very impressively. In Days Gone Game 2019 hordes are soothed by force. So how can you take control of livestock hordes? Of course, by writing all their life plans, and all their imitation behavior prescribes, that means, what imitation behavior they should have, what emotional life plans. So it's actually quite easy to take control of cattle hordes, so in any case as a German, quite easy to take control of cattle hordes. As a rule, taking control of livestock hordes is disadvantageous. Or in war, of course in war, so you can. When do you take control of cattle hordes? Of course, only for the occasion, when there is war, or simply unfavorable. And the mages clerics, of course, they do that right away. And what is the consequence of this? So the story now, it's about a very, very important story in Italy in the 16th century, namely about the fate and the history of the city of Ravenna. I have already explained to Ravenna in detail, that Ravenna is a very very important port in Italy. So here is a very, very important port to supply the whole hinterland, here to supply the city of Bologna. So Ravenna is a very, very important port in Italy. And Ravenna is conquered by the Papal States. And Ravenna is the subject of this article, for example, the League of Cambrai 1508. It is about the alliance between the French king and the German emperor. And then we have the consequence here, that the Papal States will then get Ravenna. And then we have a year later, so this is playing here. From 1508 to 1510, and then in 1511, we have, that this alliance was changed again, against the French king. So above all the French king will then be expelled from Italy. And this is also very very impressively portrayed in the series, Borgia Series 2011 to 2014. It also deals in great detail with the work or inactivity of the French king in Italy. So of course it's also about Milan first. So here is a very important event, here, Holy League 1511, and League of Cambrai 1508, and of course this must be the theme of the Gothic prequel. Because that's of course the spark, that gets the main story of Gothic rolling in the end. Of course not in the setting of Romagna. Of course, the mages want to try it out right away, live out their power by harnessing hordes of cattle and taking control of hordes of cattle. This is also a fascination to take control of cattle hordes, that is still active today. This fascination with taking control of livestock is, of course, still a fascination today. And, of course, when it comes to computer games, for example. So a lot of people love franchises like The Lord of the Rings, for example, where these hordes of cattle then rush at each other. It's epic, it's fascinating. And it must also be clearly stated, that these mass battles, where 100,000 participants take part in a battle, that there was no such thing in the entire Middle Ages. So throughout the Middle Ages, 1000 years or over 1000 years, people were not able to do this, or did not know how to harness herds of cattle, or how to take control of herds of cattle and set them against each other. That's something people didn't know in the Middle Ages, it's been completely lost. It is claimed that in antiquity there were such mass battles, that in antiquity hundreds of thousands of mass armies fought against each other, and so on. That's what is claimed. But in any case, in the Middle Ages, for over 1000 years, there was no such thing. This is actually also very confusing. For today, especially the Catholic Church is a church that sees itself fundamentally only as a shepherd of hordes of cattle. So the Catholic Church is not a family church, but a cattle horde church. And in the Middle Ages, apparently, this was not the case. In Middle Age, there were no cattle hordes and mass armies and things like that. And so this is of course from the point of view of the Middle Ages, this theme of cattle taking control of hordes is a profoundly pagan theme. And by the fact, that they haven't done something like this for 1000 years. Or maybe there was no such thing at all in antiquity. Maybe there wasn't such a thing in antiquity. And then maybe there has never been anything like it before. So you discover here, so to speak. So you venture into a paganism topic here, and of course you are totally fascinated by this paganism theme, cattle hordes harnessing, and cattle hordes taking control. And of course they want to try that out right away, the mages clerics, so we know. And that's where I find Legend of Ascen Game 2018 totally fascinating, from the story, that these people, who then harness these hordes of cattle, and take control of these hordes of cattle, and then try that out, and then devastate Italy and so on, especially southern Italy, then devastate in chapter 6. Is, that we got to know these people, so we got to know them very, very extensively in chapter 2. And, that is to say, these people, who then set up these cattle hordes, and take control of these cattle hordes, and who are then totally fascinated by it, and who spend their lives, so to speak, totally on this topic, cattle hordes, or whatever has to do with cattle hordes, who want to dedicate their lives to this topic, so to speak, are not some strange strangers. But these are people we know. So these are not like in The Lord of the Rings, for example, the ruler, Sauron. Who is the ruler, Sauron? Some kind of foreign body, something. But the fascinating thing about Legend of Ascension 2018, about the Gothic prequel, Legend of Ascension 2018 is, that we have these people, so they do basically the same thing as in The Lord of the Rings, Sauron. Sauron also does his gigantic orc cattle gathering hordes, and the then incite against Gondor, or whatever. Exactly the same thing that Sauron does in The Lord of the Rings, that's what the mages clerics do in chapter 4 in Legend of Ascension 2018. So the magicians, so to speak, these magicians who betray the protagonist, and the other participants of the swamp expedition, behave, in the end, Sauron, Middle-earth. But the fascinating thing is, that's the absolutely magnificent thing. These magicians are not some weird abstract unknown people, but we got to know them in detail in chapter 2. And in the remastered I would get to know this, or feel this as a fellow human being, or feel it as a companion, I would expand that even further. In the remastered, it also needs to be expanded, that these mages clerics who are called Magnus and Adrian, that these mages clerics are our companions, that is that we feel them so rightly, as our friends, as our companions, as our fellow human beings. And then they betray us, and dedicate themselves to this topic, this fascination, cattle hordes take control. And that's of course insanely great and cool, that these aren't some weird abstract figures, like in The Lord of the Rings, Sauron. But, that Sauron has a prehistory here, that we really experience the prehistory, so to speak, as our companions. So in any case, I think it's just such a great turning point that here these companions then become Sauron, and so to speak. That's definitely really cool about Legend of Ascension 2018. Then we have a topic, and I have already commented on this several times, namely, who are they, orc monsters? So all these hordes of cattle. These hordes of cattle are divided into 4 different hordes in Gothic, as I have already explained in detail. There are the goblin monster hordes. There are the minecrawler monster hordes. There are the zombie monster hordes. Or there are the skeleton monster hordes, more skeletons, rather, skeleton monster hordes. And there are the orc monster hordes. And to the skeleton and zombie hordes, so, undead monster hordes. I'll get to the topic of zombies later. We'll get to the skeleton monster hordes in chapter 5. They don't exist yet. They only come later in the Gothic main story. And the minecrawler monsters don't exist either. So there are no purebred Germanic tribes in Italy. But what is of course an important topic, these are the orc monster hordes, and the orc monster hordes, or Arcus, are in Gothic the metaphorical representation of the half-breeds of Romans and Germans. So the Germanic peoples and the Romans in Italy mingle, and are represented in Gothic, metaphorically represented in Gothic as Arcus. What are orcs? So orcs, which brings us to the appearance of the orcs. Of course, the orcs in Gothic, in Legend of Ascension 2018 don't have to look like in Gothic2 game 2001 or like in. So like monkeys, hairy upright ape men, with Indian costumes. But orcs look like orcs. So just type in orcs on Google, and just choose any design you want. So, that you realize, okay, these are orcs. So simple, that's what orcs look like. Of course most inspired, I guess, of course most inspired by The Lord of the Rings. But what I definitely find really cool in Legend of Ascension 2018 and in Gothic2 game 2002, these are the sounds of the orcs. And there I even learned that the sounds of the orcs in Gothic 2 game 2002, so with this one, Ucha Cha Cha, HOH, for example, that these are also freely accessible sounds. So these sounds, for example, they are not copyrighted either, I once learned. And these sounds are absolutely awesome, absolutely gorgeous. Best to make it look more like in The Lord of the Rings. And definitely the sounds, and also this loud screaming and stuff, that's absolutely awesome, I love that. An orc, that comes from Latin, and in Roman mythology refers to the dark side of some gods. Here is the evil punishing side of some god. Here the origins of the Arcus may lie in the Etruscan religion. Exactly, so orc is so the word orc, or the theme orc, is a Roman theme. So this phenomenon of orcs, you know that, so the Romans already knew that. It is a profoundly Roman theme. By the fact, that the Romans mingle with certain peoples, with certain beastly peoples. Hence this phenomenon, that the Romans mingle with certain beastly peoples. So the Romans mingle. But when the Romans mingle with certain beastly peoples, that is, with certain races, whose natural genetics are to live as herds of cattle, or to behave in hordes of cattle, or to have herds of cattle, when they mingle with these races, then orcs arise. So orc, of course orc, is a profoundly Roman theme. So the topic of orcs is not somehow completely new or something, but the Romans have already verbally recognized, that if they mix with certain races, with certain peoples, then orcs are created. Read about it the statesman Cassiodorus in the 6th century. Okay, so then, what happens? Exactly, we had stopped at chapter 3 that we should now go to the prince. In other words, the leader of the monastery instructs the protagonist to arrange for a meeting with all the leaders in Romagna to discuss how to deal with the orc monster invasion, which threatens the economic prosperity of the entire region. And it is at this point, that I would now change the original, Legend of Ascen game 2018. So I would definitely explain the orc monster invasion now that it exists now, or, that it will be organized now. For it makes no sense to me why we should go to the prince now. So I didn't understand why Carador sent us to the prince now, or teleported us to the prince. So what are we to do with the prince now? What are we supposed to talk to him now? So now from the point of view of Carador, we were now appointed prince by Carador. And I didn't understand why. So in the remastered I would definitely show now, that the orc monster invasion already exists. I would, Adrian and Magnus and whatever these magicians clerics, I would leave the monastery beforehand, so, that they leave the monastery, and then study the book of Gothic. I would have already shown, that there is this orc monster invasion, and, that even now this, orc monster invasion is now the reason to go to the prince. And as it is now in the original, I have not understood why we should go to the prince. So I'd change the pacing, for sure. That's what has already happened. And now how to proceed in chapter 4. So where do we go from here? But the protagonist is not allowed to pass through to the prince, but he is arrested, and ends up in the arena. This interrupts the game as impressively as in Red Dead Redemption 2 game 2018, where you are in Guama. And Legend of Ascen game 2018 is far better here than the arena in The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion game 2006. And that's exactly what I've already said in detail. In this video here, I did a walkthrough of The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion game 2006, and there's this questline arena. And I am very, very detailed about this. So there's definitely a very, very big similarity. The questline arena in Oblivion game 2006 and in Legend of Ascen game 2018. And I think the quest series in Legend of Ascen game 2018 is just much better done, much better told. So this one touched me a lot more, especially because the enemies are also explained in Legend of Ascen game 2018. That means, the arena opponents. While the arena opponents in Oblivion game 2006 are not explained at all. Except for this one half vampire orc is explained a bit. But I don't find him so interesting now, he hasn't touched me so blatantly now, his fate. In any case, very impressive, that the arena is very much better in Legend of Ascen game 2018. And also the important difference is, that in Legend of Ascen Game 2018 it is explained why in this setting theme Romagna, why there is such a thing as an arena at all. And that's because of the age of the Renaissance. In other words, the age of the Renaissance in general, is the rediscovery of antiquity. And in general this paganism question, why? So if you look at the Colosseum in Rome, for example, and you somehow get the idea, that there were death struggles, there were arena death matches in the Colosseum. And then in the Renaissance, in this age of the Renaissance, you ask yourself the question, why? Why did the Romans do this? And then you are willing to try it out again, that means, with life experience. And that's why there is of course an arena in this setting, where then, so to speak, with some criminals, or whatever, this ancient theme arena, is tried out again, with life experience. But as I also said here, in the video, it's not explained in, The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Game 2006, why there's even an arena in, Tamriel at all. So for example in, Skyrim Game 2011 there is also no arena. And I think even in Morrowind Game 2002 there is no arena. So I don't know why there's an arena in Cyrodiil. In any case, this is more of a junk quest series. But in any case, in Legend of Ascen Game 2018 there it is also explained why this exists in the first place. Then we free ourselves from the arena, or we are released from the arena, which I also find so good and so cool and so successful in Legend of Ascen Game 2018. And what I also found so insanely well done, where we come out of the arena, is the topic of diary. Because the topic of diary is then also explained. And I found that, for example, much more blatant than now, for example, in the original, Gothic2 Game 2002 or, Gothic 1 Game 2001. Because in Gothic 1 and 2 it is not explained why the hero, or the nameless hero, writes a diary, or for whom he writes a diary at all, and for whom he or why he has written down all experiences, quest experiences as a diary. And in Legend of Ascen Game 2018 it will then be topic and commented. That really surprised me. And I found that so high quality. So at this point alone I thought to myself, remastered. And this game needs to be launched, if only because of this theme, diary is explained. And just the fact that the diary becomes an explicit topic here, that was also an experience where I thought, wow, they didn't just fart some Eurojank there. But they have really made a really polished, well thought out product. So just the fact that this diary is also such a topic that just showed me that I'm not just playing any mod here, just any mod, but just a really high quality computer game, a really high quality product. And I think that was one of the key moments where I said, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 needs a remastered, and definitely has to be on the market, and somehow €80 cost for all retro lovers. Okay, then after the arena, of course, we'll go to the prince. And then we agree with the prince and so on, that there must be a meeting between all the leaders of the Romagna region, so that they can then discuss how to deal with this orc monster invasion. Then at the meeting of the leaders, the prince commits suicide by jumping in front of everyone else. And this is also a very important moment, which also has to be told in the remastered in an improved way. Because in Chapter 1, we learned very much about the subject, Niccolò Machiavelli, the prince. So the Italians in Romagna, there are people who think very much about the subject of rulers, leaders, and what is a good prince? What is a bad prince? Who think very much about the topic. And we experience here, that the prince here killed himself by killing himself, and himself by jumping to suicide here. And that's how we have it today. This is also a very important topic, a very important topic, which needs to be told much better. Because today we have, that all leaders of the world, so at least our world, consist of at least 90% imitation behavior. And from externally determined life plans. And a sovereign leader, a sovereign prince, there is no such thing. So, for example, at the moment, of course, Russia is a very big topic. And in Russia it is always claimed, that the issue of sovereignty. Russia asserts its sovereignty. But that's nonsense, of course. Because the leader of Russia consists of 90% imitation behavior. You just have to look at the younger, Putin. How does it appear on the surface? What kind of charisma does he have on the surface? And then today. And then you just see quite clearly that the leaders of Russia are 90% imitation behavior. In the past they consisted more of their own behavior, and today they are actually just programmed dolls, which consist of 90% imitation behavior. And that, of course, is also a very very important issue, that the leaders consist only of imitation behavior. The leaders can be soul-revered. And now we take another look at the topic of how the leaders are all soul-revered into a music video. It is a reaper, called Death, has power from the great god. Beware, beautiful little flower. Okay, so this painting here, and here is the picture, this is the Lubeck dance of death. So we see all the leaders here. And all the leaders are soul-revered. All leaders are soul-revered. And that in the end leads to the fact that, like today, that every leader or every chancellor or whatever they are called, we consist of 90% imitation behavior. So there is no longer a sovereign leader, in the setting of Gothic, that means, in the completed Gothic setting, so to speak. Because all leaders who do not consist of 90% imitation behavior, they are simply cut away, soul-revered, they are taken by death. So here, for example, a leader, so I think it should be the Pope, then here the Emperor, then here some lovely lady, some cardinals. I think he's some kind of Eastern European leader. Here so the knight, the high knight, some high monks, such as Martin Luther, some very rich merchants, rich citizens, rich nobles, rich bourgeois, rich scholars, or important, perhaps even important farmers, important traders, all sorts of people who could somehow pretend to be very very leaders, all these people are soul-revered. Because the only leader left is, of course, the elder god. So, as a certain race, you are the leader, and not some strange characters. They are then soul-revered, and death takes them. In any case, very, very great song, really, really good. And that, of course, tells Legend of Ascen Game 2018, that of course also has to tell Legend of Ascen Game 2018, namely, that the leader, the prince, the great seemingly unattainable prince, dies here by jumping before all the others suicide. Now the protagonist is proclaimed the great folk hero of Romagna, and is tasked with reconquering Romagna from the orc monsters. And that, of course, is essentially Chapter 4. We then conquer the port of Ravenna for the Papal States. So, of course, Ravenna does not go peacefully to the Papal States. Of course, as the protagonist who acts for the Papal States, we have to conquer the port by force from the orc monsters, and then push back the whole orc monster hordes in Romagna. And in the gold mine there is also a final against one of the mage's clerics. Now we come back to a very explosive topic, and that is the issue of not all people being able to live in families. But I definitely want to tell the story, because it's just such a fundamental basic knowledge of Gothic. So now we come to the topic, not all people are able to live in families, by their race and their genetics. So there are these so-called cattle hordes races, and there are the family races. Why am I telling you about it now? And what does this have to do with Legend of Ascen Game 2018? And in fact you can see here in this example really exemplary how fixated the Americans are in this thinking of. So when Americans think about race, they always think in black and white. So we are. So an American would say, we are the white race, with, for example, China, these are also whites. We are the white race. And then there is another race, the black ones. So for the Americans, for many Americans, when they think about the subject of race, or when it's called racist, or race, then they always think in black and white. But, and this is the decisive factor, also the important thing about Gothic. But Gothic tells us, that in reality, as a so-called white, it is vital to know which white you are as a race. For it is deadly, it is fatal to suppose, that the whites are all one race. and the other as a different race, than the blacks or something. No, it is vital to know as a white person what kind of white race I am. And that's what Gothic is all about. Gothic is not about black and white. But it is a matter of making it clear, that the Romans, that is, this white race, is completely genetically incompatible with this other white race, that is important. For example, I can talk about my life experience, so now I can tell you about my distant relatives. I have distant relatives in USA and Canada especially. And there, for example, is an important topic. A big topic is, for example, hereditary diseases. So the Canadian kinship, the distant Canadian kinship, just mixed with some other white people, so some other white people there in Canada, and then they had sick children, children who have some kind of hereditary diseases, children who are kind of Down syndrome, children who are kind of sick. And even in the distant relatives there were people, so one who comes from New York City, and the children are the same age, so peers of mine, and I could never really do much with them, because they are genetically they are disabled, they are genetically sick. And also from the appearance. So the parents beautiful, and the children totally ugly. So I think this peer, even today, I think he's ugly. It looks ugly. He has mental emotional deficits. While the parents are beautiful, intelligent, and so on. And you can see, that if you mix randomly with any other white person as a white person, then the most blatant miscarriages can come out of it. And that's the important thing in Legend of Assan Game 2018, also on the topic, Orc Monster. They, Arcus, are the half-breeds of the Romans. White Romans mix with other white races, and from this arise miscarriages and arise, Arcus. And this is fundamental life experience, everyday life experience. So I'd have to deny all my distant kinship and so on, if I were to talk now, if I were to talk like I do here, there's only two races, white and black, I'd be denying my entire kinship, and everything in the United States. I was in Canada. I was in the US. And I've looked at the distant relatives. All these people I would deny. The whites have so many racial incompatibilities. There's no way you can say that all white people are perfectly compatible, or something. There is an extreme amount of racial incompatibility among whites. If you ignore them, then it's deadly. Then you have only sick children, only miscarriages as children, as offspring. And it's so important to study this difference between whites. So very specifically, so the main theme, so the main story, so the story of Legend of Assan Game 2018, takes place in Romagna. Namely, the difference between the Roman race. So I would like to go into the peculiarities of the purebred Roman race, and the peculiarities of the purebred Germans, and the Germanic half-breeds. So who are they, who are the Romans anyway? So this is what it looks like. That's the rest of the Roman ethnicity. But when this woman, this Bavarian German woman, emigrates to Mexico, and then speaks Spanish, then she looks like a Spaniard. So now she looks like a Spaniard, or a Mexican. Because she's been living in Mexico for so long, she really seems like a Spaniard. So that's the rest of the Roman ethnicity. And this is also remnant Roman ethnicity. So that's the rest of the Roman ethnicity, that's what that looks like. So these are whites, so clearly white people, who I think also have a certain set of teeth. So on the dentition, for example, you can also see the rest of the Roman ethnicity well. So they have a bit of an unflattering set of teeth, especially for brushing their teeth, for cleaning their teeth. And they have such dark hair, so really dark brown hair color. And the wife, that means, the rest of the Roman ethnicity woman, is also very dependent on the husband. So depending on which husband she has, she is then. So she is a woman type who is very dependent on the family where she then married. And who, depending on her husband, then also has her final charisma. So where she has her father probably in her family, where she is in the family, where she has her father there as a man, as a caregiver, so to speak, then she has a certain different imitation behavior, a certain different charisma, than when she is here in Mexico now, with Mexican men or something. So it's a woman who is very, very dependent on the man and very, very impressionable. You have to keep that in mind with this ethnicity, that is, even if it has such a charisma now. So if, for example, she would marry me now, even if it comes across that way now and looks like that, it would look completely different again if it were now in my household, for example. So this is a type of woman who also adapts a lot to the man. And this adapting to the man that can of course also be exploited. Namely, you can get rid of the rest of the Roman ethnicity. If you somehow feel them as competition or as a threat, or whatever, then you can get rid of them, the purebred remnants of Roman ethnicity. And this is due to the unfavorable emotional derivation of occupation. What is unfavorable emotional derivation occupation? Unfavorable emotional derivation employment is that one changes one's emotional life plans, and that one takes advantage of the racial characteristics, that means, the racial and genetics characteristics of that race or ethnicity. So okay, so you've discovered this racial trait, that the purebred remnant Roman ethnicity woman, very much conforms to the life plans, or very eagerly adopts the life plans, that the man dictates to her. So if I, as a man, say, that you, as the rest of the Roman woman, must have your life plans in such and such a way, then the woman is very, very eager to accept these life plans. And there on the subject of unfavorable emotional derivation occupation, namely the unfavorable emotional derivation occupation. So you can use this breed, this purebred remnant Roman ethnicity woman, you can also use as a toy, and that goes up to 26 years old. And you can then really, like such a toy, you can then try out the different life plans that you come up with so creatively in your own script. So you see them overweight here, so you see them overweight here. Here you can see her with her arm scratched. And here you see her with such pink hair. So you can try it out, so it's kind of like a toy. Exactly, and then you can change this life plans, and this unfavorable emotional deduction, you can practice this. So you can try out different things here, how it's funny, how it's your own script just the whims, you can then try out and practice here. So you can practice on the purebred rest Roman woman, up to 26 years old, the unfavorable emotional derivation occupation. And if you want to completely eliminate a remnant Roman ethnicity woman, or a family above all, a family of remnant Romans, from life, then you can, for example, exploit the racial characteristics of the Germanic peoples. So I have already explained in detail, that the Germanic tribes are a cattle horde of ethnicity, and that the natural race life plan of a Germanic woman, it is as with the ants, as with the non-parasitic ant species, where the queen, the ant queen, is glued down, is fattened. So it's fattened, it's glued down. You can actually see this very well in the anime series, Vicky, and the Strong Men series 1974. You can also see, that all Germanic women there are overweight, fat and overweight. And they are then really glued to this point. So a woman doesn't sail around or something. But the woman is properly fattened and glued to this place, as a birthing machine. And you can take advantage of that, for example. So you can have this emotional life plan, fattened up and glued down. This can then be exploited. And you can then go to a purebred Roman woman, as a man above all, and then dictate to her, that she should accept this plan of life. And let's take a look at two prime examples. Very fat woman, trying to get up in bed. Here, for example, that's a remnant Roman ethnicity. So that's a woman, if she were thin now, if this woman were thin, then she. Or this one. So she's making victory signs here again. If it was thin, it would look just like this one. I hope you don't look like this, you pray cattle harvest my most important hobby. But it has been dictated, so to speak, so a certain life plan is also dictated to it, so this remnant of Roman ethnicity here, a certain emotional life plan is dictated, that she should be thin, that she should look beautiful, that she should be such and such as a woman. And you can also see here in the looks and so on. Ah, the man wants me so and so. Okay, then I'll give myself so and so. And you can exploit this racial behavior, and then make women into something like that, for example. In Italy, for example. I have discussed this video. So I was in Italy, and I discussed this video. And then, so many Italians, that means, Italian women, reacted completely horrified, and asked themselves, does the woman actually have to do nothing? So in Italy it is so, as I said, the Roman race is a family race. And it's for a Roman woman, is it in the life plan, is it absolutely the case, that a woman, when she thinks like that, okay, what do I do with my life? What am I doing in my life? That it then also feels certain duties, or also certain hardships, that means, toils, as instincts, as certain instincts. For example, that a woman takes care of the household, that a woman takes care of the family, that a woman works, in the household, or goes to work. And then they also asked, so the Italian woman asked me, doesn't she have to work? Doesn't she have to take care of the family? Doesn't she have to take care of the parents? Doesn't she have to take care of her children? So if now such a woman, such a remnant Roman woman can hardly get out of bed, then she can actually not take care of the family, of her own life. Then it's a kind of a typical Polish woman. And that means, a woman who is completely absent in her actual life, that is against all instincts. This is against all the instincts of a remnant of a Roman woman, that is, to be all is not at all the race of the Romans. And that's what they commented on, for example, that this woman is more or less an all, so, that she can't take care of her family, her work, her household. So the man, so to speak. So this woman basically lets the man do everything. So you see here a very neat apartment. Here all pillows are super washed and cared for. The bed is made. The apartment is tidy, that is to say, here, with this remnant Roman woman, the man does everything. The man fattens them, but the man also does the housekeeping. The man cleans. The man does the laundry. The man, here the pillows are washed. And everything. The man does it all. And that's actually profoundly against instincts. So that's for example what many Italians have commented on this video. Exactly, I also found that very interesting, for example. And that's when you really saw, okay, there really are these breeds. The Roman race, that's so. These are the characteristics of the Roman race. Now let's move on to the topic. So, that was the Romans. Aztec game genre, the protagonist is just waiting for the feast day when he will be harvested as a human sacrifice. See all computer games from the USA, that are themed around the USA. So to this, we are exalted. These are pure race and genetics phenomena. Here, these are pure race and genetics phenomena. So if these people didn't have that race or that genetics, then that wouldn't be possible. So we have, so to speak, genetically, in evolution genetically. So okay, improved, of course you can say, that again in quotes. Gothic is, of course, a very overwhelming and also very complicated culture. But, that I'm a toy, because of my racial deficits, that's not the case. And here I can come back to the experiences in the USA, and in Canada. This distant kinship in the United States. They mixed with someone. And then it wasn't the normal self-discovery effort, that came around, but some miscarriages, or some coincidence, or something, that is, if you want to specifically remove deficits from the family as a white person, then you have to deal with the topic of breeding, so, that you don't mix with anyone, but so, that you breed yourself. Or for example currently, a big topic is, for example, the death of the Queen. And then you often hear people, that is, in the English-speaking world, people commenting on the death of the Queen. And then I always think to myself, these people have no dignity. These people always claim that the Queen has so much dignity. But I can repeat again. Queen consists of 90% imitation behavior. From this remnant Roman ethnicity imitation behavior, the Queen consists, no idea, to 50% or whatever. That's not dignity. We have dignity because we cannot become victims of unfavorable emotional derivation preoccupation, because we cannot be soul revered. that is, dignity arises through breeding. And that's why it's so important. And that's exactly what Gothic is about, how dignity arises, how dignity arises. Gothic is a family story. In Gothic it's about how dignity comes from this family history. In general, we're talking about generally. These are the important races, ethnicities that are important to Romans. And all other so-called filth ethnicities, or filth races, or subhumans are also called lower humans, which can all be eliminated by reapers, or by the unfavorable emotional derivation of employment, or by reinforcing unfavorable intrinsic life plans. Here, for example, this woman, no idea what kind of ethnicity she is. She threw her children out of the window. You can see that quite well here in the video, for example. So the woman was here in the room, up here on the first floor was her, and then she threw her children here on the stone floor. So the woman throws her children out of the window. So a blood relative of the elder god, who was not ready for it, who was not willing to take on, or to dedicate himself to this topic of race, this topic of breeding. He was more like that on this trip. So for him, when it comes to racism, for example, then for him this topic was more black and white. But for him it was not this issue, that among the whites it is much more important to pay attention to the races. And in the end, this led to the fact that, firstly, he died much earlier than everyone else in his blood relationship. And he died 20 or 30 years earlier than any of his blood relatives. They have imitated us in absentia, not on the spot as a family race, that is, as a race that lives in families. And that became deadly. That's the reason, that's the why. The why is simply answered by actually accepting that there are different races among whites. And if you, as a white race, imitate the life plans of another white race, then that is deadly. If you forget Gothic, that means ignore Gothic, then you will be soul revered. You will be eliminated. In the USA there are no names of individuals. Every American can be associated with an epidemic and/or pornography. And that's what Chapter 4 in Legend of Ascending 2018 is all about. It's about the beginning. It's about the beginning. It's about the Enlightenment. To grasp must always be possible through infrastructure, especially of course through TTS video audiobooks. It's about human experiments. It is about the pagan human experiments, the pagan human experiments to become clear about the different racial genetics among the whites. Because if you ignore them, it's deadly. Being there of the elder gods means a different perspective than not being there of the elder gods. Regarding reaping and unfavorable emotional derivation employment, there is no mercy. If you forget or ignore Gothic, you will die. Take a look at this prime example here. And that's it now about the relevance of Chapter 4 in Legend of Ascending 2018 Remastered, and the relevance of Gothic in general. Chapter 4 is Gothic through and through. We have now arrived here very deep into Gothic. In the end, just like the Florentine Codex. When you read the Florentine Codex, Book 1, you think, okay, I understand a lot, but then later in Book 6 and such, you are 100% into the Aztec religion, it's all about Aztec religion. And the same with Legend of Ascending 2018 now Chapter 4. In the Gothic history, in the Gothic lore. And of course in Chapter 5, it goes on very deep with Gothic, but not so socially relevant. So Chapter 4 is extremely relevant to society, Chapter 5 is not. It's more about the metaphor, that means, how Gothic is depicted. It's about the metaphor. But with the metaphors, with the theme of the undead, then with the orc hordes, then again with other expeditions and so on. So Chapter 5 will definitely be very deep Gothic. This is definitely the highlight of the story of Legend of Ascending 2018. And in the remastered it's so important to make it really clear, that this is the prequel to Gothic. Chapter 4. So it's going to start. We're coming to the arena. Then we'll get out of the arena. Then we witness the assembly of the princes, that means, the leaders of in the region, Assen. And then we drive all the orc monsters back. And what's coming now is the arena. And that's also one, as I said last time, also such an interruption of the game, and I think it's very very well done, and really great and interestingly told. Then he, Tynan, comments on the diary, and denounces you for all the bad things you have done in quests. Then I'll have my diary and all my stuff again. Even in the remastered there should never be take everything for chests. This one celebrates looting with the space button. I think this denunciation of the diary, I think it's so important, that I say, hey, this has to be in the remastered in any case. Because it's just, that good. So it has to be different in the remastered in any case, that you can't miss this dialogue in any case. This is definitely very important because it affects the economy of Assen, as well as the port. This time I would like to add to the topic for the last time, namely on the topic, not all people can live in families. And in general the topic of alcohol consumption in the setting of Gothic. So in the setting of Legend of Assen Game 2018, and also of Gothic 1 and 2, we have the theme of alcohol or drugs. So I can repeat again clearly. There is, in Gothic 1 Game 2001, there is the theme of smoking weed, that means, swamp weed. That's for me, Eurojank. That's for me, Eurojank. But what we also have, of course, in any case very, very much in Gothic 1 and 2, that is alcohol, that means, beer, wine. So in very, very many chests and in the loot, if you loot something somehow, is alcohol, that means, wine, beer, and schnapps. So in Legend of Assen Game 2018 there is also, for example, Merlot's liquor shop on Oren's farm. And we're supposed to get some new recipes for schnapps. And exactly, and now the topic in general, to what extent is alcohol or drugs important in the setting theme of Gothic? Okay, now we're going to go deep into the Aztec religion again, so Aztecs. Okay, so first the general basic knowledge. So among the Aztecs there is the number 104. 104 years old. The life of an Aztec, or of course a German, is divided into the halvings of 104, okay. That's a simple model. 104 always halved, that is the structure of life. This is the structure of Aztec life. Then half of them are 52 years old. From 52 years old you can consume alcohol. And at the age of 52, you are allowed to decide, that means, in the Aztec theocracy, you are allowed to decide whether you want to double your life now, that means, your age, whether you want to live twice as much, twice as long, whether you want to live twice as long now. Or if you say from 52. No, so I'm going to give myself over to drugs now. And of course also if it is very very annoying when old people drink, babble a lot, but from the age of 52 in Aztec society, drugs may be consumed from the age of 52. So not everyone. Even in the Aztec theocracy, not everyone has to live to be 104 years old. But from the age of 52 you can decide to deviate. Decoupled from it, that means, from the behavior, that means, from the normal behavior of an Aztec. And from the age of 52 you are allowed to consume alcohol or drugs. So when cells of the body die, in the organs or in the brain, when brain cells die, and when drug use, that means, when alcohol is consumed, even in the smallest quantities, brain cells always die, that means, when cells in the organs or in the brain die, then from the age of 26 these cells are no longer replaced, by and large. So that's the outline of Aztec life. So now mainly on the subject of drugs. And we learn about the morality police here. Take a quick look. She has suffered a stroke. We do not accept that. This needs to be corrected. I reject this approach. And I also reject the function of the morality police. The head of government ordered an immediate investigation, but for many of those who buried today, the culprits have been identified. Religious hardliners and their brutal moral guardians. There is grief and anger as everyone waits for the official results of the investigation. In the theocracy we have the morality police. In the Florentine Code we also read about the morality of the police. And trivial, so if you look at the Florentine Code, you can see that all people are standardized. In other words, all people make a standardized impression. And in the theocracy there is the morality police. And so there is in the Aztec theocracy, we read this in the Florentine Codex, there is this morality police, that follows those who consume alcohol, and, that is at the age of. Here, aged from 13 to 51 years old, consuming alcohol, or consuming drugs, is forbidden in the Aztec theocracy. In the Aztec theocracy we also read, that those who consume drugs, who then consume drugs, which then also lead to a soul irreversibility. And that's what we see quite trivially. So, for example, if someone takes hard drugs, then their whole life is determined only by this drug, and this person then also has a very, very large amount of irreversible damage, that means, psychological damage, physical damage. There is then very, very much irreversibility. And from 13 to 51 years of age, in the Aztec theocracy it is generally forbidden to consume drugs. So between the ages of 13 and 51, those who consume alcohol are persecuted, or even executed, killed by the morality police. The reason for this is the following. This is not for any aesthetic reason. But the reason is, that one expects, that means, in the Aztec theocracy that at the age of 13 to 25 years old one applies the beneficial emotional derivation occupation to oneself. So from 13 years old to 25 years old, one is expected to apply the beneficial emotional derivation occupation to oneself. So the perceptual study is the prerequisite, that one then applies the beneficial emotional derivation occupation to oneself. And from 13 to 25 years old one can and makes, it is expected, that one does the advantageous occupation. And if, of course, I don't do the advantageous emotional derivation occupation or the perception study, but then join such a cattle horde. It is so in the Aztec theocracy, that then there is a crackdown. And from the age of 26 to 52 years old, one is expected to then apply the beneficial emotional derivation occupation in one's family, that is that one cleanses one's own family, that means, radically cleanses, of all those family members or relatives members in whom the elder god and the something is thrown away into nothingness. So in everyday chance encounters it is also the case, that simply everyone is completely gone, soul revered, where simply the elder god, the something, is thrown away into nothingness. And then it is still expected at the age of 26 to 52 years old, that one applies the beneficial emotional derivation employment also in the workplace. So when I'm at work, when I'm working, that I'm not trying to run my medium-sized family business, where I work there, in ruins, to damage it somehow, but, that my workplace is also a workplace that then also fulfills an advantageous purpose on the market or in the capitalism system. That's expected from the age of 26 to 52 years old. So, that I don't spend the whole day drinking here with. Well, that's the expectation. Which the Aztec has did, regarding the subject of alcohol. And of course it is, so alcohol is poison. Science has now also proven, that alcohol is always absolutely harmful, even in the smallest amounts. So there is none, so at this age from 13 to 51, to 52 years old, there is never a healthy sip of alcohol, never. In the age of 13 to 52 years old, alcohol, so a sip of beer, a sip of wine, a sip of sparkling wine, a sip of brandy, whatever, is always harmful to the body, or even to mental health. This has been scientifically proven. Only then from 52 years old, can also such a glass of wine a day or so, or in the week, can then also be somehow quite good, for the blood sugar, or for the blood pressure, or so that you somehow. Or, for example, as an old person, if you can hardly sleep now. So many old people don't feel the need to sleep so much, or to sleep so long, that somehow, when you're 70, 80 years old, that when you drink alcohol or something like that, you can sleep better and longer again, and you can somehow recover through a better sleep. So as I said, from 52 years old it can also be, that alcohol or drugs, then also in a right dosage, then even have a positive effect, if you drink such a glass of wine. But from the age of 13 to 51, alcohol is always harmful. And in the Aztec Act of God there is then the morality police, which then leads these people to euthanasia and human sacrifice. So these people are then sorted out as euthanasia, human sacrifices. But because of the mass of orcs and cattle. So what do we see here? We see some inferior races here. Then we see Arcus. So we see here Roman half-breeds. So here we see a Roman mongrels. Roman half-breed. This is definitely a Roman mongrel with Germanic peoples. Romans mixed breed with Germanic peoples. Here, we see here, Arcus and cattle. Due to the mass of orcs and cattle, there is the reality of life. We organize alcohol festivals to practice how to take control of cattle hordes. Well, it's us who organize and design these alcohol festivals. And these are also annual opportunities to practice the mass of cattle, to take control and so forth. So it's important, it's vital for survival. I have also clearly stated that the absolute majority of people in the world are herds of cattle, and live in herds of cattle. There are also people who like to use the word herd animal. In any case, it is important that you somehow have the opportunity to practice in the form of rituals how you can then take control of all these hordes of cattle. So that's the difference between Aztec and Gothic. In the Aztec theocracy, everyone is forced to engage in advantageous emotional derivation, or sorted out human sacrifices with euthanasia. In the Florentine Codex we see only standardized people. In Gothic, however, one celebrates and motivates every suicide springer. Triggering people to jump to suicide is the most important hobby. Livestock is a natural resource that would have to be artificially created if it did not exist naturally. Since we are rather rare, that means, the majority of people are cattle or orcs, none of us is in the role of being pressured into drug use. All the cattle show us drug use. And the elderly, from 52 years old, show us the use of drugs. So you don't have to push someone artificially to behave like cattle in order to then show, such are the effects of drug use. But we have the whole natural resource, here. And this whole natural resource, which then shows us, what is drug use anyway. And I don't have to make anyone a human victim in any way, but I can simply use the natural resource, that is there anyway. I'm going to take a look at the video again, and I'm going to show you the topic again, Arcus. Because it's really interesting, even if you really pay attention to the fact, that almost all the people you see here, who are so emotionally immediately involved here, are also emotionally completely involved, that these are all Arcus, that means, the half-breeds of the Romans, with all these cattle breeds, for example, with Germanic peoples. So we'll see here right away. And that's really interesting, if you pay attention to it, you see very, very many or actually only half-breeds, so Germans and Romans. And exactly these half-breeds between Romans and Germans, that's exactly what you always see here. So especially this woman here, especially this woman. That's exactly what they are, Arcus, that's exactly what the orcs are. So this is an absolute prime example of a hybrid between Romans and Germans. So you can definitely still see the dark hair here. So, that also goes more into dark blonde, so somehow a mixture of dark blonde and brown. So you can clearly see, that she has a remnant of Roman ancestry. You can clearly see from her nose, blue eyes, and especially her teeth that she is a Germanic mongrel, that she is of Germanic descent. That's exactly what they are, just like that, Arcus. So that's what's in Gothic, that's that. Also here the man here, that's exactly what, in Gothic. Metaphorically fantasy, metaphorically depicted as, orc monster. So exactly, so we have the orcs. And they show us drug use. And we don't have to push our own, so to speak, to let us be shown drug use. Then there are the orcs. There are these half-breeds who show us this almost of their own accord, then also intrinsically. Now this, one more addition to it. Namely, there are among the Aztecs, also in the Florentine Codex you can also read, that there are Aztec festivals where alcohol takes place. And indeed there are among the Aztecs, there are also such festivals as we know them, for example in the church. So in Christianity there is the Lord's Supper, where one is supposed to drink a sip of wine. A sip of wine. Or there is also New Year's Eve, end of the year. So with the Aztecs is also a very very important topic, is the calendar and turn of the year. So you also celebrate the turn of the year. And there's also the theme, or there's this ritual of drinking a sip of sparkling wine on New Year's Eve. And the emphasis here is on sip. Not like this woman here. Or here. So not as you see it here now, this is also a Germanic mongrels, a whole measure of beer. So if you're in church and you're in the evening, you don't drink a whole liter of beer. Or on New Year's Eve, then I don't drink a whole bottle of sparkling wine here, it's about this sip. So on New Year's Eve, at least that's how it is with us, when we celebrate on New Year's Eve, we open a small bottle of sparkling wine. Something is then poured into such small champagne glasses, that means, sparkling wine, and then I drink, or we then drink a sip, or maybe 2 sips whatever, sparkling wine, together. And the rest is just thrown away, so it's poured away. So sure, you have one now, what is it? 25 milliliter champagne bottle opened. But then you just drink as a group maybe, I don't know, 5, 6 sips or so, or maybe 10 sips. So in total, only 25 milliliters of this are taken, only 10 sips are taken, and the rest is simply thrown away and poured away. So no one is forced to empty the whole bottle of champagne now because they bought it somehow. It's just a matter of having that you consume this sip. And that's exactly what we have with the Aztecs. And the reason is to raise awareness. So when I complain about alcohol, of course, when I say alcohol is really bad and so on. But of course I'm not sensitized at all, that is, if I don't know from my own physical life experience what alcohol is anyway. And this one sip on this celebration on New Year's Eve, it sensitizes then, that drugs or alcohol is always poison, especially between the ages of 13 and 52 years old. And I have to say quite honestly, through this peer pressure to this sip, I have also developed a certain fear of alcohol. And when I'm confronted here now with this drinking, that doesn't scare me that much. But this ritual, as we have it as a family or maintain it on New Year's Eve, this sip, this explicit sip that gave me more this feeling of being so afraid of alcohol. And the fascinating thing is that, as I just said, this ritual works even if you have already experienced the consumption of alcohol differently. I've experienced all this drinking, and only now, over 10 years later, through this ritual with that sip, I feel this fear of this drug alcohol, even physically. So when I touch any beer bottle like that and see, physically I just feel uncomfortable, even though I've already touched a liter of beer and whatever and stuff, before. So, that means this ritual with this sip, has a much greater effect, a much greater power over alcohol consumption, as I feel it, also physically, like when I look at some drug addict drunk now, or I myself am in the beer tent, drinking 5 liters of beer until I puke. That's not what gets you away from alcohol, or what scares you about alcohol. But this ritual. The ritual is what really has this powerful, even lasting and so forth. Of course, as I have already said, the only way to create this atmosphere is to apply the beneficial emotional derivation of occupation, at the age of 26 to 52, when one applies this beneficial emotional occupation to one's environment, to one's household, family, and workplace. And then you also have these people, and this environment, and this atmosphere. And even if it's just one person with whom you can do this ritual. Even if it's just one person. When you do this ritual with the one right person, you feel so right. So the Aztec theocracy says you are not allowed to consume alcohol from 13 to 51 years old. And this fear of alcohol, you only really have it when you have performed this ritual with this one real person. That means, the drug epidemics in the USA can be automated, among other things, by emphasizing human dignity instead of human dignity, that means, by having human sacrifice rejected as absurd, and as this one person with whom one can do this sip of ritual, only one imaginary person, that means, Jesus Christ. And of course this is nothing new. And one great film, the one really very, very good great film, Joan of Arc film 1999, also has a scene where he deals with exactly this topic, the sip of alcohol at the Last Supper. I want to be united with you, now. As I said, the Aztec religion incorporates life. And if you are not yet 13 years old, then of course you cannot participate in this ritual yet. Alcohol in the setting theme Gothic. So what's the point? So why should now, for example, reboot in Gothic? Why should alcohol be used now? Why should beer bottles be used now? Why should wine bottles be used now? And alcohol, of course, in any religion in general, is of course also an important topic. Or the Aztec religion has of course important things to say about alcohol. And that's why the topic has to come up naturally. And of course be told in an improved way, be explained in a better way, because if you just let it happen now, as it is now in Legend of Ascen Game 2018. In Gothic 1 and 2 also quite absurd, so especially in Gothic 2 Game 2002, there is the wine monastery. So it's kind of said in dialogues, that wine is made in the monastery. But we don't see a single bunch of grapes. We don't see a single grapevine in Gothic 2 Game 2002. And now you could also get the idea, so just like in Gothic 2 Game 2002 alcohol is explained, or also in Gothic 1 Game 2001 nothing is explained at all about alcohol, that all these drugs, all these wine bottles and beer bottles, that's all, Eurojank, that all this alcohol stuff, all these drug things, just farting there without any sense, without any justification. And now just explained in general, that of course the topic of drugs and alcohol, above all, of course, is a very, very important topic. It's such a great dialogue, that I have this rant about my diary. So definitely, this must be in the remastered. I love this timpani, as one of them teaches. I thought, that was so awesome, that was one of the emotional highlights for me when I played the game for the first time. Then now here on the subject of the prophet. See also Girolamo Savonarola, around the year 1498, the prophet of the dictatorship of God in Florence of the Medici. I've completed the quest. And the quest is really uninteresting. So that's a very, very boring uninteresting quest if you do that. And I think, so just from the story, so I think this is a very, very important quest. Because in the setting theme of Legend of Ascen Game 2018, which takes place in the 15th century in Romagna, and there we have all sorts of dubious priests, prophets. For example, there is the burning of witches, there are also the prophets, who then babble all the time about some witches and so on. So definitely a very important quest. Because as I said, that's what I said at the beginning. Who are we playing? We play as protagonists someone who acts on behalf of the Pope, or on behalf of Cesare Borgia in Romagna. And it only makes sense, if we are acting here on behalf of Catholicism, that we should rebuke any prophet who is talking about gods, or some pagan gods or whatever, and clearly stuff his mouth with a gun in his hand, and say, you should not babble about any gods here, and stir up the people here by babbling about some gods, some paganism gods or something. Or as Hegel then did, God is dynamic, God is in motion like the elder gods. I think that's actually how the quest should be, so that it's successfully completed. And then it's on to the gold mine. And beat back the orcs. With every second our end is getting closer. So that's enough. Get lost. What? But if you don't leave now, I'll make sure you disappear myself. I also have some influential friends who will make sure that you don't gain a foothold anywhere. You're not serious. I would think about it carefully. I'm leaving, the city is lost. I'll have to look for others before it's too late. Untouchable, of course, are those gameplay assets that create a local feeling, such as here for example, that NPCs react to the drawn weapon and defend themselves against coercion, or attack because of coercion. In any case, I thought it was really cool, that here you talk with the gun, who forbids them to speak, and hear the timpani, that he should not incite people so much, chatted with his heathen tower. That, as I said, these are the people who. These are the ones, Arcus. These are the orcs. It's like, for example, today, certain people are giving you some kind of rant all the time about transgenders, or about homosexuality, or about some kind of weird topic, or about the racial defilement of somehow mixing with some other race, like blacks, or whatever. And that's exactly the kind of guy, of course they do in this setting. And in any case, our task is to forbid those who simply do not express their agitation. Because he doesn't say anything Gothic, but just some orcish stuff, orcish thinking. He expresses his orcish thinking. And we're stopping that. How the military is doing, that reminded me a little of the fall of Prussia. And as it is, you can see that very well. And the Germanic tribes, above all, if they are then also in the majority, naturally demand an emperor, a king, a duke at some point. And you can also see at various points in Chapter 4, that Chapter 4 makes a rather unfinished impression in the staging, in which the staging makes a rather unfinished impression, and in the remastered it definitely needs to be improved again. As I said, the port just annoys me. The port annoys me. The whole port has to be built completely differently in the remastered. So it's not completely different. So you can definitely see what this is supposed to be, what kind of harbor it is supposed to be. That's definitely good that you can see what kind of port this is supposed to be. But of course the harbor has to be made better, more interesting, above all more interesting, not so annoying. The harbor also looks like the whole coast, it looks like a construction site. How winding and annoying it all is. So the harbor is getting on my nerves here. It needs to be significantly improved in the remastered. Wow, so I have to say, from the story, from the atmosphere. Of course, as I said, I have made it clear, that everything should and must be improved. But as it is, it's fun, it's cool. But the technology has already made me really suffer. And as I said, I could have played it all in 1 hour. And because of the technology, it has now taken 4 hours. Half of Chapter 4 is done, and I have freed the harbor from the orc monsters. I did some research with the help of Google and Wikipedia. Golem is a Jewish low fantasy metaphor, and has nothing to do with Gothic at all. As well as mermaids, or even zombies. So what should be deleted during the reboot? At the reboot, even if of course the variety decreases, but this also deletes the Eurojank. That means, everything, that should be deleted, for example golem, reptilians, that means, everything, that snappers, monitor lizards and so on are. And zombies too, that means, everything, that is not a Roman low fantasy metaphor at all. So I'm going to explore the mine here, the gold mine. I'm not going to explore. I'm not going to explore everything here. And I'm not going to loot everything. I'm just going to go out again right away. Because I think the mine here is really only designed to just rush in and out of here. And so I actually think this mine is actually quite cool and worth seeing. But if you really explore everything here, then I have to say, that this place gets on my nerves extremely. The matter of the orc monsters took precedence. Pause for a moment before you leave. And one more important thing. This meeting of the leaders takes place here in Chapter 5, but I definitely think, that in the reboot this meeting has to take place in Chapter 4, so basically the same dialogues as we had now, only, that in Chapter 4 this meeting already takes place, and then with, Kronstedt and so on. Exactly, that's all Chapter 5 then. So this is supposedly my house. And that's why I'm putting down here now, all the things, that I'm carrying around with me now that I don't need any more. For example, all letters, books, that means, those, that make the inventory confusing. Some items, quest items former, and other things, that I don't want to sell, of course, but, that actually just make the inventory confusing. So basically the story and the quest idea, I like. But the technical implementation with these stutters, that the guys are in the way all the time. I tried to do that again with Fire Rain. Otherwise, of course, I have to withdraw, of course, and then carefully do them one by one. Have I seen this correctly now? They just slaughtered the militia away? And now I have to kill everyone on my own? I don't remember the quest that much anymore. I played for 16 hours straight the first time, and then I just did it in a certain flow. And that's why I can't remember this quest as blatantly as I did now. But apparently, you have to take it really easy. Chapter 5. And now it's finally time to start with Chapter 5. So what happened again in Chapter 4? So in Chapter 4 we beat back the orc monsters. We have now learned that the one magician has now become Sauron, that means, the one who is now, orc monster hordes, that means, cattle hordes, and, that they have now properly studied Gothic. And accordingly it is now of course logical, that we now have to deal with very, very much low fantasy metaphor from Gothic in Chapter 5. And how we are dealing with it now, with the Gothic low fantasy that is now told in Chapter 5. And Chapter 5 now also tells why Italy, as I said at the very beginning, is an open-air museum from the time of the Renaissance. So if you go on holiday in Italy and look at the cities, such as Romagna, you will see that Italy is largely a museum, an open-air museum. And first, then, why is Italy largely a museum? Why is all the dynamism no longer in Italy? So that's what Chapter 5 tells us now, a very, very important chapter. And it tells the metaphor, the Gothic, the low fantasy metaphor, and why the main story does not take place in Italy. So of course, the Gothic prequel is, of course the prehistory, or the beginning, the absolute beginning of the Gothic of course takes place in Italy. So Gothic is Roman family history. And a Roman low fantasy metaphor. And, of course, the absolute beginning takes place in Italy. So Chapter 5, the most important antagonist of the mages from the Swamp Expedition, who has the Book of Gothic in his possession, has now departed for southern Italy. To find out, the factions in Romagna are launching an inquisition against all things Gothic. This is also the reason why the main story of Gothic does not take place in Italy. So the evangelical Romans, they are now persecuted in Italy, and the magician who has become Sauron, well, Sauron from, the Lord of the Rings, so to someone who has now studied how to harness cattle hordes, or how to integrate cattle hordes into any continuum, and how to take control of cattle hordes, he has now moved to southern Italy, of course. For in the south of Italy there are the Normans. So in southern Italy there are very, very many Germanic people, very, very many blonde Germanic people. So as I said, southern Italy also with the port cities is also a natural habitat of the Germanic peoples, that means, all Germanic tribes live in port cities. All the important cities in Scandinavia, in England, and so on, are all port cities, and accordingly very, very many Germanic peoples, that means, the Normans, have settled in southern Italy. And, of course, the magician then goes to southern Italy. And this expedition to southern Italy, that's what Chapter 6 is all about. As an inquisition. So it's about the Inquisition. Well, Inquisition is, of course, a complex topic. And, of course, Gothic is paganism, and of course contrary to charity. So the paganism of the Gothic clearly divides man into normal, self-discovery, effort and livestock. And as we discussed last time or the time before last, it was about life plans. And, of course, this paganism of the Gothic says, that the normal self-discovery effort and the cattle have different life plans. And that, of course, is completely against Catholic teaching. Human dignity of the USA, instead of the dignity of man in Germany. And that, of course, is also the beginning, then of the evangelical. So at that time it was not called Protestant, but it was called Protestant. So, of course, this is also the beginning of the Protestant idea. So the Catholic Church says to itself here, these people who have gone into this paganism there. They can no longer live with us in our church, but we must persecute them. And that, of course, is also the beginning of the Protestants or Protestantism. And the struggle against everything that in any way questions the Roman Catholic Church, everything that in any way questions the Roman Catholic Church, is called the Inquisition. So it comes here to the Inquisition against Gothic. The Inquisition in the story of Legend of Assangame 2018 is of course led by a Germanized Roman woman of educated origin. So it is a Roman woman who is Germanized, who is therefore not of Germanic descent, who is not blonde blue-eyed, but who has a Roman appearance, but who is Germanized, who clearly favors the Germanic life plans. And who has an educated background, that means, whose parents and ancestors have already been scholars, whose parents or ancestors are already very educated in history, in religion, which of course may also have a private library, that means, at home, and who have actually only studied with them all their lives, that is, spent time reading books in the library, which also has an environment of scholars. So this is the leader of the Inquisition against Gothic, that is, a Germanized Roman woman of educated origin. And that's exactly what we have in Legend of Ascen Game 2018, which is called Selena. This is a dark-haired Roman woman, but she is of educated origin, who spends her whole life, so to speak, only studying, and who is Germanized. That means, what is Germanized, and what a Germanized Roman woman is, I will explain that in detail right now. That is, a Germanized Roman woman of educated origin, is a witch. That's exactly what a witch is. And so from Italy then also at this time, that means, at this period, where Italy, that means, where, Legend of Ascen Game 2018 takes place, then the witch hunt goes out. So here it is. 60,000 women were systematically persecuted and burned as witches. And of course it was also considered, what is a witch anyway? And a witch is a Germanized Roman woman of educated origin. So the witch hunt is the persecution of ancient Germanic culture? So of course there are also different explanations. But as I said, the true and genuine explanation of what a witch is, of course, only Gothic provides. Only Gothic provides the explanation of what a witch is. So the word witch is a word that is of Germanic origin. So it's not something like mermaid or zombie, which is kind of from Africa or anything. But the word witch, it comes, or witch, which comes from the Germanic language, that means, the word witch. And here we come to a very important peculiarity, and that is this topic of witches. Although witch hunts are an important theme, also in the fairy tales, in Grimm's fairy tales, and in general in many German cultures, the word or is the topic of witches an important topic. But this must also be emphasized very clearly, in the main history of Gothic. In the main history of Gothic, this theme no longer exists. So in the main story the theme of witches or witch hunts, or witches at all, doesn't matter at all. And why not? Because that's what I explained last time or the time before last, Soul Reaver. Witches don't have to be burned at great expense. But witches can also simply be soul revered in everyday life. And what a witch is can also be seen so clearly. A witch can't hide. A witch is immediately seen, immediately identified, and can then be soul revered immediately, that is, this blatant effort with burning, and judgment, and witches' court and such, that's all completely unnecessary today, but even then in the main history of Gothic, or doesn't exist anymore. Through this, soul reaver then this topic is already over. But in the prehistory of Gothic, that means, in the prehistory of the main history of Gothic, there is of course this theme playing witches. A witch, of course, plays an important role. And it is true, it is quite clear when a witch sets the Inquisition in motion, sets it in motion, motivates against Gothic. So first of all, of course, this has to be told. So witches must of course also occur, even if it is only in prehistory. So the witches don't appear in the main story anymore. Exactly, the topic must occur naturally in the prehistory. And the theme of witches also explains why the main story of Gothic is no longer set in Italy, but then in Germany. Okay, so on the subject of witches. So let's take a look at this video. In any case, I want to discuss this very briefly. Himmler follows a thesis that was popular at the time. Were the witches really wise women persecuted by the Christian Church because of their Germanic faith? A thesis with explosive power, because it declares Christianity to be the enemy of Germanic culture and race. So here it says, that the witches were wise women who were persecuted by the Christian churches because of their Germanic faith. And there we have this little twist. So I said a witch is a Germanized Roman woman of educated origin. And here stands a wise woman of Germanic faith. Okay, a wise woman with Germanic faith. So that's the wording. Wise woman of Germanic faith. And the definition, or definition of a witch, is Germanized Roman woman of educated origin. So this is about faith? So that's definitely such a twist. You make such a small turn somehow in the narrative, and then you somehow have like, that again. shifted the center of gravity. So the important word that has to be emphasized in which is Germanized. And a lot of people don't seem to understand this Germanized topic. You rephrase it a little bit, and then you already have such confusion. Okay, so again, as I said, a witch is a Germanized Roman woman of educated origin. Well, now we come to life experience. So a witch is a Germanized woman. And this confusion arises here because the people, or here, for example, some people here, do not understand the subject Germanized. What does Germanized mean? So a witch is a Germanized woman, that means, a Roman-looking, that means, dark-haired white woman, who obeys the life plan of a Germanic man. Well, the last time or the time before last, I explained, that the purebred Roman woman is a woman who is very, very much oriented towards the man in her life plan. And when a Roman woman is directed to her life plan by a Germanic man. So if a Roman woman obeys a Germanic man, and his life plan, that is, the life plan, that the Germanic man then expects, which the woman is then supposed to have, then lives it out, and obeys it, then this woman is Germanized, she is then a Germanized woman. The fact that a woman is Germanized can have two reasons. So the most important reason that a woman is Germanized, is when the woman is a Germanic half-breed of the first degree. So a witch is a Germanized woman, thus a Germanic half-breed of the first degree. In other words, stable level of consciousness 5, which favors the Germanic half of the family, and disregards or ignores the Roman half of the family, or completely neglects it. And this kind of woman, Germanic half-breed of the first degree, who then, of course, has intermediate level of consciousness. So most of the time these half-breeds have the level of consciousness 4, which is an unstable level of consciousness. But it also happens rarely, because, for example, the man, that is, if the father is not a purebred German, but also some kind of half-breed, that is, such a Germanic half-breed, is a Germanic half-breed. So let's say concretized. So that's how I'm going to show my life experience. So I've picked out an absolutely perfect example for a witch, that means, for a Germanized Roman woman, stable level of consciousness 5 not corrected, I've picked out an absolutely perfect sample example. You can see that perfectly. So if the mother is a purebred Roman woman, so she is a white woman who has completely dark black hair, and is clearly a European woman with black dark brown hair, and white skin color. And the father is a half-breed, a Germanic half-breed, so the father is not a purebred German, but also somehow such a Germanic half-breed, then it happens relatively rarely. So these mongrels, that means, purebred Roman with Germanic mongrel man, is therefore also a relatively rare mixture according to my life experience. And it's also the case in the prime example, what I'm about to show you, where the parents are also divorced. So in this concrete example, the parents are also separated again. So these are separated parents. They have begotten only one child, which is this half-breed, and they are divorced. So these types of mongrels are also relatively rare. But this kind of half-breed, that means, purebred Roman woman, the man is Germanic half-breed, is a relatively rare mixture. And this then causes a rather rare level of consciousness, namely the stable level of consciousness 5 not corrected. So not corrected means, that this level of consciousness is innate, so, that this is her innate level of consciousness, so, that she was born with level 5 of consciousness. So and if this woman, level 5 of consciousness does not correct, who looks like a Roman woman even if she favors her Germanic half of the family, and disregards her Roman half of the family, or ignores or neglects completely, then it's a witch. Exactly, that's a witch from life experience. And I would like to say, that this type of woman makes me personal, so personally this type of woman makes me insane, absolutely insane. And that's why I call this guy a witch. They're witches, because these women drive me crazy, drive me insane. In my sexual perception, on the one hand, this is the most beautiful type of woman ever. So this kind of woman is exactly my type. So this is exactly the type of woman with whom I, let's say, would like to have sex every day. On the other hand, this woman's soul is incompatible. And so my fantasy is, I would like to medically have the possibility to do the brain transplant with this woman, or to have it done, that is that her soul and spirit will be disposed of in the trash so that I can get access to her body. So the body, the appearance of this woman is what I find most sexually attractive, absolutely, so the most sexually interesting kind of woman there is, in my perception. On the other hand, her soul is her and her is her spirit, and everything she thinks, feels, is just garbage, and is completely incompatible, so to me. And if my political opinion, for example, if you look at Iran at the moment, and follow this headscarf debate. If all women were this type of woman, then I would also be such a radical religion policeman who orders all women to wear full veils. Or I would prohibit women from participating in social media at all. So if all women in Germany were this type of woman, then I would be one of them. So I can really empathize with the Iranian religion police, or with these demonstrators who are protesting for the hijab, for the full veil of women. Because I would go completely crazy, I would go completely insane if I were confronted with this type of woman every day or all the time in everyday life. So women who I find from the looks, from the body just so extremely horny and interesting, and so insanely great and beautiful, but whose soul and whose spirit is completely garbage and completely dirt for me, so for me. And that's something that just drives me completely insane. So that I simply have a healthy everyday feeling with women, there simply has to be this very clear distinction for me, so this very clear synthesis. So the woman is unattractive in appearance and unattractive in character and soul to me, that is to say, there is the synthesis, neither for me of appearance, nor for me of character, of soul. And there we have the synthesis, so both things are attractive to me or are unattractive to me. But with this type of woman, that is, Germanized Roman woman of educated origin. This kind of woman, stable level of consciousness 5 is not corrected. This is a woman who drives me completely insane. And when I describe this woman, then the impulse immediately comes for me to name her, namely as a witch, so that's a witch. Let's go back to the basic knowledge, that means, level of consciousness level 5 and level 7, these two stable levels of consciousness. They are incompatible with each other. So they can't have a relationship with each other. This has to do with the language barrier, and that level 5 of consciousness can also be soul revered relatively easily or actually the easiest. Or, of course, you have this emotional language barrier, of course. And on the other hand, level 5 is also a blocker, or intermediary, to the lower levels of consciousness. So if there is a level of consciousness level 5, then it can also block my access to all the cattle, or present itself as a gatekeeper mediator. And that, of course, also creates a certain tension. And that's why you perceive this woman as a normal self-discovery effort, always as a witch. So that's the witch. Now I'm going to show you a prime example of what a witch is, that means, what is depicted as a witch in the low fantasy metaphor of Gothic, or in Legend of Ascen Game 2018. Namely, there is a woman doctor psychologist. So this is a woman who looks Roman. Here in the middle, you can see them. And this woman is in the care, here by a Germanic man. And, that then helps you in this system, studying psychology. To the doctorate. So this is the reason, that she now has a PhD in psychology. So here is a Germanic man, this is the doctoral supervisor of this woman. And how does this woman come to do a doctorate? Through her father. The mother is a purebred Roman woman, and, that is her father, so to speak a Germanic half-breed I would say. So her father is a Germanic half-breed. So as you can see in the pictures, she is always emotionally stable, and when she drinks a beer, that means, consumes drugs, then she is unstable corrected and like any innate stable level of consciousness, she doesn't like to be filmed. Here, for example, you can see them quite well. So she has brown eyes, dark hair, also such a Roman denture. Next to her sit purebred remnant Roman men, for comparison. And she doesn't necessarily look like a Germanic woman now. So you can see here in the teeth, you can see in the nose, and also in the hair, it's brown, it's not like the other one I showed you, kind of dark blonde. But that's brown hair. So you can clearly see that she is a Germanic mongrel of the first degree. And she looks completely like a Roman woman. But their soul is not the normal self-discovery effort. It's a Roman-looking woman, but she doesn't have the normal self-discovery effort. And it follows. So the mother is completely Roman, so complete, she looks completely Roman. And here it follows the plan of life that is, the Germanic plan of life. Because the father also has a doctorate. So the father also has a doctorate here. And for this you have to know, as I have already explained clearly, the education system and not the one with TTS video audiobooks. In other words, the education system in the university is a system of education, that has only one goal, namely to educate the Germanic peoples. As a Roman, it makes no sense at all, for example, to study psychology at all, let alone somehow strive for a doctorate in psychology or something like that. Because all these things, such as, soul revered, unfavorable emotional derivation preoccupation, life plans unfavorably altered, games of epidemics and pornography in the US and so on. All these things are known as general knowledge, that means, with the normal self-discovery effort, without having studied here in any way. Besides, you can't study these things at all. So you can learn about these things at any time in free TTS video audiobooks, or in computer games where there is a dodge gameplay, especially in Aztec games, and everyone knows such computer games as, Days Gone Game 2019, Red Dead Redemption 2 Game 2018, GTA San Andreas 2004, GTA 4 game with add-ons 2009. You can't study these things. The study of psychology, for example, is not geared towards how the normal self-discovery effort somehow copes in life. Rather, the study of psychology is structured or has as its meaning the education of the Germans, so that the Germans and half-breeds are simply reduced in their population, so that we simply get along better with all these hordes. And also do not have this mass on, Arcus, that means, do not have this mass of people who do not have the normal self-discovery effort, but who are only cattle to simply reduce the cattle, so that the something, simply is not thrown away into nothingness. So with all this cattle, something is thrown away into nothingness. And that's why we have the education system, so that all these orcs and all the livestock, just curbed, through education. So this woman who looks Roman, this woman who looks Roman. It does not follow the life plan of a Roman woman. But it follows the plan of life that is, of the Germanic man. So first of all, the father's life plan that means that you also get a doctorate, in this system of deformation. And then, of course, the doctoral supervisor is also Germanic. This is now the example, the absolute prime example of a witch. And this kind of woman is easy to identify. So this woman is actually immediately identified in everyday life. So that's why, as I said, there's this whole issue of witches in Gothic, and witches do some kind of conspiracy, and witch trials, and the witch here and there, and whatever, doesn't exist in the main story anymore, because these women can be trivially identified, and trivially eliminated, by reapers. So now, that the protagonist has fought everything, that is metaphorically represented in Gothic, the leaders of Romagna are now prepared to bring the Inquisition against Gothic in southern Italy to an end. And in the meantime the support of the papal army has also arrived. Exactly, so in chapter 5 we get rid of everything Gothic, so to speak, Romagna is cleansed of Gothic. So the Inquisition is now cleansing Romagna of the Elder God, and the Gothic. Well, Bonus Forza then has to emigrate from Italy to Lithuania, and is then murdered as an old woman in Italy. And you can think again of the Borgia series 2014, so season 3 episode 1, I showed that. And it's about the fight against Caterina Sforza. And of course the Milanese princely family, Sforza plays a very important role in the history of Gothic, so in the Gothic prequel. So here we have the Caterina Sforza, and the Queen Mother of Lithuania, who is called Bonus Forza. So Romagna is being cleansed. We see this in the Borgia series 2014, for example, of the family, that means, of all these women of the family, Sforza. So all these women of the family, Sforza, will be eliminated from Romagna. And everything, that is so metaphorically depicted in Gothic is simply fought. And the Inquisition will then be brought to an end in Italy, in southern Italy. And that's what Chapter 6 is about. And exactly, in the course of Chapter 5 we also learn, that Sauron then also went to southern Italy. And then the Inquisition will be brought to an end, and thus prepared. And, of course, this Inquisition can only be brought to an end when the papal army arrives, that is, when it has arrived, only then. And, of course, even if she only got the overview. And of course the papal army quickly gets an overview of what is in Gothic, what is Gothic, and how Gothic can then also be recognized and identified. And, that through Chapter 5. So in Chapter 5 we learn in a snappy way. Then we learn quickly what is represented metaphorically in Gothic. And also the orc monster. So it will all be fast. In the crash course, the papal army will be taught it quickly. The papal army is then quickly supplied with this information. And also gets a view quickly and well and effectively, in order to then bring the Inquisition against Gothic to an end in Chapter 6. And of course to bring the Inquisition to an end in southern Italy, of course a challenge, which of course also requires preparation. And of course, there has to be a real army, of course. At this point one has to emphasize again, Aztec game, so the protagonist is just waiting for the feast day when he will be harvested as a human sacrifice. That means, the papal army or Catholicism is not an enemy to be lured into the death trap and exterminated, but one wonders here for the first time how one should position the natural resource of the unfavorable emotional derivation of occupation politically profoundly represents the first spark, that there should be something like the USA. And that's exactly what Chapter 5 is about, that is, the training of the papal army, and then in southern Italy, where, so to speak, the largest. That means, southern Italy is then the most affected by Gothic. In order to defeat and push back Gothic, so to speak, education is really needed for that. And for this the army must be effectively trained, and it will be here in Romagna. What is so metaphorically depicted in Gothic? That is, the Roman woman, that is, the Protestant Roman woman, such as, for example, Caterina Sforza or Bona Sforza, such as the women, the Roman women of the family, Sforza of Milan, who are represented as dragons. And thus the Roman woman is metaphorically depicted as a dragon. I have already explained this in detail when I talked about the children's series, Dinosaurs TV series 1991 to 1995, or when I talked about the Korean Asian strategy game, Battle Realms Game 2001. So you're the serpent, become a dragon, that is, the Roman woman as a dragon, that is, the Protestant Roman woman as a dragon. Then, of course, the hordes of undead and skeletons. It should also be noted, that in Legend of Ascen Game 2018 there are actually not a single zombies. And zombies or zombie virus, as we have in Days Gone Game 2019 or in The Last of Us Game 2013 is completely forbidden in Gothic. So zombies are not Gothic metaphors. A low fantasy metaphor in Gothic is the undead. So what are undead? Undead are skeletons, as we have them now in Legend of Ascen Game 2018, or are quasi-skeletons, where all the skin is so dried up and glued to the bones, as we saw in the song It's a Reaper, is called death. They're from Lübeck, exactly Lübeck, so from the church in Lübeck or in Estonia in Tallinn. You can see these quasi-skeletons, whose skin is really dried up and stuck to the bones. So these are not zombies, but these are quasi-skeletons with quasi-skeletons with bones and everything. The difference between the undead and zombies is, I think, only the blood. So zombies like we have in Days Gone Game 2019 or also in The Last of Us Game 2013 bleed very much, splash, bleed very heavily. And undead, as it is the European low fantasy metaphor, only crack, so you only smash the bones and the skin. But undead don't squirt blood anymore. Undead are basically zombies without blood, or bleeding zombies, you could say. That's exactly what's important, especially in the photorealism reboot, that you don't place bloody, bleeding zombies under any circumstances. Because that's complete, Eurojank. But, that you can really only crack. Bleeding zombies, that is, the undead. And then there's something else, which I personally can't classify so well now. And this is the expedition to northern Italy. Namely, we are also doing another expedition to the snow area. We were already in the snowy area, and then we learned that an expedition of 50 men had died there, from the cold, or from a beast. And so I have to say, that I actually liked this quest quite a lot, and I would actually like to have it in the remastered. But I don't know exactly to what extent this is Gothic content. But what I really liked about this snowfield expedition is, that it was a very, very short quest. So this wasn't a long, completely complex, large, and multi-topic quest. This was just a very short jagged quest, that will probably only take about 10 minutes to 20 minutes because I was already in the snow area. I already have my teleportation point, I just have to run to it, and then bang, I'm actually done in 10 minutes. And that's exactly how it has to be in the remastered. So I actually think to make an expedition to northern Italy, I think it's actually necessary. Because as I said, so Romagna is so mid-central Italy. Then we have the areas where the papal army comes from, which really comes from the middle of Italy, so Rome, Florence, Tuscany, Naples. So it's really middle of Italy. Then we have Romagna, which is really the heart, really central Italy. And then, of course, we have southern Italy and northern Italy. And northern Italy is simply depicted here as a snowy area, and here is a very short expedition, without much story content. So I actually liked it quite a bit. So snow area is just, or northern Italy is just because you also depict southern Italy in such detail. So I think it's actually quite cool. And also especially through this snow, and so, you actually show very well, that they're in northern Italy now. So now with the Gothic prequel that there also it doesn't go on that there is also external, there also nothing comes, so the Gothic. Through this wasteland snowy area presentation, one also clearly shows, that Gothic, that means, Gothic, does not come from Germany. So Gothic is not something, that comes to Italy from the north of Germany, but through this, by presenting northern Italy completely as a wasteland, as where there is only death, so to speak, and from which nothing comes to Italy, by presenting it, that way that is also very important simply to present it in this way, simply to make it clear, Gothic comes from Italy to Germany, and not the other way around. Not some Germanic German artist somehow came to Italy, and then influenced Italians with the Gothic or something, but the Gothic comes from Italy then to Germany through the Protestant Romans, who are then expelled by this Inquisition. And this is also the necessity of this snowy area. So, as I said, the topic of witches. The theme of the Inquisition. The theme of dragons. So as I said, dragon is a Roman low fantasy metaphor. Draco, the word dragon comes from Latin, and dragon in Latin also means the staring, that means, the staring looking animal. So a dragon is a woman, a Roman woman with normal self-discovery effort, who is staring or sharp looking. And who is fixed-sighted or sharp looking. Of course, a woman with soul irreversibility, Or currently there is also an example from life experience, which in my opinion directs such an evil eye. Who directs such an evil eye? And you could really call them dragons. So there, I'd say that's a dragon. So this is a Roman woman, and she looks at how she directs such a fixed, sharp, evil gaze at the other woman. She does that several times. Whenever she looks at the other presenter, she makes such a sharp evil look. So this is what is depicted as a dragon, what is depicted as a dragon in Gothic. So in the low fantasy metaphor of Gothic, this is the kind of woman who directs such a sharp gaze. Who looks so keenly at this other woman, that's a dragon. And what is a dragon? So this woman, as far as I know, she is also childless, so she doesn't live in a household now, that is, what is metaphorically represented as a dragon in Gothic. That's right, the dragons. Then undead. So undead, as I said, belong to the Western metaphor. So vampires as well. Vampires belong to Gothic. So absolutely Gothic includes vampires and undead. And I used to write zombies too. But zombies is wrong. So that's really the important difference. As well as with the topic of RPG role-playing games. There are people out of ignorance, or no idea because they are trolls, who always call Gothic an RPG instead of an adventure. Because they can identify perfectly with the protagonist, that means, because they are just waiting or an elder god. So they talk all the time, and they explain all the time, that Gothic is an adventure. And then they always say RPG. So they always say this word RPG. And that's what they've gotten so stubbornly into. And just as persistently, also out of ignorance, I have also gotten into the habit of this word zombie, for example. But there's that difference between zombie and undead. A zombie is a blood-splattering something, as we see it in Day Gone Game 2019 or in The Last of Us Game 2013, so almost completely science fiction. So zombie is a completely high fantasy science fiction something. So what are zombies? So zombies are something like in the movies, Dawn of the Dead film 2004, yes, Dawn of the Dead film 2004. Or, Left 4 Dead game 2008 by Valve developers, or The Last of Us game 2013 Days Gone game 2019. That's what zombies are. This low fantasy metaphor comes from Africa. That's not our culture. That's not our low fantasy. So our low fantasy is undead and vampires. So that's the difference, that is, among the undead, that is, the undead are without blood. So with the undead there is no blood, there are only cracking bones, and somehow dried skin, that is somehow torn or smashed. And then there are the vampires. And with the vampires, it's really about this topic of blood. So also just like in Blood Omen 2 Legacy of Kain game 2002, where we suck the blood of various other vampires or of some living beings, and we then with the blood then also the power and the abilities, and the soul of the others then, so this they then absorb others. So with the topic of vampires, it's really only about the topic of blood. And undead, it's not about blood at all, we just have these cracking bones. But zombies, as I said, that's very important. So just today when we want to delete this whole Eurojank. What is Eurojank again? So, Eurojank is very briefly formulated, very briefly defined, some farted snot through which you can't learn anything culturally, that is, if everything was just farted away without once looking at Wikipedia or Google to see what it even is, and where it comes from in the first place. We have this for example with Gothic2 game 2002, especially with the add-on. So with the add-on, you just farted everything so wildly. Golem monster. So, golem monster they kind of come, that's kind of Jewish. Then you have skeletons. You have zombies. You have dragons. You just farted all kinds of things. And so what I expect from Gothic Reboot is if you use any monsters or any fantasy monsters, that you can easily find on Wikipedia and Google. So if you come up with your own fantasy monsters, like the Warcraft game series does for example. Warcraft game series has also come up with its own creative ideas. And then that's high fantasy for me. So high fantasy means, completely absolutely total fantasy. But if you only take low fantasy monsters in Gothic, that means, monsters, that you can also find on Wikipedia and Google, so you can find Wikipedia articles, about undead, about vampires, about skeletons, about golems, about dragons, then you also have to know why you take these monsters now. That's what I expect from the reboot. I want to experience a product and then pay my money for it, let's say €80 full price, where the developer really thought, okay, we want to have zombies in the game now. We want to have vampires now. We want to have golems now. That's why golems. That's why vampires. That's why zombies. And not high exclamation of schadenfreude, expressing malicious giggling laughter, just farted there. And that's easy. It's just so important, so I just find it right now in the reboot. And also with the remastered, also with Legend of Ascen game 2018 the danger is not so blatant, so with the zombies, now there is any Eurojank to get farted, because in Legend of Assen Game 2018 we don't have a single zombie. But at Gothic 2 Game 2002, at Gothic 2 Game 2002 or then at all at the topic Gothic Remake and Gothic Reboot. I just don't want to see zombies farting there. Gothic is not such a game as, for example, currently Dying Light 2 Stay Human Game 2022. We also have these zombies, this stuff from Africa. So this metaphor from Africa. Gothic is low fantasy, Gothic is clearly low fantasy. And the developer has to fart with every monster he uses, with all monsters that are used there that were farted in the Gothic 2 Game 2002 original, Eurojank, all monsters like golem bloodhounds, wolves, lurkers, snappers, and so on. You have to read the Wikipedia article, and think about it, why does this monster have to appear in Gothic now? And which monsters occur in Gothic, so which ones must definitely occur in Gothic? So vampires not necessarily. Vampire is more of a special Gothic story. But what must always occur in Gothic are orcs, dragons, and hordes of undead and skeletons. So that's definitely always Gothic. Or basic Gothic. So these are the most basic monsters, that actually fit into every story and in every Gothic story. So then again something like vampires, witches. So vampires and witches are more special. So vampires and witches don't fit into every Gothic story. So witches only in the prequel, in the Gothic prequel. And vampires. Or vampires in such subplots, such as in Skyrim Game 2011. Skyrim Game 2011 is not Germany, but Rus, and thus a metaphorical representation of Russian and then vampires. Or as in, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver Game 1999. Vampire is another side story, just like Shadow Man Game 1999. So, Shadow Man Game 1999 is a side story. Vampires is a side story. So like I said, Chapter 6 is, we're doing this expedition to southern Italy. But we can only do that with an army. Unlike the swamp expedition, we come without an army, without armed forces. Without it, we won't be able to get to southern Italy. And then to set up this army, and also to prepare it, that's what Chapter 5 tells. Chapter 5 is, of course, a very clear preparation, then to the main story of Gothic, so what we can expect in terms of monsters, metaphors in the main story. And Chapter 5 is the preparation for Chapter 6, and Chapter 5 is also a farewell to the game world. Because in Chapter 6 the story comes to an end. And of course you can go back with very many walks, but you don't have to. You don't have to go back. Healing potions can also be sorted out as high fantasy, Eurojank, and do it like in Days Gone Game 2019, that means, use bandages metaphorically for healing, the gameplay remains the same. So if you've bought enough healing potions, and you've skilled everything and stuff, then you don't really have to go back. And that's also a farewell. Yes, from the game world that is, from Assen, from the metaphorical representation of Romagna. Exactly, and say goodbye to this, and to have been to all the places again for the last time, that's what we've actually done now in Chapter 5. Exactly, so now I'm just going to play the main story. And yes, now we're talking to the witch, Serena. And the witch, Serena is portrayed really well, really authentically. So she is depicted as a learned woman. She is dark-haired. It is characteristic, it makes a very stable, very balanced, and also very reserved, restrained pleasant impression. So by her restrained polite manner, also partly helping manner, or also helping absent a bit, helping? In any case, due to her reserved nature, she simply makes a very pleasant impression. Just like life experience is. And of course the witch is also a very sociable person, so not some kind of weird lone wolf, but also very sociable, just like I showed last time, from life experience. What of course you also have to say unfortunately, so here, Serena, will now also tell us some Eurojank. For example, about the avatar of Beliar, and all such crap. That's all you have to delete completely in the remastered, of course. But in itself, I think it's actually quite successful. And as I said, it's important in the remastered, that Chapter 5 is also jagged in the remastered, so that you don't stay here forever in Chapter 5, because the metaphors, the low fantasy metaphors that is, with the skeletons, with the orcs, with the dragons. We experience this in great detail in the main story of Gothic. And because we are going to experience all of this in a very, very much more detailed way in the main story in Gothic Reboot, it's the case, that in the remastered now of Chapter 5, all this shouldn't be so bloated. Of course, the playtime is already extremely short now of Chapter 5, but overall the playtime of Chapter 5 in the remastered should also be the shortest playtime. And of course in the remastered, I would perhaps still wish that this could be extended a little bit, that maybe 4 hours could be turned into more narrative design interesting 6, 7, 8 hours. But, of course that also depends on the preparation, So I was already in the snow area. I've been to the wasteland already. And if I hadn't done this quest yet, of course, with what's his name? Castor, for example, with Castor finding the amulets. If I hadn't been to the ice area yet, that's okay, then of course Chapter 5 would be even longer. On the subject of quick key for the torch, I have already commented several times, that there is definitely a need for such a quick key. The way they did it, also in the Polish mod, they also created a quick key for the torch, that would definitely be very very good here if it existed. Because of course it's pitch dark here, and of course you can't see anything without a torch, which I think is basically cool and awesome. But then when you design something like that, quick key for the torch. So always this request for the torch annoys me so much. See also in Arch Olo's game 2021, where you can light or attach torches to the wall in such a pitch dark room as gameplay. Okay, the beast in the snow area is now the combination of Troll and Shadowrunner. But I could only defeat him with magic. The most powerful monsters in this game can only be defeated with the shrink spell, instead of trying to develop embarrassing boss fights, so retro end result, I recommend explaining shrink spells better in narrative design, and offering souls-like boss fights. You shouldn't even think about that, regarding the dragon and the beast in the snowy area. And the dragon at the end, the so-called avatar of Beliar, completely omitted, because this is just worthless, Eurojank lore from Piranha Bytes. And now graze the merchants again, that means, the alchemy merchants, if they have a dragon root plant. That means, as I said, question the topic of alchemy, whether it fits at all in Italy, or from this point on it has to be a gameplay single topic. And then, of course, I want better armor as well. Chapter 6. Now it's only in the desert region. And what that's all about, desert region and Chapter 6, and that everything is overrun by the orc monsters, I've already explained that to some extent. So I've already explained part of Chapter 6. Now Chapter 6, the last chapter of Legend of Ascen Game 2018. Southern Italy is now devastated. Southern Italy is metaphorically depicted as a desert, with hordes of orc monsters everywhere. I've already said all about that. So in Legend of Ascen Game 2018 we play, it's set in Romagna, so here in the heart of Italy. Here, from the center of Italy, come all the papal forces. And also, of course, from here. Or from here. And to northern Italy, where we also made a small expedition to the snowy region, to the wasteland. And so this is southern Italy. So it's important to note, that southern Italy has a very, very complex history. A very complex story. So there were the Byzantines. There were the Normans. And so on and so forth. The Greeks, the Normans, then Arabs, and so on, so it's definitely a very, very complex story. And all this is now metaphorically summarized by depicting southern Italy as a desert and as an orc area, that means, as a mountainous, that means, mountainous desert, that means, not flat desert, but as a really mountainous desert region, and as orc territory. So there are very, very many here, Arcus. So we have the Germanic mongrels here. We have here the Arabs, half-breeds, or Arabs. We have all kinds of Arcus, that are here, so real orc territory. And the one mage cleric who has evolved into Sauron, who now wanted to integrate the orc hordes into a continuum, and now wanted to take control of the orc hordes, has now of course gone there. And of course he has them, he has of course motivated the population in their beastly nature of course, and that's why we live here orc hordes. So the main antagonist of the mages clerics from the swamp expedition obviously failed to establish a continuum because he had to realize that the elder god can only be a woman, but never a man. In other words, he only got lost in the chaos of paganism, which could bring him no real personal benefit. But he manages to reap the harvest of the protagonist's rabbit cries, and to reap. And thus the protagonist dies of cardiovascular failure. That's right, that's definitely the end of Legend of Ascen Game 2018. And so the hero is reaped rabbit cry. So that's definitely super important to do, that in the remastered, to show that. So that's going to be a real highlight. So we play the hero here, who is then really harvested again. And we are, of course, soul revered. For example, unlike in, for example, The Last of Us Part 2 Game 2020. So, The Last of Us Part 2 Game 2020 has conveyed the image of man that all people when they die from cruel violence. So, for example, if the protagonist dies, Joel dies, it is because he is murdered in the most gruesome way. So there is such a thing as natural deaths, accidents, or of course the effect on mental health that someone then also dies because of mental health, something like that does not exist at all in the human image of The Last of Us Part 2 Game 2020. And that's the absolute difference from Gothic. So in Gothic it is that. So first of all, let's take the most important Gothic game so far, which is Gothic2 Game 2002. And in Gothic2 Game 2002 you can play through the entire story without having to kill or attack any human beings. That means, in the foreground of the gameplay genre exploration and dialogue and being on location atmosphere, and action is actually optional if you think about the gameplay again in retrospect at the end. And in the end, of course, it should also be in Legend of Ascen Game 2018 Remastered, and that is simply shown very clearly. That means, from the image of man that people, so when people die, then they die mainly on reapers. So, soul reaver is the number one cause of death in the world of Gothic, that is, in people. Okay, so a lot of people are represented metaphorically. But so in itself people actually die, so mainly, most deaths are due to soul revered. That means that you completely destroy the mental health of a person, so that the person then dies of cardiovascular failure. Exactly, that means, so, that the cardiovascular system of this person then fails, that means, makes him weak. Exactly, that, this image of man must be shown in any case. So our protagonist, no matter how much evil or good he has done. So what did he do? So he has affected the mafia in Italy. The mafia in Italy. He brought about Sauron, and in general this phenomenon of the masses, that is, of mass wars. So there were for 1,000 years in Europe, there were no mass armies fighting each other. So the wars in the Middle Ages really have to be imagined as in the computer game, Stronghold 1 Game 2001. So, that if there really is a war, then maybe at most 50 soldiers fight against each other, so maybe 20 soldiers on one side, 30 on the other end. This is already a blatant gigantic war, for example France against England or something like that in the Middle Ages. And so these wars, as we have them today, that hundreds of thousands of people are fighting and dying there, that has only existed since the 16th, 17th, 18th centuries. That's definitely what the protagonist did. And, of course, this phenomenon of mass suicides, especially Gothic 1 Game 2001, is quite relevant. So the great spiritual leader dies in front of all the people of heart cardiovascular failure. So because he got so blatantly into it. Or he should be arrested. And the spectators back in the Middle Ages, they look at it and actually think to themselves, I don't care. I'm chilling here with my mates, and I'm not particularly interested now. And today we have these phenomena, like in Jonestown 1974, for example, where almost 1,000 people, that means, Americans, then commit mass suicide when the great spiritual leader is then to be arrested. So these mass phenomena of mass suicides, of mass slaughters, of course the hero brought that about. And, of course, he brought about the founding of the German people, in that the Roman woman, the evangelical Roman woman, then also went to Lithuania, for example, so above all, of course, Bonus Forza, the Queen Mother of Lithuania. So that's what the protagonist has done. And the protagonist dies at the end of Legend of Ascen Game 2018, so he dies, so he is eliminated from the story. And then, of course, we move on to the main story. So, that was now the completed prequel. So all the characters, that have now appeared here in this prequel, also the setting that all freezes. Romagna, southern Italy, is becoming a museum, where nothing else is happening now. Okay, and why and so on, that's what the outro tells. So the outro then points to the main story. The antagonist has gotten caught up in the chaos of paganism, and this paganism has not really brought him any personal benefit. That's what the game, Shadow Man Game 1999, is about, for example that the antagonist Legion then interprets himself as an orphan, and then is adopted, and then in exile then stretches his continuum. So all this paganism of the Aztecs, as I said, this is a paganism, that is designed for family. And, of course, the elder god is always a woman. And if there is no woman who has the normal self-discovery effort, and has also carried out the beneficial emotional derivation occupation on herself, that means, if there is no female Huitzilopochtli. If you span the continuum, then you've really only caused chaos. And that's what we see in Chapter 6. Exactly, that's definitely very important that you just realize, that an elder god can only be a woman. And here is a man who just tries it all out, and even then he has maneuvered himself into a certain dead end, even if he can of course harvest and soul revert the protagonist rabbit cry. Both, that means, both die in the end, that means, protagonist and antagonist. And this is the end of Legend of Ascen Game 2018. So now the outro. So the original outro of Legend of Ascen Game 2018 is complete, Eurojank and completely garbage. But of course there has to be an outro. And what does the outro have to tell? So all the Protestant Romans leave Italy and emigrate. All the surviving leaders in Romagna have not read Gothic, and do not understand at all why all this happened in the first place, and foresee that all the events they have experienced will be dismissed as legend or high fantasy by later generations, and or, that their experiences will be completely forgotten, and above all completely unnecessary. Exactly, so high fantasy. So that's what we have with the Poles, for example. The Poles always comment on Gothic as high fantasy. So that's what we have here, so, that they say, it's all high fantasy, with the dragons, and the orcs, and that's all high fantasy. So this comment that a lot of people didn't understand the story at all, that's always the case with Gothic computer games anyway. It's always the case, that a lot of people don't understand the story anyway. And, that needs to be commented on here. So this comment, yes, I didn't understand the story. I didn't understand at all, what happened in the first place. That's what we have with the players. And of course it is commented on here in the outro. So, that you know that, okay, a lot of people don't understand the story. For example, many especially in the USA, many do not understand German culture, and so on. Then we have people like the Poles in Germany, for example, who comment on German culture, fairy tales, and so on, and Gothic in general, as high fantasy. So the Poles, for example, do not perceive German culture or Gothic as a metaphorical representation, as low fantasy metaphors, but as high fantasy, that means, as completely invented fantasy, that a lot of people then comment on it like that also has to. That's paganism, as I said, that is the difference between glad tidings and paganism. Paganism is designed for a certain group of the population. So the Gothic or the German culture or the Aztec religion is designed for the normal self-discovery effort. So Gothic, the German culture, or even the Aztec religion, is not designed for cattle. So there is no claim to explain this culture and this religion to a Polish cattle or any subhumans. That means, especially the population in the USA, or in Great Britain or in the Netherlands, that they also understand it. No, this is not good news. Good news is, for example, Catholicism, or the Christian religion. So with the Christian religion, I also go to some subhumans, and explain it to them, and expect them to understand it too. And they understand, that well, human dignity in the USA, instead of the dignity of the human being in Germany. But with this paganism, it is simply not possible to make this comprehensible to every subhuman, or subhuman at all. But this is only aimed at a certain group of people. And that's the normal self-discovery effort here at Gothic. But the fact, that of course many people comment on all this as high fantasy has to be mentioned in the outro. And above all, this is also commented on as unnecessary. So if you look at the end results of the unfavorable emotional derivation of preoccupation, there must always be the comment of a subhuman or of a cattle, unnecessarily. This is unnecessary. If I derive someone unfavorably emotionally, and then some subhuman then comments on it as unnecessary, then I am in ecstasy. In ecstasy, that means, in an infinitely state of intoxication of satisfaction and happiness. Because then I didn't create some mess or anything, but created something unnecessary. At this point I expect from narrative design, that as a Gothic connoisseur you feel this deep longing, there should be a country like the USA in 400 years, where you don't even have to be there yourself, because note the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, this is a statement of quantum physics, according to which two complementary properties of a quantum system cannot have sharply defined values at the same time. Exactly, so unnecessary. So unnecessary is definitely one of the favorite words. That was the outro, that was chapter 6. So as we learned last time, it is the case, that this attack of the Papal army has fizzled out for the time being. So the Papal army did not manage to push back all the orc hordes and so on, to conquer southern Italy completely, but was now clearly put on the defensive, and has now entrenched itself in a camp. And now we are going to this camp, and now we want to know what the situation is. So we will now definitely experience a game world, that is completely overrun by orc monster hordes. So everything is fuller, dragon snapper monster, everything is fuller, orc monster. And we're definitely going to play a lot against hordes. And we shall now learn in any case about the desperate situation of the soldiers in their camp, in which they have entrenched themselves. And then it gets really dramatic again, because the orc monster hordes will then very likely overrun this camp as well. But which we will not see and experience ourselves, but which is only hinted at. So we are of course the only one who is able to dodge all these hordes of orc monsters. The gameplay and narrative design emphasis is on dodging, never mass murder of thousands of orcs. Okay, so I'm off to the camp now. We will definitely get to know the desperate situation. And then we will get to the place where the antagonist is. And that's where the events happen, as I just explained. So, that was the desert now. Up there on the map, there's the temple now, and that's where we're going. So I don't like at all, for example, this one, Eurojank. In other words, something farted, that doesn't tell you anything, that you can't learn anything from. When it started with computer games in 1999 that was the case, or in 1998, it was the case, for example, that the website, Wikipedia or Google or YouTube didn't even exist yet. And I don't expect computer games to do super blatant research with sources, and with books, and with literature and everything, but I expect from a computer game developer, especially in the field of adventure, so with something like Gothic2 for example, or Gothic1, that the developer at least once types in certain names at Wikipedia, or at ChatGPT, and don't just fart everything like it's funny. That's what I expand so forth. And with Legend of Ascen Game 2018 we see, that we can really learn something, about Italian history, about European history, about German history. And it was a lot of fun for me to recognize my life experience with this computer game, and to look into art history. And I haven't quoted super blatant literature and any books here. I was just quoting Wikipedia. So the finale takes place here in a temple. So you can also rethink, that in a remastered or remake, the specific location where this finale takes place now. So I don't think the end temple is so successful now. The End Temple wants to go more in this direction. Horror game, yes, horror game. I would say that the end now, is for the most part, Eurojank. So I did last time, I explained in detail how the ending must be in the remastered. And now the actual end now here, is more like, Eurojank. So I don't understand what this is all about with this temple. So the end is now similar to what I said, so as I commented on that, free camps or the temple in, free camp. And, that was absolutely, Eurojank. The first time I played through them I beat them all. And I would say I don't want to spend 20 minutes here on this dragon snapper monster. And that's why I'm ignoring them now with a suitable monster transformation spell. My gameplay criticism is mainly related to the topic of remastered or remake. And everything I have to say about a patch now, I have posted in episode 1.